great house be guided by your wisdom and work toward the common good for this land. We pray for strength for each member, for a special anointing upon the Honorable Madam Speaker as she presides over today's proceedings. Let there be clarity. Let there be unity in their deliberations. Let there be courage, but let wisdom prevail, so that all decisions may reflect your divine will. We are grateful that you are a faithful God who not only hears us when we call, but responds to our various needs. For this, O God, we give you the praise. And we say thank you. In the name of your Son, Jesus the Christ. Amen.
And Bishop, thank you. Before you leave your place, I do want to ask for a special word for two of our colleagues. Mr. Proctor and Ms. Proctor has lost someone very close to them. The Lewis family has said farewell to their matriarch. So please, if you could now offer a word for them.
Father, you're the God of all comfort. You're the God who are touched with the feelings of our infirmities. You're fully aware of the hurt and the pain of those who have lost this family member. We ask that you would extend your hand of touch and emotional healing upon those who are bereaved at this time. We know that you're well able to turn things around. And so we commit them into your care. And we thank you for the healing that will take place in the entire family circle. We give you the praise in the name of Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Bishop. May we take our seats, please. Good morning to everyone.
Confirmation of minutes of the 5th meeting of the first session of the 13th Anguilla House of Assembly.
Members, you have before you the minutes of the 5th meeting dated the 15th of July, 2025. Are there any amendments, corrections? I presume you have read them. Hearing no comments, no amendments, may I invite a member to move that the minutes be confirmed?
Madam Speaker, I rise to move that the minutes be adopted as confirmed as circulated.
Thank you. A seconder, please. Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that the minutes of the 5th meeting of the first session of the 13th Anguilla House of Assembly be confirmed.
Oaths of allegiance to new members? None. Announcements by the direction of the Speaker?
By way of announcements, I have apologies for the absence of the Honorable Island-wide member, Mr. McNeil Rogers. I would also like to take note that at some point throughout the day, we will have visiting us the Guyanese Council of St. Martin, along with Mr. Pickering. So you'll notice that they will attend at some point throughout the day. Separate and apart from that, I just wish to welcome our technical officers. Thank you for taking the time out of your day, and we look forward to an interesting and exciting 2 days of debate. Please proceed, Mr. Clark.
Questions? None. Government statements on recent developments? None. Papers? Medium-term Economic and Fiscal Plan 2026-2028.
Members, your order paper also confirms that the Honorable Premier wishes to present a paper. I therefore invite the Honorable Premier to make the presentation of the paper.
Thank you. Good morning to you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to the members of this honorable House. Good morning to the members or the persons who are visiting us here in the gallery, and to those persons who are listening and viewing. Madam Speaker, I beg to lay on the table the medium-term economic fiscal plan. I beg leave, Madam Speaker.
Leave is granted. You may proceed with your presentation, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, honorable members of the House of Assembly, the clerk and staff of this House, those in the gallery this morning and all Anguillians listening, good morning. This is a time that calls for serious leadership, honest conversation, and above all, clarity of purpose. Therefore, as Premier, I rise today to present the medium-term economic and fiscal plan for 2026 to 2028, the first under this administration since the people of Anguilla placed their trust in us in February of 2025. This plan is not just about numbers and forecasts. It is about choices, about how we respond to rising costs, how we protect the most vulnerable, how we invest in what matters, and how we preserve our future without compromising the present. It is about how we hold firm to fiscal discipline while holding even firmer to our commitment that no one is left behind. Madam Speaker, we live in a world that changes fast. Storms that arrive without warning, prices that rise overnight, conflicts far away that still touch our shores. For a small island like ours, the shocks come quickly and the buffers are thin. But that is why this government plans. That is why this plan is built, not just to grow, but to withstand, to absorb, to recover. Resilience is not a slogan, it is a necessity. This plan invests in the systems and safeguards that protect our people, in health, in infrastructure, in economic agility, and social support. It ensures that when the next challenge comes, and it will, Anguilla does not bend, it holds firm. At its core, this is a people's plan. A plan to expand opportunity, to raise living standards, and to give our children the tools to succeed in a changing world. Every dollar is aimed at impact. Every policy is guided by purpose. And every step we take is in service to the people who placed their trust in this House and in this government. Madam Speaker, honorable members, this medium-term economic and fiscal plan is not simply a policy document. It is a legal obligation, yes, but more than that, it is a vital tool of good governance and long-term planning. It is how we align our national priorities with the realities of our resources, our debt, our obligations to the people, and our responsibility to future generations through the mechanism. The preparation of the MTEF is mandated under the Fiscal Responsibility Act, legislation designed to ensure that decisions taken by a government in any period do not become unsustainable burdens for the next. It requires that we present a forward-looking plan covering a minimum of 3 years that sets out the expected performance of revenues and expenditures, along with clear policy measures to meet our targets and stay within borrowing limits. This year's MTEF, covering the period 2026 to 2028, builds on the fiscal foundation we inherited, but charts a course that reflects the priorities and values of the people who elected us. Moreover, it was not prepared behind closed doors. It reflects internal technical work within the Ministry of Finance, but also draws on engagement with line ministries, development partners, and sector specialists. It is the product of weeks of data validation, scenario modeling, and policy alignment. Nevertheless, at its core, Madam Speaker, the plan is about discipline with compassion. It provides the guardrails that help us manage competing demands. And make no mistake, they are many, while still leaving space to respond to real and urgent needs. It forces us to ask the hard questions. What can we afford now? What must we put off? And what can we do today that will save the people hardship tomorrow? One of the most meaningful signals in this year's plan is this. Anguilla is forecasting full compliance with all 3 fiscal benchmarks under the Fiscal Responsibility Act, a clear sign of sound management and growing credibility. The final ratio to come into compliance is perhaps the most critical in a small island context. The debt service to recurrent revenue ratio, which is now projected to remain well within the 10% threshold. Compliance means confidence. It tells our people and our partners that Anguilla is managing its obligations with care. But, Madam Speaker, it gives us something even more valuable than stability. It gives us options. The option to use our reserves strategically rather than reactively. The option to maintain and modernize our infrastructure, not simply patch it. The option to invest in a clinic where none existed. The option to respond to a hurricane without jeopardizing our children's future. And yes, Madam Speaker, when we are in full compliance, we are not required to seek prior approval from the UK government to pursue our national priorities. That is simply the natural outcome of responsible self-governance. This is what credibility buys us: flexibility, respect, and the quiet confidence to chart our course on our terms, within the rules, but always with our people at the center. So yes, this plan is about numbers, but it is also about choices. And this government is clear in its choice: to keep the people of Anguilla at the center of our decisions, to stay the course on fiscal discipline, and to build an economy that does not only grow, but serves. Madam Speaker, strong fiscal governance must walk hand in hand with compassion and fairness. Our people have carried the burden of rising prices for too long. Families, shopkeepers, and small businesses have all felt the pinch. And it is our duty to ensure that the tax system does not add to that burden. That is why in this medium-term plan, we are implementing one of the most significant tax reforms in our recent history, transforming the current goods and services tax into a general services tax and introducing a separate goods tax on imports. In practical terms, this means that goods that directly affect household spending will no longer carry the same GST. Instead, a more affordable goods tax will apply to imports at a sustainable rate. This structure strikes a balance, giving families and local businesses room to breathe, while ensuring that our people contribute to the revenue that keeps our schools open, our health centers running, and our roads maintained. Let me be clear about what is changing and why. Today, our goods and services tax applies broadly to goods and services. When you buy something at the shop, GST is already built into the price you pay. Businesses claim back GST they paid when they brought those goods in, so the tax sits with you, the final consumer. Under this plan, the GST will be transformed into a general services tax, applying only to services, and a separate goods tax will apply at the border on imports. In practice, This means that the GST will come off goods completely. Madam Speaker, I know that there has been some confusion before about what this means for everyday prices. So let me set it out as clearly as possible. When GST comes off goods, the price you see on the shelf should come down because you will no longer pay that extra 13% at the till. So, for example, if a loaf of bread costs around $11.30 today with GST included, that price should drop closer to $10 once that tax is removed at the point of sale system. It is the same for family, meal out, for everyday essentials, for activities that help keep our communities strong. This is real, targeted relief where it matters most. Of course, the new goods tax at the border, set mainly at 9%, will replace the GST on imported goods. Unlike GST, this new tax is charged only on the value of the goods when they arrive. The cost, insurance, and freight, no compounding. Under the old system, GST at 13% was added not just on the import price, but also on everything else built into the final selling price, including profit margins. So people ended up paying a higher, layered tax at the shelf. What this means in real terms is that when current stock runs out, new stock will be priced with the new goods tax built in up front. It is expected that some prices may adjust over time as businesses restock under this affordable system. But even then, the old, higher tax added at the till will be gone, replaced by a lower rate that is simpler and clearer for everyone. What is the cost of relief? Madam Speaker, let us be honest with ourselves. Real relief for families and businesses does not come free. That is the simple truth. We estimate that this broader package of adjustments, transforming GST into a general services tax, removing it from goods and introducing the new goods tax, will reduce annual revenue collections by an average of EC $46 million per year over 2026 to 2030. That is in addition to the revenue foregone from the removal of GST on food, which has continued from December 2024 and was an additional EC $17.4 million. This therefore correlates to total relief of approximately 63 million EC dollars per annum. But relief done responsibly must always be matched by discipline and smart choices. That is how we protect what matters most. How will we afford the change? First, growth that offsets the loss. We are putting our .ai domain to work for the people. This small island's digital asset has become one of our strongest buffers against global uncertainty. In 2022, .ai revenues brought in just over $20 million. In 2023, they jumped to nearly EC 87 million, then rose again in 2024 to over EC $104 million. By the end of this year, 2025, we project .ai revenues will deliver around EC $195 million. And next year, in 2026, we expect that to grow further to over $250 million EC. AI revenues now represent around 40% of total revenues and are projected to account for 45% of total revenues by 2030. This means that while the tax changes will reduce revenue by about EC $46 million, that amount is more than covered by our steady growth in .ai income. That is how you use innovation to give relief, turning a digital opportunity into real breathing room for families without putting extra weight back onto the ordinary people somewhere else. Second, protecting the revenue floor. We are protecting our revenue floor and our credibility. Under the Fiscal Responsibility Act, we must maintain a strong level of recurrent revenue to stay within our borrowing ratios. Thanks in large part to our growing .ai income, Anguilla will meet the final ratio, our debt service to recurrent revenue target this year, 2025. This means we are not gambling with our future. We are balancing relief with the discipline needed to keep our options open, to respond to shocks, or draw on reserves to protect our people when times are tough. Third, Madam Speaker, discipline means we watch what we spend. Between 2025 and 2028, our recurrent expenditure is projected to move from about 354 million EC dollars this year to around 418.2 million by 2028, an increase of roughly 18% over 3 years, or about 5 to 6% per year on average. That is steady, controlled growth, focused only where it matters, keeping our schools staffed, our clinics stocked, our communities safe, and our public services running well for every family. The largest area of growth for 2026 is in relation to provisioning for public sector compensation increases, which was provisioned for a half-year implementation in 2025. At the same time, we remain committed to keeping capital expenditure strong and purposeful over the medium term. Our capital investment is budgeted at 191 million EC dollars in 2025, rising significantly to 233 million EC dollars in 2026, and a total of EC 610 million over the medium term, ensuring we continue to deliver the roads, water systems, waste management improvements, and community facilities that our people deserve, while always protecting value for money. And just as important, Madam Speaker, we are putting the building blocks in place now for Anguilla's first true national wealth fund, because not every dollar of .ai growth or any surplus should be spent as quickly as it comes in. A national wealth fund will be a dedicated ring-fenced vehicle, separate from our day-to-day operating reserves, with clear rules about how money is deposited, invested, and when it can be drawn down. It will ensure that when Anguilla enjoys good years, whether through strong .ai revenues or other sustainable streams, we put aside a share for the future. This is a tool for true intergenerational fairness, giving tomorrow's generation the means to respond to shocks, to invest in the next big opportunity, or to protect essential services without sudden tax hikes or reckless borrowing. By investing surpluses wisely, we build a cushion that strengthens our resilience as a small island and gives confidence to our people that this government is thinking beyond the next election cycle. We are building a fund that will be managed transparently, with strong oversight and reporting, so every Anguillan can see that their future is protected. Madam Speaker, shortly the Ministry of Finance will formally request technical assistance from our development partners to support the design of the fund's legal, governance, and investment framework. This is not just a concept, it is a priority, and we intend to move forward in a deliberate and structured manner. This is real relief today where it matters most. Growth that creates opportunities for our young people now, disciplined spending that protects what we have, and a true legacy, a national wealth fund that keeps our children and grandchildren standing strong long after we are gone. This is how we build a stronger, safer, and more secure Anguilla, not just for this moment, but for every generation yet to come. Madam Speaker, as we look ahead to the next 3 years, we do so with the conviction that Anguilla's economic path must remain rooted in discipline, resilience, and fairness, always putting our people at the very center of our choices. Our strategy must protect our hard-won fiscal stability while opening up opportunities for growth and dignity that reach every family, every community, and every business across this island. First, we will continue to invest strategically in the physical, digital, and renewable infrastructure that underpins daily life and economic activity. Roads, water and waste systems, modern energy solutions, and the air and sea connections that link us to the world must be resilient and maintained with care. These foundations are critical to keeping Anguilla safe, competitive, and ready for tomorrow's challenges. Second, we will build an economy that is diversified, fair, and built to withstand global shocks. This means supporting local businesses and entrepreneurs to grow, protecting consumers, and ensuring a level playing field that rewards hard work and innovation. A key part of this is strengthening local food production so that more of what we eat is grown, raised, or caught here at home. Keeping more dollars in our communities and reducing our exposure to sudden global price swings. And equally, we will support our farmers and fishers to tap into new regional markets, giving them wider opportunities to sell their produce, earn better incomes, and strengthen their livelihood for years to come. We will continue to nurture our digital economy, especially our .ai domain, as a homegrown source of sustainable growth that brings real benefits to our people. Work will continue to strengthen the systems that protect our people in times of need. This means improving the quality and reach of healthcare and community-based care, and making it simpler and more dignified for vulnerable families to get the support they need when they need it. We will keep our young people at the heart of our vision for a stronger, more resilient Anguilla. We will invest in early childhood development, strengthen pathways for skills training, and expand opportunities for decent work and entrepreneurship. Our schools, teachers, and families will be supported so that our young people grow up confident, capable, and proud to play their part in this island's future. We will remain vigilant in protecting our communities and our borders. We will invest in modern security technology, strengthen interagency cooperation, and focus on community-based approaches to crime prevention. This is how we keep Anguilla safe, maintain confidence, and ensure our people feel secure in their homes and businesses. Madam Speaker, honorable members, and my fellow Anguillians, as we come together to shape the direction of our island's future, we do so from a position of growing strength. Anguilla's economy is projected to expand at an average annual rate of 4.2% over the next 3 years, driven by sustained activity in construction and the thriving tourism sector that continues to outperform expectations. This growth is not just reflected in headline figures. It is about putting people to work, creating opportunities in every district, and ensuring that prosperity is broadly shared. It is about building an economy where every Anguillian can see and feel the benefits of progress, not just in national accounts, but in daily life. Madam Speaker, this plan tells a story, not just of numbers, but of priorities. It reflects our collective determination to grow wisely, manage responsibly, and invest deliberately in the things that matter most to the people of Anguilla. Total revenue is projected to grow from EC 540.9 million in 2025 to EC 661.3 million by 2028, supported by solid non-tax inflows, including from .ai domain revenues. This has provided much-needed fiscal space. But, Madam Speaker, that space must be used wisely, not just to weather risk, but to fix long-standing gaps and build what is overdue. Madam Speaker, while our revenue outlook remains strong, we are equally mindful that a growing share is tied to external forces. Promising, yes, but not fully within our control. So we plan accordingly. We cannot significantly expand permanent programs on foundations that may shift. That is why this government is not focused on expanding the recurrent budget in ways that may strain our long-term capacity. Instead, we are investing where it matters most, in infrastructure that endures, in systems that uplift, and in assets that unlock future growth. We are choosing to build, not just spend, to plant seeds now for the Anguilla we want our children to inherit. We must speak plainly. Anguilla's infrastructure is not where it needs to be. Our people know it. Our communities feel it, and this government is not pretending otherwise. We have schools that are outdated, health facilities that are overstretched, a water supply system that struggles under pressure, roads, waste management, and public safety infrastructure that cannot meet the demands of today's population. It is a time for decisive capital investment. And that is exactly what this medium-term plan delivers. Capital expenditure is projected to peak in 2026 as we push forward with long overdue projects and put shovels in the ground for the next generation of development. At the center of this is the ongoing redevelopment of Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport. The new terminal building is on track for completion in October 2025, with runway and apron works continuing into 2028. When completed, this project will transform our connectivity, attract new commercial opportunities, and send a clear message to the region and the world. Anguilla is open for business, and we are investing to compete. But the airport is just one part of the picture. We are also making significant capital allocations to water and utilities, to solid waste management, to the health sector, and to the modernization of the build, environment, and service delivery platforms. These are not luxuries. These are the basic conditions for a safe, productive, and competitive society. The total capital investment envelope for 2026 to 2028 stands at 610.6 million EC. Madam Speaker, we are aware that questions may arise about our capacity to execute a program of this scale. That is fair, and it is precisely why this government is taking a phased, deliberate approach. We are strengthening project management frameworks, securing technical and external assistance where needed, and sequencing major works to avoid bottlenecks. Implementation will be underpinned by rigorous monitoring and supported by credible partners. This is about making overdue, high-impact investments responsibly, strategically, and with an eye on long-term service delivery, economic opportunity, and national resilience. At the same time, recurrent expenditure will see only modest growth, rising to EC 418.12 million by 2028. But this will be carefully targeted. Recurrent expenditure is projected to increase by 11.9% in 2026, reflecting targeted allocations towards critical priorities. These are not across-the-board increases. They are focused investments to strengthen frontline services, modernize service delivery, and ensure that our people feel the impact of good governance in their daily lives. Importantly, this increase is not a trend, but a transition. Recurrent growth slows significantly thereafter, increasing by just 3.2% in 2027 and 1.9% in 2028. We are not growing the wage bill indiscriminately. We are investing where it counts, in health, education, and the safety of our people. Because, Madam Speaker, if the goal is transformation, then services must not only be maintained, they must be improved. Despite these pressures, this plan shows that the government will fully remain compliant with the Fiscal Responsibility Act, meeting the benchmarks on debt, debt service, and liquidity in every year. Madam Speaker, as we shift towards this more strategic approach, the medium-term plan does reflect a temporary financing gap stemming from the scale of capital investments and the cautious approach we have taken on expanding recurrent expenditure. We are projecting fiscal deficits before amortization of EC 5.55 million in 2025 and EC 33.79 million in 2026, followed by a return to surplus in 2027 and 2028 at EC 34.18 million and EC 57.5 million, respectively. However, when debt amortization is considered, the total financing requirement rises to approximately 45.2 million in 2025, EC 73.2 million in 2026, before narrowing significantly to EC 2.8 million in 2027 and returning to overall surpluses in 2028. These requirements are not cause for alarm. They will be responsibly financed through a blend of available reserves and a disciplined cash flow management, ensuring that no new debt is incurred and that Anguilla remains in full compliance with the Fiscal Responsibility Act throughout the period. This approach strikes the right balance, enabling us to move forward on essential development priorities while maintaining our reputation for sound financial stewardship and long-term sustainability. Madam Speaker, it is no small responsibility to lay this medium-term economic and fiscal plan before the House. And as Minister of Finance in my first year, I do so with a full understanding of the weight this moment carries. This plan is not business as usual. It is not simply a spreadsheet exercise. It is a bold, strategic statement that this government intends to manage this economy with discipline, ambition, and a long-term view. It signals to our people that we are serious about growth, serious about reform, and serious about results. We have been clear about the numbers. We are running modest deficits in the early years, but they are purposeful. These gaps are not the result of overspending or fiscal drift. They are the result of strategic investments in roads, schools, water infrastructure, technology, and national resilience. The things that will power future growth and improve the lives of every Anguillan. Even as we invest, we are staying within our fiscal rules, protecting our reserves, and charting a clear return to surplus by 2027. That is the hallmark of serious governance. A government that can walk and chew gum, investing and reforming while managing risk and staying the course. We are also signaling to our development partners and investors loud and clear that Anguilla is a safe pair of hands, that we will match their support with strong planning, clear rules, and credible delivery. This is how we build trust. This is how we unlock capital. This is how we move Anguilla forward. But above all, Madam Speaker, this plan is a promise to the people of Anguilla that we will not govern for applause or for convenience. We will govern for outcomes, for stability, for progress, for legacy. Because the future of this island must not rest on guesswork, handouts, or short-term fixes. It must rest on sound planning, smart investment, and the kind of economic management that stands the test of time. I commend the Medium-Term Economic and Fiscal Plan 2026-2028 to this Honorable House with pride in the work that has gone into it, confidence in the direction it sets, and complete conviction that Anguilla's best days are not behind us. They are ahead, and with this plan, we are stepping boldly into them. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, let me also place on record my sincere thanks to the technical team in the Ministry of Finance for all of their hard work, and for, in particular, PS of Finance, Mrs. Marissa Hodge. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It is ordered under Rule 28.3 that the paper, the MTEF Plan 2026 to 2028, do lie on the table. Please proceed with the order paper.
Reports from committees? Petitions? None. Government notices? None. Private members' notices?
I recognize the Honorable Member for Island Harbor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good morning to you. Good morning to the members, the staff, to those in the gallery, and to Anguillians here and abroad listening and watching. Madam Speaker, I'd like to rise to propose a motion for considering of the medium-term economic and fiscal plan at the next meeting of the House.
Honorable Member, which rule are you proposing under? You're proposing to move a motion on your feet. Which rule? Under which rule, Member?
Madam Speaker, to give notice that the motion, that we propose a motion for the consideration.
Rule 32?
Rule 32.
Okay.
Yes. Thank
Rule
you, Madam
32. No member shall ask a question or make a motion unless they shall have given notice in writing of such question or motion either at some previous sitting or to the clerk not less than 3 days prior to the hour of sitting of the assembly. Honorable Member, the paper was presented under Rule 28.3. And if you can have sight of Rule 28.3, all papers shall be ordered to lie on the table without question, and any motion for printing thereof shall be determined without an amendment or debate. So if it is that you're intending to propose a motion to debate it, I understand it has to be done within the confines of 32, which is in writing. So I do suggest that the notice be forwarded. Okay. Okay. Okay, Honorable Member, because you're moving the motion on your feet without notice at this stage, because I haven't seen it. I understand from the clerk that you intend to send it in writing. Under 35, it doesn't fall within under 35 as a motion that can be moved without notice. If you would permit me to look at your submitted notice when we take the recess, I can then rule on it when we resume. If that's fine. I understand that you want to debate it on Thursday. So I'll come back to you with a ruling on it. If Mr. Clark will remind me on the recess to look at the notice when you've sent it. Please proceed.
Motions? None. Personal explanations? None. Other business? Government business? A bill for Public Order Amendment Act 2025, first reading.
I call upon the Honorable Acting Attorney General to move a motion.
So shortly entitled, A Bill for Public Order Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time.
Is there a seconder?
I raise a second, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded that the Public Order Amendment Act 2025 be read a first time and tabled. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Order that the bill be read a first time and tabled. We have on the order paper the second reading. Mr. Clark will read into the record the first bill proposed by the Honorable Acting Attorney General.
An act to amend the Public Order Act to add provisions relating to carnival.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. Let's proceed with the second bill. If you will recall, on our last sitting, this was the bill that was read, the bill for the Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act, which we know by definition relates to the relief for public entertainment. I therefore invite the Honorable Premier to move the motion in respect of the second reading.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 be read a second time.
Is there a seconder?
Speaker, I rise the second.
It has been moved and seconded that the bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those against? This bill is quite short, and because of the scope being limited, I will propose that the debate in respect of it on the second reading would be confined to 45 minutes, which would be 5 minutes per person. Does anybody have any objection to debating the public entertainment bill within the scope of 45 minutes? Any objections? Do I take the silence as your consent? I therefore invite the Honorable Premier to advance the objects and reasons of the bill.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, as you would have mentioned, this bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment came to the House on the last occasion for first reading, and I would have given a preliminary indication as to the purpose of the bill. The act, Madam Speaker, is specifically in relation to the public entertainment and makes provision for public entertainment to be removed from the goods and services tax structure. And by way of background, public entertainers are Anguillians, and they typically would have brought artists, musicians, etc. from time to time, especially during Carnival to Anguilla. Many would hold public entertainment less than 3-4 times a year, but they nevertheless had to register for GST, the Goods and Services Tax, and file every single month. If they did not file, they were subjected to huge penalties per day. It is unreasonable and caused a chilling effect not only on public entertainers, but on the orange economy. And so this Anguilla United Front administration decided that we would include public entertainment in our GST reform. And this amendment represents that promise made to public entertainers. It is intended to encourage growth and development in the area of performing arts, increase public entertainment on Ireland, and simply to remove the stifling effect of GST on that sector of our economy. This amendment represents that promise made to public entertainers, and it is intended to encourage growth and development in the area of performing arts, increase public entertainment on Ireland, and simply to remove the stifling effect on that sector of our economy. Although we are also reforming the GST structure today, Madam Speaker, we also need to amend the existing GST structure to make provision for the fact that this relief to the public entertainment sector is made retroactive to the 1st of June 2025 to incorporate the pre-carnival activities. And so, Madam Speaker, in the transitional provisions, that's paragraph 10(3), it says, if on or after 1st of June 2025, a person charges GST on a supply that is exempt by virtue of this amendment, person shall commit an offense. Madam Speaker, in the circumstances, I commend this bill. Thank you.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any members that wish to debate the merits and principles of the Public Bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 in respect of public entertainers? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Valley North. I apologize, member. I understand that IT is having some challenges, so if we can stand down for 5 minutes to allow them time to resolve those.
One. Testing.
Thank you. Member, you may continue and just be mindful of the time. The clerk has indicated that you had 1 more minute. I've allocated 5 minutes on the commentary for this bill. Oh, okay. Do you propose to start over? Oh. Continue. Okay.
Thank you very much,
2 minutes.
Madam Speaker. For the purpose of those in the general public who were not hearing the mic during my presentation, I rise to stand in support of this adjustment to the GST legislation, as I think it's critically important for promoters, young Anguillan promoters, persons who've been involved in the orange economy and entertainment to have some of the needed relief that was necessary. I would have made an extensive statement on the 24th of May in support of this adjustment, and I wanted to read one additional statement supporting this change. Charging 13% on events in Anguilla is doing more harm than good. With our small population, most events barely break even. Many promoters operate at a loss, putting in their own money purely out of the love for the culture. Now imagine taking that loss and still having to pay 13% on all of the earnings to government. It's unsustainable. Events do more than entertain, they fuel the local economy. Makeup artists, hairstylists, lash techs, clothing stores, vendors, DJs, all earn from these events. They create jobs and keep the money circulating on island. Big tourism driving events like St. Kitts Music Festival, St. Lucia Jazz, or Dominica's Creole Fest didn't start big, they grew over time. But if we make it nearly impossible for local promoters to get started, how will Anguilla ever reach that level? We are making growth difficult. Supporting events is supporting our culture and small businesses and economic development. The 13% tax is holding us all back. I am proud to say that once this bill officially passed, Madam Speaker, that tax will no longer be holding back those entertainers. Thank you.
Thank you, member. Are there any other members that wish to present as it relates to this bill? And just to indicate, I recognize the Honorable Member Vanterpool. Just to indicate that Mr. Proctor does have the gavel and he will give indication when 1 minute is up and then when the 5 minutes has expired. Please proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I intend to be brief. Good morning to yourself, my honorable colleagues on both sides of the aisle, the House of Assembly staff, those who took the time out to join us today in the gallery, as well as all Anguillians who are listening near and far. Madam Speaker, as my colleague would have just mentioned, the promoters nowadays are thankful, grateful, and most of all, relieved. I think relief will be a theme that will run throughout the course of the day. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, that when we were doing our campaigning and canvassing and speaking to our constituents, they spoke of the frustrations, and who wasn't frustrated basically felt defeated. This is an opportunity to promote the culture in Anguilla, to allow persons that opportunity to host these events. As was mentioned before, the government would get their 13% whether or not that person sustained a loss or a profit. This now enables them to not only do more with their money, but as more people are encouraged to visit our island, as these events are to grow, government will still make its money from the accommodation sector, from the taxes going in and out, the ferry boat operators. The economic stimulation that will come from this is not only a form of relief, but is a form of investment in our local economy. So, Madam Speaker, I rise in support.
Thank you, member. I recognize the Honorable Member for West End.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and good morning to all. Madam Speaker, it's not just the promoters that are relieved, but it is organizations, the nonprofit organizations like the Western Community Improvement Club or the West Committee, who for over a period of time offer free entertainment, but as I say, nothing's free. And most of the time, Madam Speaker, persons would like to have artists from overseas. So I think the fact that 13% will be taken off when committees like the West End Community Improvement Club are looking to donors, persons to give some cash or help them to organize these events, it means that they too are relieved. So, Madam Speaker, naturally, I rise to support this. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. Are there any other contributions? The chair recognizes the honorable member for Road South.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I do not rise to oppose the amendment to remove GST on public entertainment. What I can say is that prior to the implementation of GST, there were two taxes that was levied on public entity promoters and public entertainment. That was a ticketing tax, and usually they will have to take their tickets and get them stamped. And then there was a entertainment tax, and those taxes were repealed and replaced with GST. And I think that this is welcome. But what I can say to Madam Speaker is that all of us in here, for the most part, goes to events in Anguilla and know all the promoters in Anguilla. And I can safely say that a lot of the events in Anguilla were canceled not because of the GST, but because of proliferation of gun-related crime on island. I've spoken to a lot of promoters in Anguilla, maybe all of them, and quite a few of them have canceled events because of the crime situation that prevailed in Anguilla. And this tax has been removed. And I know the member for Valley North said that there was a significant decrease in entertainment post GST. I don't know where that data is, and I would like to see that data to show what the number of events were prior to GST, maybe in 2 years prior to the implement. Well, you can't use 2 years prior to GST because we had COVID, and during COVID, there was no public entertainment as such, other than when we had a lockdown and persons were able to frolic freely. But the data to show what entertainment was prior to COVID and what entertainment was after the implementation of GST will really give us an indication of the level of business that prevailed during those particular periods. But I can safely say that unless and until we as a country can arrest the situation of gun-related crime in Anguilla, then public entertainment will continue to be challenged, and you will see events that are being advertised and canceled at the last minute, either because the promoters don't feel safe or the Royal Anguilla Police Force have advised that it be canceled, and this is indeed a fact. So, as I said before, I'm not rising to oppose this in any way, but just to lay some of the facts to the House and to the rest of the public. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. The chair recognizes the Honorable Island-wide member, Hodge.
Madam Speaker, good morning, and good morning to the House. Good morning to the members of the gallery, and good morning to the people of Anguilla in general. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act to remove GST from the entertainment sector. And Madam Speaker, it feels good to come to this honorable House after sitting and speaking and after having meetings after meetings with the promoters of Anguilla. And I can vividly recall, Madam Speaker, in 2024, myself and the honorable member for Valley South, Mr. Cardell Richardson, I remember us having a meeting in Sandy Ground at a local restaurant, Madam Speaker, where we met around a table with about 5 or 6 local promoters. And we sat not as members of the government at the time, we sat with them as concerned representatives of the people. We sat with them as members of a party vying for office, and we listened to the complaints. We listened to the struggles that they would have endured since the implementation of GST and roping in the entertainment sector into that structure. And Madam Speaker, we sat there thinking there must be a better way. Because for those promoters who for years been putting on shows, and I think one of them, this is their 10th year this year. But for most of those promoters, they have seen growth year after year after year. But the business of entertainment is not an easy one. So even though you're growing, there are stumbling blocks along the way. And for them, GST was a stumbling block for their sector. So, Madam Speaker, when you sit and when you speak and when you listen, you have no choice, Madam Speaker, but to bring those issues back to the office. And that is our function. That is our duty as parliamentarians, to find ways and means to resolve the many troubles and the many issues that our people face. Some of those promoters, Madam Speaker, would have told us how they stopped charging at the door because they don't want to be involved in the complexities of the structure, of the tax structure. So we sat and we decided that there must be a better way. And I am very happy that the Minister of Education would have taken this very seriously from the onset, and the Minister of Finance and Premier and the technical staff with their support. Because we got elected in February, end of February, and 3 months down the road would have been Carnival. And we are on the verge of having Carnival this week. As a matter of fact, the village is already open. So the minister's proactive ways and the Minister of Finance proactive ways in making sure that this is made retroactive to June 1st is a very good thing. That means a minute more? Okay. So, Madam Speaker, I rise to support this, and I rise to commend the team for sticking this one out and for making sure that this amendment came in the right time so that promoters now can go back to increasing their productions. Madam Speaker, I thank you.
Thank you, member. Does the mover, the Honorable Premier, wish to reply?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I will say that after today, and with the amendments made to the goods and services tax, the amendment to this GST tax will be no more. However, the main reason why this Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 is coming to the House today is to ensure that those persons, those public entertainers who would have engaged in pre-carnival activities, that they were not paying GST based on the communications, discussions, etc. with the government. And this bill is intended to make it retroactive so as to ensure that they do not run afoul of the law that was in place at that time. And so that is the main intent. But after today, Madam Speaker, this act as well will disappear. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, member. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 be read a second time. Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk to read the bill a second time.
An act to amend the Goods and Service Tax Act, revised statutes of Anguilla, Chapter G12.
Thank you, Mr. Clark. I now refer this bill to a committee of the whole to consider by clause. This House is in committee.
Clauses 1 through 11.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 11 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. Clauses 1 to 11 does stand part of the bill.
The title.
put the question that the title, A Bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025, be agreed. Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it.
The enacting clause.
I put the question that the enacting clause do stand part of the bill. Those in favor? Those against, say no. The ayes have it. This House now resumes its sitting. Honorable Premier, would you be so kind to report on the bill through committee?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to report the bill shortly entitled the Bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 has passed through committee without amendment and is ready for its third reading.
Thank you. I call upon the clerk.
Bill for Goods and Services Amendment Act 2025, third reading.
I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled the Bill for Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
It has been moved and seconded, members, that a bill shortly entitled the Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. All those in favor? Those against? I apologize. Was there a seconder for the third reading? Yes, Honorable Member Hodge.
Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. We didn't hear it, but on the record, it has been seconded by Mr. Hodge. So it has been moved and seconded that the bill shortly entitled A Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. All in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk.
An act to amend the Goods and Service Tax Act, revised statutes of Anguilla, Chapter G12.
It is hereby ordered that the bill be now passed and the title declared to be a Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025. Before the clerk goes to item C on the order paper and item D, the members will have regard that these are quite substantial bills for debate. Before we move into that part of the order paper, I did want to put on record that on the break, I was able to confer with the Honorable Leader of the Opposition and the clerk in respect of the notice that he intends to make. And what I can confirm, and the Honorable Leader will confirm my understanding, is that he intends to make a motion on the next sitting, which is on Thursday, the 31st. That motion, based on his notice that we've now received, is such that the members debate the MTEF plan 2026 to 2028. Is that correct, Honorable Member? What I've indicated to the Honorable Leader is that, by his own admission, the debates for the next 2 days are going to be quite substantial, and given the law of diseconomies of scale and diminishing returns, I'm not certain if we should entertain the scheduling of that as yet until we progress through the day. And I think we've agreed that we would see how today progresses, see how perhaps tomorrow progresses, and then the Honorable Leader will make a determination on his motion and the scheduling of the debate of that paper. Is that correct? Okay, so we will confer on that. Would the members wish for a recess before we start, or can we proceed with the order paper? Everyone's comfortable? Let's proceed, Mr. Proctor. Item C.
A bill for General Services Tax Act 2025, first reading.
I call upon the Honorable Premier to move a motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for General Services Tax Act 2025 be read a first time.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled A Bill for General Services Tax Act 2025 be read a first time and tabled. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. Order that the bill be read a first time and tabled.
An act to provide for the imposition and collection of general services tax.
I ask the clerk to read the next bill with respect to D1.
A bill for Goods Tax Act 2025, first reading.
I call upon the Honorable Premier to move a motion.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Goods Tax Act 2025 be read a first time.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
Thank you, member. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Goods Tax Act 2025 be read a first time and tabled. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. I didn't, who's no, if you want to register it? All three? I heard no, but I wasn't looking. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Okay, so the record would reflect that the opposition members are opposed to the second reading. Okay. Okay. So it has been moved and seconded. The vote is in favor of those that expressed aye by majority. I call upon the clerk to read the bill.
An act to provide for the imposition of goods tax and to provide for matters incidental thereto or connected therewith.
Thank you. We were at first readings. Okay. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I beg leave to move a motion to suspend Rule 44 to allow for more than 2 readings of a bill in one sitting. And by way of...
Proceed.
Thank you. By way of explanation, Madam Speaker, we are asking to suspend the rule to allow for 3 readings of the Bill for General Services Tax Act and the Bill for Goods Tax Act to be read and debated today. And the reason for that, Madam Speaker, is because this government, this administration, has committed to providing relief to the people of Anguilla by the 1st of August 2025 as a result of the GST relief, which will be brought forward through both of these bills. And Madam Speaker, these are not taxes being imposed on the people of Anguilla. These are bills representing relief to the people of Anguilla. So as opposed to imposing harm, this is intended to provide good. And so, Madam Speaker, in those circumstances, I am requesting that the Rule 44 be suspended to allow for the second and third readings to be addressed and debated in this honorable House today. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I rise to second, Madam Speaker.
It has been moved and seconded by the Honorable Premier that Rule 44 be applied, wherein the rules be suspended to permit the second and third readings of a bill for GST, General Services Tax Act 2025, and a bill for Goods Tax Act 2025. I put the question that the members vote in respect of this motion. Those in favor of suspension of the rules say aye. Those opposed say no? No. Okay. And it's a resounding no. Would the Honorable Leader of Opposition wish to speak to the point?
Certainly, Madam Speaker, and thank you for the opportunity. Madam Speaker, the General Services Tax Act and the Goods Tax Act were essentially, we received the bills on Thursday, just a few days ago. We were invited to a consultation meeting that same Thursday with Inland Revenue Controller and the tax consultants, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, during that consultation, we realized that there are several issues And as just stated a few minutes ago by the leader of government business, the Honorable Premier, that this represents significant tax reform. Madam Speaker, significant tax reform that is coming upon the people and businesses of Anguilla should have had more public consultation. There has been no public consultation, Madam Speaker, for these two bills in the current form. And the AUF GST tax relief, which was presented in summer of 2024, Madam Speaker, was ventilated in the gallery of this House, and we do know that led to the technocrats putting forward information that these were not sustainable, not reasonable. Also, Madam Speaker, on the radio, in the press conference last Monday, and also on several radio interviews this past week, the Single Island Wide Member Minister, Kyle Hodge, has made statements which has put further confusion in the minds of the businesses and the people of Anguilla that this intended relief will not happen. And Madam Speaker, I have asked by letter to the Honorable Premier to delay the second and third reading until there's further and more robust public consultation so that the public can understand the implications, the impact of these two bills, and be able to participate in discussion. That has not been done, Madam Speaker. And I think that it's unconscionable that these two bills will have second and third readings today when they have just been presented to us, and also the public has not had a chance to voice their concerns. And business persons, as stakeholders who had meetings with the administration and the tax consultants, have put in social media, Madam Speaker, their concerns that these two bills will increase the cost of living rather than giving relief. Madam Speaker, I did receive a letter today from the penned yesterday, but I saw it this morning, from the leader of government business in response to my letter stating that should move ahead with the second and third reading and debate of this bill. I think, Madam Speaker, that does injustice to the people of Anguilla. When the GST Act was brought to the House for first reading in March of 2021, the second and third reading came in June of 2021, Madam Speaker, actually July of 2021, and then it's to be implemented 1 year later, the 1st of July 2022. It is proposed that these two bills, Madam Speaker, if passed in this House, will come into effect just a few days from now on the 1st of August. Madam Speaker, I think that it would do justice to the people of Anguilla to delay these two readings until the readings of these two bills until the public has had more time to understand, to know what the implications are, to be able to meet the government and the tax consultants and have discussion. We know what happened during the previous GST Act, which is now currently, and how much discussion there was and how contentious the discussions can be as persons try to understand the impact it will have on their lives in this country of ours. Madam Speaker, we know what happened when the Banking Act of 2015 was brought to this House. And there was no plan for public consultation, Madam Speaker. The door of this honorable House was broken down, Madam Speaker, and persons protested. I would hate to see a similar occurrence happen, Madam Speaker, when these two bills are forced upon the people of Anguilla, and we have been complicit in allowing that to happen. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Does the Honorable Premier wish to respond?
Yes, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I must admit my disappointment that the members of the opposition have objected to bringing this relief to the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. In terms of the stakeholder consultations, I believe that the list of consultations who have been sent to you, Madam Speaker, and to the clerk previously outlining the extent of public consultations which will have taken place in relation to this matter over the last couple of weeks. And Madam Speaker, we would have met with promoters of public entertainment, grocery stores, restaurants, manufacturing, wholesale and retail, car rentals, IRD staff, the key government senior officials, customs brokers, customs staff, tourism services provider, customs staff, providers of public utilities. Anguilla Chamber of Commerce was invited but were not able to attend, but we are in the process of still meeting with them. Anguilla Tourist Board, Real Estate Association, training for trainers, opposition services providers. And Madam Speaker, even beyond these consultations, the members themselves were out and about meeting with the various businesses. They would have gone to the businesses themselves, spoken with them. We all would have communicated with various businesses, various individuals to ensure that they understood the nature of the relief that we were providing, answer any concerns that they had. And this was feet on the ground, Madam Speaker. This wasn't simply relying on these series of consultations that took place. But Madam Speaker, I want to go back to August of 2024, when the Anguilla United Front would have released its GST relief plan, which is the relief plan which we have before the House today. And that relief plan, from as far back as 2024, was released after having extensive consultations with the business sector, with communities, with individuals. And we ensured that as much as possible, we listened and we heard all of the concerns and the issues that people had, and particularly as it related to the impact and the negative impact of the GST on their homes, on their businesses, and on their personal lives. Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front listened. Elected. We fulfilled the promise to the people of Anguilla. I am not sure who the leader of the opposition is speaking on behalf of, because the people, the numerous persons across the length and breadth of Anguilla whom we have spoke to, are in favor of receiving this relief. The taxes that the government is giving up, 46 million, is being given back to the people of Anguilla. We are empowering our people. We are ensuring that they continue to have spending power once again.
Honorable Premier,
sorry,
it seems as if you're venturing into debate.
Sorry,
but I do
Speaker,
take the point that you've responded by letter, as I understand.
If I could read the letter, Madam Speaker, I'll just limit myself to reading the letter in response, because the leader of the opposition will have raised it. And this is a response. I do apologize. The email from the letter received from Dr. Webster was received on Friday, and I traveled on Friday. And so when I was unable to respond, I returned on Sunday, and last night I would have been able to access his email and respond. The Honorable Dr. Webster, I acknowledge receipt of your email dated Friday, 25th July 2025, and I thank you for your continued engagement on this important matter. I note your request for a delay in the second and third readings of the GST bills to allow for what you describe as quote-unquote more robust consultation. However, after careful consideration, I must respectfully convey that such a delay is neither necessary nor advisable at this juncture. As you will recall, the GST bills currently before the House of Assembly are a direct outgrowth of the Anguilla United Front's GST relief plan, launched on the 26th of August 2024, nearly 1 year ago. This plan proposed the removal of key sectors, namely retail, wholesale, manufacturing, and restaurants, from the GST net. The central aim was to alleviate cost of living pressures, enhance consumer spending power, and stimulate broad-based economic activity. Prior to the release of this plan, the AUF established a GST committee made up of experienced professionals. The committee facilitated wide-ranging discussions with a broad cross-section of the public, including ordinary citizens, business owners, and sectoral representatives, such as those in tourism and commerce. A public survey was also conducted, which confirmed strong support for reforming the previous GST framework. The content of the current bills accurately reflects this plan. Moreover, over the past several weeks, further consultations have been undertaken with multiple stakeholder groups, your own party included. Members of the government have engaged the public through radio appearances, government press briefings, and direct outreach to businesses and residents across the island. We do not consider the reading and passage of the bills as the end of the dialogue. On the contrary, engagement and public education will continue as the implementation moves forward, ensuring that all Anguillians understand the steps being taken to combat inflation, support food security, and boost economic momentum. It is important to underscore that many individuals and businesses are already making decisions and financial plans based on the expected changes taking effect from the 1st of August. From construction materials and vehicle purchases to everyday consumer goods, the anticipation of relief is real and widespread. Delaying the readings now would not only disrupt that momentum, but risk undermining public confidence and economic readiness. For these reasons, and in keeping with the responsible stewardship of the legislative timetable, I must respectfully inform you that we will proceed with the scheduled readings of the GST bills. Thank you, Madam Speaker. And so with that, I would say that I oppose the request by the Leader of the Opposition to delay the readings of the second and third of the bills. Madam Speaker, thank you.
Honorable members, I don't believe that the, was it your, no, it was the Premier's motion. So she's responded to your objection to it. So I will put the question. There's a motion on the floor that the rules be suspended pursuant to Rule 44 to permit the second and third readings of the two bills that are on the order paper, the General Services Tax Act and the Goods Tax Act. I put the question. Those in favor, say aye. Those opposed, say no. The ayes have it. We shall proceed. Order paper item C2. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move a motion that the bills shortly entitled the Bill for General Services Tax Act 2025 and the Bill for Goods Tax Act 2025 be read and debated concurrently. Madam Speaker, if I may be allowed to give an explanation. The Goods Tax Act and the General Services Tax Act originated out of the Goods and Services Tax Act, and in the circumstances, it is expedient for the parties to debate the bill at the same time. I believe, Madam Speaker, you have already made mention of that.
Yes, if the Honorable Premier would move the motion that they be read a second time, and then I will give my commentary on the proposal to consolidate the debate as well. So if we could have a move to have them read a second time and a seconder, just for the record.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the motion, the bills, Madam Speaker, is that the bills shortly entitled a Bill for General Services Tax Act and the Bill for the Goods Tax Act be read and debated concurrently.
And read a second time.
And be read a second time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
A seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
I do take the position that these bills touch and concern the same subject matter. And I've been conscious that the Honorable Leader had indicated to the clerk last week that there was some concern on the opposition side with respect to proposing timelines. And I do know my very good friend from Road North, we debate timelines quite a bit. And I am fixing my view about timelines. I've come from a region where we debate within an hour on very voluminous things, and I don't expect to be seen to be curtailing anybody's democracy. I'm not curtailing anybody's freedom of expression, but we must be conscious that there are 11 members. Everyone has something to debate. And for these bills, I've looked at them with the clerk, and we have agreed, given the time that we have over the next 2 days, to allocate 17 3/4 of an hour. So almost 18 hours would be allocated to the debate of these two bills. Now, I'm also conscious of my latitude under Rule 64, and I know it is a rule. I didn't make the rules. These are rules that this House in a previous constitution passed. Rule 64, before and when a member rises to move a question which stands in their name, the Speaker, with the consent of the majority of the Assembly, may fix the total time to be occupied in the debate thereon. So you will note my preempting when I spoke of the Honorable Leader of Opposition's intention to debate another motion, why I was a bit concerned, because I think it's from the opposition side that they would crave more time than the 18 hours that I've allocated. It is not possible to do so, and I think when we look at an equitable distribution of time, it means that each member would have about an hour an hour to speak, with room to extend to 30 minutes additional where absolutely necessary. And I think if we confine ourselves to the rules that require us to be relevant and confine ourselves to the rule that requires us to debate the bills on the floor, we may not necessarily have difficulty with the allocated time. So I don't expect that I'll have consent, but I will put it out to see if there is consent. Does anybody object to my exercise of discretion to allocate 17.45 hours for the debate of these two bills at the second reading? Are there any objections? Yes, there are objections. If I can invite the Honorable Leader of Opposition to indicate. Is it with the Leader of Opposition, though? To deal with the to read and debate concurrently. Okay. I'm guided, Mr. Proctor. In terms of making sure the record is orderly, Mr. Proctor has suggested that we deal with the motion to debate them concurrently first. So there is a motion that was moved and seconded that the debate of these two bills be dealt with concurrently. I think Mr. Hart, you seconded it? Yes. I put the question that the two bills be read and debated concurrently, the General Services Tax Act 2025 and the Goods and Tax Act 2025. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those against say no. No. Okay. The opposition objects to debating and reading the bills concurrently. Is that what you're objecting to? Okay. So I'm going to now invite the Honorable Leader just to indicate the objection you've taken to the allocated time.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I stand by my previous statement that these two bills will have a significant impact on the people of Anguilla, but also these are significant tax reforms. And I think that, especially as opposition, that listen to the people, to the business persons, we have an obligation to be able to voice the concerns and to look at the bills and be able to flush out the areas that are of significant concern to the people. Madam Speaker, when the AUF GST relief plan was released in August of 2024, it was stated specifically that they would remove GST from 4 sectors.
Honorable Member, I'm not interested in the debate of the points. I'm just interested in your objection to the allocated 18 hours. Is it that the opposition's position is that it's not a reasonable time frame to deal with the two bills? 18 hours?
Well, we do not believe in time limits, Madam Speaker.
No. I know you don't believe in time limits,
yes,
but the rules allow me to set time limits. We can't talk for 5 days. So if we are setting time limits, would 18 hours be sufficient in terms of 2 days of debate on the two bills?
Madam Speaker, with all due respect, I don't think that we should set a specific chunk of time for the debates, because I think that it is possible that all of us may want to talk for 2 or 3 hours, Madam Speaker, and we should be allowed that deference, because these are two important bills that will significantly impact the lives and the cost of living in Anguilla for years to come, unless they are repealed or amended. And so, Madam Speaker, I think that it should be open, and I think those members that want to speak for an hour can speak for an hour, and those who want to speak for longer should be allowed that time. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
So I take it that I do not have consent under 664, so I will put the question so that there's a vote by the...
Is it possible for me to request some clarity, Madam Speaker,
Sure.
on the time limits?
Sure.
Are you indicating that 1 hour is going to be given, and then you can have the additional 30 minutes? Would you be able to yield time in what you're proposing, or no?
In what I'm proposing?
Yes.
Yield time
to other members.
To other members?
If you have not utilized your time.
I think so. I think so.
Is that
I don't
what you're
think.
proposing?
Yeah, I don't think that would be disorderly, because I recognize that not everybody is here and that there will be some flexibility in terms of yielding time. But maybe it's something that we could take. Maybe we should stand down for a few minutes so that we are orderly in how we do it. I recognize the concern that there is. Honorable Leader for the opposition, it's not going to be open. It's not going to be open, and it's not going to be without time limits. It is going to be reasonable, but I recognize there is a question about yielding, and I think that it might be appropriate for us to take a quick recess just so I can confer with the clerk, and then he will inform you on how we will proceed. Let's rise. Resumes its sitting. Please be seated. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to move that the bills shortly entitled the Bill for General Services Tax Act 2025, a Bill for Goods Tax Act 2025, be read a second time.
Seconder.
Madam Speaker, I rise to second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill, General Services Tax Act 2025, and a bill for Goods Tax Act 2025 be read a second time. Before the Honorable Premier proceeds, I wish to confirm that during the break, we were able to make good progress with consultation between both leaders, and I commend them for their maturity and responsibility in the conversation about allocation of time. While it wasn't entirely embraced, I think we've come to a consensus that for the purposes of this debate, each member will be allowed 2 hours to present their debate, with the mover 2 hours to reply. The clerk will indicate when there's 30 minutes before the expiration of that time, and then the gavel will also indicate when the time expires. So I thank the leaders for your consensus, and now we may proceed. I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, I rise in relation to the Bill for General Services Tax Act 2025, and I propose to read the objects and reasons of both that act as well as the Goods Tax Act. In relation to the General Services Tax Act 2025, the bill seeks to legislate the imposition of a General Services Tax, GST, Act in Anguilla. The GST is part of the restructuring of the Goods and Services Tax, primarily aimed at providing relief to the citizens and residents of Anguilla. The GST will be applied exclusively to a wide range of taxable services and is expected to provide a reliable revenue stream for the government of Anguilla to support public expenditure, including funding essential public services. Part 1, the preliminary. This part includes definitions of certain terms and describes what a supply is and what a taxable activity is. The definition of appealable decision contains a list of sections referring to such decisions. Part 2, authority to administer. This part explains the authority under which the comptroller administers GST and the matter of confidentiality in respect of handling taxpayer information. Part 3, imposition of tax on persons liable. This part explains what GST is imposed on, that is, services and the persons liable to pay it. Part 4, registration. This part describes the term taxable person and outlines the process of registering and canceling registration for GST. Part 5, rules relating to supplies. This part explains supply in terms of its timing, its place, and its value. It also introduces the zero rating and exempt supplies categories detailed in Schedules 1 and 2 of the Act. Part 6, imports. This part provides an explanation of imports in respect to their timing and their value. Imports are exempt and how GST is declared and paid on import of services. Part 7, calculation of tax payable. This part describes how GST is calculated, including GST due on sales and GST allowable and not allowable on purchases, and apportionment of tax allowable on purchases where taxable and exempt supplies are provided. It also explains how post-sale and bad debt adjustments are made, how interest is applied to unpaid tax, and the documentation required as evidence of a supply, that is, a tax invoice, sales receipt, tax credit note, and tax debit note. Part 8, tax administration provisions. This part describes the tax period and outlines the practice of filing a return by its due date, requesting an extension to the filing time, and when and how assessments are raised. Part 9, refund of tax and tax relief. This part explains how an excess credit in a tax period is carried forward and offset against GST payable, if any, for 3 consecutive months. It explains that a refund results if the excess credit is not fully utilized during the carry forward period. This part also outlines the process of applying for a refund and circumstances when a refund may be paid earlier than 3 months and when interest on refunds applies. Part 10, objections and appeals. This part outlines the procedures, including time limits and advance payment requirement for objecting to an officer's decision. It describes objecting to the controller of IRD and advancing an objection through the appeal process to the appeals tribunal and on to the High Court. It describes the burden of proof required by the objector in relation to the decision made. Part 11, payment, collection, and recovery. This part describes when payments are due, how they are allocated to penalty, interest, and tax due. It provides explanations of payment of a debt and recovery processes that can be employed when a debt is not paid. It describes debt recovery in situations when debtors are leaving the country. It explains that tax can be recovered from a tax debtor's supplier or from a third party. It further explains when security may be required by the control of IRD. Part 12, representatives and special cases of taxable persons. This part describes how GST applies to representatives acting for a legal entity and the appointment of agents. It describes the nature of branches and the responsibilities of individuals as partners towards GST liability. It also explains GST status of an estate of a taxable person in the event of the death or sequestration and of trustees. Part 13, records and investigation powers. This part describes what accounting records are, what must be kept, and for how long. It explains how an authorized officer has powers to enter premises to gain access to records and evidence that may be material to a person's liability to GST payable. It outlines the actions a controller may undertake where there is evidence of that an offense has been committed. It explains that where necessary, records must be translated into English at the person's own expense, and when the controller may require whether or not a taxable person to furnish information or evidence in connection with a suspected GST infraction. Part 14, offenses and penalties. Division 1, criminal offenses. This part describes the power vested in the control of IRD to institute criminal charges. It outlines the situations where a criminal offense may occur, the penalty applicable, and the time limit for commencing proceedings. Example of offenses are failing to apply for GST registration, making a false claim to GST refund, and failing to file a GST return. It also explains that offenses may be compounded by the controller, subject to the approval of the minister. Division 2, civil penalties. This part explains the civil penalty measures with the understanding these will be applied wherever possible before applying criminal measures. It outlines the situations where an offense can be subject to civil penalty, with examples being failure to apply for registration, failure to pay GST due, and temporary closure of business premises. Part 15, miscellaneous. This part provides explanations on the application of various measures, including, for example, those pertaining to a tax identification number, forms and notices and the serving of notices, variations in rates, increasing and decreasing the GST rate, regulations applied, transitional arrangements, and the repeal of the Goods and Services Tax Act. Schedule 1, zero-rated supplies. This schedule describes goods and services that are taxable at zero rate of GST. Example of zero-rated supplies are export of goods and services and electricity supplied by Anguilla to a domestic meter of up to 130 kilowatt hours per month. Schedule 2, exempt supplies. This schedule defines certain terms relating to exempt supplies and sets out the supplies of goods and services that are exempt from GST. Examples of exempt supplies are financial and insurance services, specified education and medical services, long-term accommodation, and supply of vacant land. Schedule 3, tax invoices and sales receipts. This schedule sets out the particulars of a tax invoice, sales receipt, credit note, and debit note. Schedule 4, interest rates. This schedule sets out the interest rates applicable in certain situations, such as failing to pay GST due and late payment of refund by the IRD. And Madam Speaker, it's important for the public to be aware that the GST being made reference to in this bill is now the General Services Tax Act, the GST, and not Goods and Services Tax Act. Madam Speaker, in terms of the Goods Tax Act, I'll now read the objects and reasons. The Goods Tax Act 2025 the bill is for the imposition of goods tax and seeks inter alia to adhere to the decision of the Executive Council for adjustments to be made to the Goods and Services Tax Act, which was implemented in Anguilla on the 1st day of July 2022. The main objectives of the government in restructuring the goods and services tax are to A, reduce inflation, B, provide food security for the citizens and residents of Anguilla, C, increase consumer purchasing power, and D, stimulate economic growth. When the Goods Tax Act is enacted and takes effect, there will be no GST on imported goods. The applicable good tax rates are incorporated in the Integrated Customs Tariff by an amendment to the first schedule to the Integrated Customs Tariff Regulations number 5 of 1991 and will be configured into the ASICUDA system. Clause 1 defines the term CIF value and home use. Clause 2 makes provision for the imposition of the goods tax. Clause 3 stipulates that the applicable rate is to be found in the column entitled Goods Tax in the Integrated Customs Tariff. Clause 4 makes provision for the Governing Council to remove or vary the rate of tax. Clause 5 makes provision for the House of Assembly to reduce or exempt the tax on goods imported by a specified person by resolution. Clause 6 makes provision for the Governor in Council to make regulations under the Act. And Clause 7 provides the citation and commencement. Now, Madam Speaker, the tax change will result in a reduced revenue by about $46 million. And you would have heard me speak of that in terms of the medium-term economic fiscal plan presentation that I made this morning. This tax reduction is the government giving back money to consumers, back to the people of Anguilla. And the idea is that by reducing the tax and the extent of the high tax on the people of Anguilla, businesses will be able to reduce their costs and be able to pass on those cost savings to the ultimate consumer. As I mentioned, it is intended to increase the consumer's purchasing power, which means that the average person, the average man and woman going to the store, securing various goods, will be able to spend for less and obtain those goods for less. There have been some questions raised in terms of the public debt and other concerns, and I want to assure the general public, as would have been alluded to in the medium-term economic fiscal plan and the presentation that I just made as well, that the public debt will continue to decrease, and that the public debt has followed a repayment plan from inception. And so it is the normal paying down of the public debt that existed prior to this administration, prior to the previous administration. And this payment of the public debt, the pay down, continues to take place. So for instance, in 2021, the public debt stood at $447.73 million. In 2022, it was $409.86 million. 2023, $371.03 million. And 2024, $332.14 million. For 2025, the debt stock as at February 2025 was $326.64 million. And you would recall, Madam Speaker, that general elections took place in February of 2025. The debt stock as at April 2025 stood at $317.08 million. And the debt stock as at June 2025 stood at $312.99 million. And so, Madam Speaker, there is no impact on the public debt being paid down. All of government obligations will continue to be paid. All of the programs and the services provided by the government continues to be maintained, and there is certainly no impact whatsoever in terms of this reduction on GST and giving it back to the people impacting government services. And Madam Speaker, if you listened to my statement on the medium-term economic and fiscal plan and heard of our plan for the next 3 years, it is clear that our GST relief allows us to take care of our people while continuing to pay down the national debt, meet the UK benchmarks, and to provide for the necessary infrastructural and other projects needed for the people of Anguilla and for this country. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. I now open the floor for debate, and I just ask members to be mindful of the position that we have taken with respect to time allocations and the position that we've taken with respect to a concurrent debate on both bills. So I open the floor for debate. The chair recognizes the Honorable Member for Road North.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Still morning. So good morning to everyone listening. Good morning to everyone who has joined us here today. It's always nice to see smiling faces joining us. It gets lonely in here sometimes. Madam Speaker, during the break, I was letting the young ones know how familiar I am with the current music trends. And these recent events that has been happening in terms of where we were supposed to be last Tuesday, because house was scheduled for last Tuesday, it had me feeling like I should be singing one of those popular songs, you know, backward, forward, spin, rotate, because that's what it actually felt like for the last few weeks, Madam Speaker. You're preparing for house for Tuesday, no house. You're preparing for house for Friday, no house. Then you hear a radio announcement, Madam Speaker. The bill has finally gone to Executive Council on Thursday. Then there's first, second, third readings of such two bills today. So that's Thursday. Then Thursday, Madam Speaker, we had consultations. Friday afternoon at 5:45, we received the bill in our email, Madam Speaker. So we, the loyal opposition members, basically had Friday, Saturday, Sunday, Monday, to read through these two pieces of legislation. Process a 2.5-hour meeting with the consultants, and prepare reasonable debates for this house. And sorry, Madam Speaker.
I apologize, Member Hodge. You know better.
Well,
Proceed.
that's my very good friend, Madam Speaker.
Yeah, but you know the environment that we're going to be operating in now. Please proceed.
Yes, it's nothing but love, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, while we're talking about rules, just permit me, these are just my cards to refer to. I won't be reading my debate. I will just be referring from these cards from time to time, so I don't lose my train of thought. So like I was saying, Madam Speaker, we were backward, forward, spin, rotate. That's how it felt the last few weeks, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, we've had our discussions on how I felt about time limits. And the listening public can be reassured, I won't even use nowhere close to my 2 hours. But to think, Madam Speaker, that for the last few weeks, the general public, I'm not talking to sectors, because the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill, she has read out all the sectors that they met and discussed this bill with, Madam Speaker. It would have been interesting to know whether at these meetings there was one person, two persons. That would have been interesting to know. It would have been interesting to know how engaged these sectors were, Madam Speaker. Because, Madam Speaker, to me, changing the landscape of the tax structure in Anguilla and giving these two bills to read over the weekend. And I actually Madam Speaker, my time was cut short because I wanted to go and support the young people at the Junior Calypso show and the Soca Rave. So I took time out of my schedule, Madam Speaker, from reading these bills and preparing to support the young people of Anguilla. So maybe I just had Friday, Saturday, Monday. But bills of these nature, Madam Speaker, in our time in office, have always had public consultation, Madam Speaker. And even though every single bill that we've brought to this house have had public consultation. I have sat many times, and I'll admit, Madam Speaker, sometimes it was just me, one other person, and the members of whichever, the PS and whoever presenting, but they were all live. Now, this bill supposed to be for the common man, for the people that they're supposed to be putting first. And the common man has no idea what's in this bill, Madam Speaker. The persons who this bill is supposed to be representing have no idea what's in this bill. That to me is concern, Madam Speaker. That to me said we should have at least come to the public, and yes, all these consultations were held in private because none of them were live, at least that I was aware of. None of them was live. And these bills are supposed to be for the common man. Contrary, Madam Speaker, when we introduced the GST bill, the bill came to the House in March of 2021. Then in April of 2021, taking the concerns of the public, Madam Speaker, we formed a select committee of this House. The first of its kind, Madam Speaker. The first of its kind. And yours truly, the silent one, had the pleasure of chairing that committee, Madam Speaker. My good friend who just interrupted me a while ago, he was a member of that committee, Madam Speaker. And he can back up, Madam Speaker, that those meetings were intense, Madam Speaker. The meetings that were held back there in the conference room, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, when we had those hearings, we did not just invite persons who were flag-waving, card-carrying members of the APM administration. We invited cross-section of the community, Madam Speaker. Persons who were very critical of the bill, Madam Speaker. Because we felt that we had to get everybody on, not necessarily on board, because we knew they weren't going to be on board, but at least the general public and everyone who was listening understood the bill. Madam Speaker, if we walk outside that door and we ask 5 people anything about this bill, the first 5 we meet, I'll bet all of Hayden's money. I'll bet all of Hayden's money, I'll bet all of the member for Road South money that none of the 5 know anything in this bill, Madam Speaker. And then, Madam Speaker, to be limited in time, because if we look across the aisle, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 7 members who have 7 hours. And they have been talking about this bill for length. So they have, we're 2 hours now. So there's 14 hours to reiterate to the public all that they have seen good with the bill, Madam Speaker. Because nobody on that side of the aisle is going to tell you what else is in the bill, Madam Speaker. But we, the loyal opposition, just have 6 hours as opposed to their 14 hours. And I'm not complaining about that, Madam Speaker, in time of the time discrepancy, because they, rightfully as the leader of government business said, the public, the Anguilla public decided that they should be the ones running this country. But I have an issue with it, Madam Speaker, because Joe Blow, Joe Smo, and all the other regular Joes have no idea what's in this bill, Madam Speaker. And we do, because people come up to us on a daily basis asking, is this true about this bill? Is this true about that bill? I sent a voice note to quite a few persons where I'll answer you after the consultations, because I didn't want to be out here sending out false information to persons. Yes, I saw what was on social media. Yes, I heard all the backlash. But until I heard for myself and I could have asked all the necessary questions, Madam Speaker, I choose to stay away. And I was saying, Madam Speaker, we came to the House, we laid the motion to form the select committee in April of 2021, and then we laid our report A report that's still accessible, Madam Speaker, if anyone want to come to go and doubt what I'm saying, it's still very much accessible. We laid that motion in this honorable house in July of 2021, Madam Speaker. So we're talking April, May, June, July. Well, not quite May, because we had a lockdown somewhere in that period that pushed us back a bit. We did have a lockdown period. So, Madam Speaker, we consulted with many persons in the back. We consulted with many persons out here. Persons were able to follow. And we had the PS, the Director for Inland Revenue, Customs. We had everybody, Madam Speaker, because we knew one way or the other, the bill was going to change the landscape of Anguilla. And it did. And it did. So, fast forward now to today, Madam Speaker, where this bill is again going to supposedly change the landscape of Anguilla. And it went to Executive Council on Thursday. Passed Executive Council on Thursday. I feel for those drafters, because they had to be up all night trying to get us to the House on time. Passed Executive Council on Thursday. And I want people to understand this timeline, because this has to be a record. And we are here Tuesday morning, 9 a.m., to debate the bill. The bills, 2 new brand bills, Madam Speaker. We are here Tuesday morning. And my question is the regular Joe Smo, Joe Blow, regular Joe on the street comfortable with that? So the supermarkets, the restaurant owners, and whoever else, they have heard what's going to happen in-house. Because nothing was out on the public. No discussions were made public. But the regular man who is supposed to benefit, haven't heard anything. And Madam Speaker, it wasn't easy with us when we had our select committee, you know. Because when we sent that letter down to Old Tag, me, again, the silent one, was summoned to Old Tag. Were you all trying to hold this bill up? This has already been signed on to. This has already been agreed to. This was already agreed to on the 10th of June, 2021. And we all know that was prior to elections. That's what I was told at Old Tap, Madam Speaker. This is agreed to. And we understood. We understood why the bill was agreed to. There was significant shortfalls. There was the CDB loan. And government was having a hard time meeting all their gaps, Madam Speaker. A very hard time meeting all their gaps. $22 million is nothing to sneeze at. It was even mentioned in this House previously that we should have stuck at the $22 million. And I'll get to that in a minute. So consider that my preamble, Madam Speaker. So I'll get to where we met the country. Madam Speaker, when we came in the office in 2020, and the honorable member for Island Harbor, I don't know if he'll touch, but I feel he should go into a little bit of detail when he comes, being the former Minister of Finance. Because you're coming in fresh out of the campaign. You fill yourself with coffee because you're hyped to get ready to run this country. And you're told you're $0 to run the country, Madam Speaker. And add to that, government is continuous. You have to accept all these that has been signed on in the MOU on 10th of June 2020, days before the election, Madam Speaker. So you had the commitments to the Foreign and Commonwealth Office. You had the CDB loan, Madam Speaker, that we could not draw down on unless we put the GST bill into place. And also we were just coming out of, well, we were still in the middle of COVID, and that was $20 million, Madam Speaker, that was supposed to help fill that gap. Talk about pressure. And I remember one of the members on the then opposition side saying, hey, y'all couldn't negotiate. But you can't negotiate, Madam Speaker, between a rock and a hard place. You can't negotiate when every foot is on your throat. You can't negotiate, Madam Speaker, when you're being told cut public servant salaries by 5%, when the public service was carrying the country at that point in time. But we pushed back on those things, Madam Speaker. Members of the then opposition said, cut the public servant salaries. Cut the public servant salaries, and then turn around when they're on the other side saying, why y'all wait till 2024 to reinstate the cuts? Gabby, if you're listening, make it make sense. Madam Speaker, I've often said, I love being a parliamentarian. Love it. The politician part of it, not so much. Because politicians seem to have very, very short memories. Very short memories. Cut the public servants' salaries in 2021, in 2025. Why it takes so long? Madam Speaker, reality. Reality. Madam Speaker, at that point in time, scholarships were cut. They were proposed to cut the public servant salaries. They had already were far advanced. Maybe we need to say thank God for Hurricane Irma, but they were far advanced and getting ready to sell government shares in Anguilla. This is the measures they were taking, Madam Speaker, to meet budgetary shortfalls. And one that is dear to my heart, or far from my heart, or hot in my heart, depends on how you look at it. Again, sign a few more days before the elections of 2020 to meet their budgetary shortfalls. The plan was to put a marina in Sandy Ground, Madam Speaker, that no resident of Sandy Ground knew about until we came in office and was told, hey, we got a meeting for the Sandy Ground Marina. Said, Dr. Webster, you know he's until the Sandy Ground people know marina. Dr. Webster said, yeah, but check this file. Here work. Definitive agreement on our backside. Definitive agreement signed by the former AUF administration to put a marina in Sandy Ground in not one second of consultation. People of Anguilla, are we seeing a pattern here? Are we seeing a pattern? The people who need to know most are never consulted. The people of Sandy Ground who are going to be affected by a marina, not in their backyard, because if we know Sandy Ground, there's no backyards on their doorstep. Never one single consultation with them. The 2 new bills passed on Thursday in the Executive Council, Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock. We are required to debate and explain to the people of Anguilla how this would be affecting them. Madam Speaker, when we took over this country, when the APM administration came to the office, and we rolled our sleeves up, and we got to work, and we got to this country rolling, we knew at the very beginning hard decisions were going to be made. And hard decisions were made. It cost us. It cost us, Madam Speaker. Like I just said, my dear friend, he was once with us. He's on the other side. And anyone who, I'm not going to rehash it, but anyone who was following Anguilla's politics at the time knew the move to bring down the government at that time, because it was never about GST. We know the move that was to bring the government down at that time. But we persevered, Madam Speaker. We took the straw and turned it into gold. In a way, it looking like, I don't know if, I know the fable said turn straw into gold, but I need to check to see if there's another fable that turns the gold into straw, because that seems like where we want to go back into, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, fast forward from then, when we were looking at all these means, the cutting of the public servant salaries, the proposed selling of government shares, the sandy ground, the marina, the proposal to put the marina on sandy ground. Fast forward to 2025, when we have senior shield, junior shield, dialysis patients being covered, the proposed assistance for disabled persons that I'm anxious to see move forward because we had already budgeted and everything for, the school feeding program, the reinstatement of the wages for public servants. That someone asked, why so, what took so long? When 2020 and 2021 were years when we had to patch up. Well, not even patch up, because patch up says there was a big hole. So the reinstatement of the increase in medical overseas travel, we got beat up one time because a gentleman could not travel because the fund was blown up. Could not get him out. And I'm sure the members on the other side now have a greater appreciation for how budgets work. If it's in the budget, you're stuck. The Honorable Member for Valley South, North, thank you, had to make a decision, Madam Speaker. I am sure she needed that PAS in her department, but she made a commitment to pay the wages, the prizes to the junior Calypsonians. So that a decision was made.
On a point of order, for clarity, just for the public.
Okay.
A decision wasn't made by me to forego the PAS position. That is out of my remit. That is done through the public administration and the deputy governor's office. He would be able to speak to any delays in relation to PAS. All I did was utilize the funds that were not used up to that point. Because as you know, with how government works, if you haven't used the funds up to that point, you're not able to use them again for that particular purpose because you'd be hiring later. So I wanted to make that clear so the public doesn't think I held back on the PAS position to pay the junior Calypsonians. I wanted to make that clear, Madam Speaker.
Noted, member. Member?
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, for clarity, I'll just be brief then on that. The honorable member understands that sometimes you have to move funding from one area to a next when the budget allocations don't allow for it. So even in medical overseas travel, Madam Speaker, it was 1 million. We had to increase it to 3 million. Madam Speaker, these are the things that you do when you get a country on stable ground, Madam Speaker. So you go from threats to cut the public service, selling the government shares in Anguilla, about to put a marina in sandy ground, to now having a country stable where you can now put these things in place for the people of Anguilla. Because, Madam Speaker, saying I love you and showing you I love you is two different things, eh? Because I hear a lot of for the people, for the people, for the people. But when you look behind it, Madam Speaker, I'm trying to figure out who people. Who people? Because I'm about to tell you, I am worried it's not for the Anguilla people. At least not for the everyday Anguillan who's walking the street, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, let it not be said that this administration that this former administration for APM didn't bring relief to the people of Anguilla. I'm about to read out, Madam Speaker, the relief measures that we brought to this honorable House. And I'm going to also put a figure to it, Madam Speaker, just to show the difference and when you plan properly to get to your goal, as opposed to kicking from half, flying, and trying to score your goal. Relief measures, Madam Speaker, removal of property tax, $3.42 million back in the Anguilla people's pockets, Madam Speaker. Removal of GST on gasoline, $8.16 million, Madam Speaker, back in the people's pockets of Anguilla. Removal of medical supplies, drugs, and anything pharmaceuticals, Madam Speaker. $1.23 million back in the people of Anguilla. Exemption on electrical vehicles, Madam Speaker, $0.67 million. Tax exemptions on Anglic imports, Madam Speaker, $2.3 million. Bulk petroleum levy that was proposed, Madam Speaker, and we're going to get to that in a minute too, Madam Speaker, $1.3 million. Removal of GST on food that this administration brought to the House, $17 million, Madam Speaker. Exempt duties on gas, $7.84 million, Madam Speaker. That's almost $42 million in relief to the people of Anguilla. But yet, APM administration never brought relief to the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I always say to myself, as parliamentarians, we always need to be responsible. So you just throwing out a figure out there and saying, oh, they never brought relief to the people of Anguilla. But the relief was brought, Madam Speaker. The relief was brought, Madam Speaker, over and over and over. Because we understood, Madam Speaker, what it is to operate with your hands tied behind your back, between a rock in a hard place and a foot up in your throat, Madam Speaker. These newbies don't have, these are members of the Honorable House, Madam Speaker, I nearly slipped, saw you. These honorable members of the House, Madam Speaker, who know on government side, they don't know the pressures. They don't know the pressures, Madam Speaker, of having to go down all time and begging. Maybe they should have a talk with the single island-wide member, Mr. Hodge. He knows what it was like in those days, Madam Speaker. Pressure, Madam Speaker. Pressure. So maybe that's why we understand a little bit better. Because it's different when you have to walk into the storeroom, into the house, and there's dirt from floor to ceiling, and the chandeliers have never been cleaned, and behind the fridge was never been cleaned, and there's rats and mice and all kind of infestations in the house, Madam Speaker, and you have to clean it, Madam Speaker, till you walk out, and then you walk into a golden palace, Madam Speaker, $295 million in results, Madam Speaker. The thinking is different, Madam Speaker. The thinking is different. When you have to be the one cleaning up, when you have to be the one, again, like I said, stuck between the rock and the hard place, hand tied behind your back and a hand and a foot on your throat. And you know, you have to try to rescue this country, Madam Speaker. You have to try and rescue the country, Madam Speaker. In this honorable House, Madam Speaker, and I do agree, I've heard from members who know on government side, thank God for the AUF for saving our bank. Thank God. They did what they had to do to save the bank. They made a hard decision to save the bank. Okay. Good. So how come it ain't more important to save the country than to save the bank? Because if you don't save the bank, you don't save the country, you won't have no bank, you won't have no social security, you won't have no pension fund, you won't have no hospital, you won't have no schools, you won't have no garbage collection. You see where I'm going with it, Madam Speaker? It was important to save the country. And as I just showed you, Madam Speaker, it wasn't saving the country and said, hey, y'all gonna drown, y'all gonna sink. We didn't say that to the people of Anguilla. We knew once we get to the point, save the country first. Because if the country sink, all of us were gonna sink. We probably wouldn't be having no House of Assembly here today. There's probably been, everything would have been run from old time. That's reality. And I know some people have said, give them back their country if that's the case. But we got people who we honor every Anguilla day, who fought to get us to this point, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Sandy Hill just spoke. We have financial independence. You're welcome, by the way, Matt. You're welcome. You're welcome. We had people who fought for us to get here, Madam Speaker. We stand on your shoulders, Madam Speaker. So to just flip out to say, oh, because the British want to install it, give them back? No. We thought this country was worth fighting for, Madam Speaker. We thought if whatever it cost us, and it did cost us, Madam Speaker. Obviously it cost us. Look where we are sitting. Because the other side was very, very good at saying, hey, they don't care about you. Hey, they only care about saving the country. Hey, look at we for the people. Hey, maybe. But I can say, Madam Speaker, we were concerned to make sure that Anguilla survived first and foremost. And then after Anguilla, and after we realized Anguilla's in a good place, or getting to a good place, turn around, Madam Speaker, and said, hey, the rest of Anguilla, come along. Come along. Because in the short time that after GST was implemented, Madam Speaker, I just said, $42 million back in the people's pocket, Madam Speaker. Nothing I made up. Nothing I had to call no secret person to get, because it's all in the budgets, Madam Speaker. $42 million put back over a period of time. Madam Speaker, you ever saw one of those cars driving on the road with one of them spare tires, the dummies? Nothing look more awkward. So if you don't have your 4 original wheels, Madam Speaker, and then the mechanics will always tell you if you go too long driving those dummies on the road, you're going to crash the vehicle. And it feels to me sometimes, Madam Speaker, as if some people want to drive with 3 good wheels and that other third spare. If you drive it too long, Madam Speaker, because if the revenues that you were supposed to get keep coming out year after year, year after year, it's going to be a time, Madam Speaker, where equilibrium is going to be met and it's going to be passed. I know we are banking now on that AI, and again, y'all are welcome, because there was a lot of talk about what you're doing with the contract. Let us see the contracts. What were you doing with the contract? There was a lot of talk, Madam Speaker. But like the Premier said, the golden goose. That we wasn't getting the egg from the golden goose. And we didn't even get a chance to enjoy that golden egg. Again, you're welcome. Good decisions, Madam Speaker. Good decisions. Single Island Wide member, thumbs up. You are part of that decision. Thumbs up. Good decision. Because now we could take risk. We could take risk of taking out from our economy, our revenues. We could take the risk now. Because we got a golden egg. Now, after I made this statement, I'm going to have a discussion with the Honorable Single Island Wide member, Mr. Vanderpool, because I was speaking with the IT specialist. He said, anything to do with AI and those things, you work for 5 years. You do it in cycles of 5 years. Because the trends change so quickly. So you do 5 years, then you say, hey, after this 5 years, we don't know if it's going to last. If you get past that 5 years and you get to another 5 years, I was at church a couple Sundays ago when one of my 2 favorite pastors preached. And he made reference to the BlackBerry. I think he was wrong though. I still think the BlackBerry still makes phones. It's just not as popular. And he was talking about You know, when BlackBerry used to be so popular, everybody had to have a BlackBerry. Now you hardly ever see them. That's how fast AI change. That's how fast that technology changes. And I know our MTEF, and I haven't had a chance to read it. And thank you again, thank you, Madam Speaker, for responding to the honorable leaders so we could have a chance to debate, because I do believe something that maps out the financial framework for Anguilla for the next 3 years should be debated in this honorable house. Shouldn't be just laid and move on. Because again, we as parliamentarians, Madam Speaker, we owe it to our people who are listening in. Because we hear a lot of talk about our constituents, but we owe them, Madam Speaker, that they know everything that's going on. Make sure that they have the information. Make sure that they see the pros, the cons, the pitfalls, Madam Speaker. That's why I go back to what I said in the beginning, Madam Speaker. The government side, Madam Speaker, they've been on radio, they've been on press conferences, touting what they see from their angle in terms of these two new bills that are coming to the House. But we on this side, Madam Speaker, passed an executive council on Thursday. Now here on Tuesday morning at 9 o'clock, debating two brand new bills, Madam Speaker. Two brand new bills without any consultation with the general public. Yes, the sectors had their briefing, but not a drop of consultation. Not even one of those sessions they could, somebody's in this modern age, not even one of those sessions they went live with. So at least the general public who do have an interest can have some questions, put them on the live feed, so they can have an idea of what's going on, Madam Speaker. Executive Council on Thursday, House of Assembly debating first, second, and third readings on Tuesday. Madam Speaker, the current GST bill, the general services tax, need to stop saying GST. The general sales tax, Madam Speaker, the bill proposes to reduce inflation, provides food security for the people of Anguilla, increase consumer purchasing power, and stimulate economic growth.
On a point of clarification, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I believe that Thank you, Madam Speaker. On a point of clarification, I believe that the member is reading from the Goods Act. Those are the objects and reasons as set out in the Goods Act and not in the General Services Act, Madam Speaker.
Member, which act are you referring to? The
I'm
Goods
not
Act or the General Services Tax Act?
I'm not referring to any act, Madam Speaker. During the consultation, Madam Speaker, well, it's from the Goods Act, but during the consultation, I haven't had a chance to go through it in full, Madam Speaker. Because like I said, we got it on Thursday evening at 5:45, and I choose to go.
That's fine. I mean, the point of order, though, was with respect to the statement that you're making, so it's just to clarify which
So I'll
act
say
to
we'll
refer
get it
to.
from where I got it from, Madam Speaker. We had a consultation on Tuesday afternoon, and Thursday afternoon, sorry. Probably standing longer. My toe was maybe up. And during that consultation, it was showing on the screen that what government hopes to achieve from these bills is to, one, reduce inflation, provide food security for the people of Anguilla, increase consumer purchasing power, and stimulate economic growth.
Okay, I see where it is. So it is from the objects and reasons of the Goods Tax Act 2025. That's correct.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I actually got it from this. I got it from the screen that the good consultants provided. And it was a great session, by the way. Awesome. They were able to answer a lot of the questions that we had and concerns. So with these two new acts, we are looking to remove, I shouldn't say GST because this is not the GST AUF relief plan that was advertised. I remember in a press conference, a fellow said, "Tell the British we're coming. We're removing it." Another good friend of mine. He told me I was wrong with some information I produced. I'm still waiting for him to correct me. But he said, "Tell the British we're coming." And I remember seeing snippets of the relief plan. And if memory serves me correct, and I read correctly, and this is why it's so important to have the consultations with the general public, the general Joe Blow, the general Joe on the street. It's because when you're discussing with the businesses, they're going to be looking at, how does this affect my business? But General Joe on the street was told the relief plan is going to be taking GST off. OFFT, off. And this plan, people of Anguilla, for those of you who have not been consulted as yet, for those of you who do not know what's in this bill, for those of you who have only heard the press conferences, for those of you who, as the honorable member for Sandy Hill said, have only been listening to the radio stations, these two new bills does not take GST off anything. That's what was promised. That was the AUF GST relief plan. That's what they promised the people of Anguilla. That's what the people of Anguilla is hoping for, that GST is removed off. People of Anguilla, what is happening is this. They have removed 4% from the pool. So it has gone down from 13% to 9%. I'm glad how everybody stopped writing and paying keen attention. Like it's new information. And if I'm wrong, we have the consultants, we have the PS, we have Inland Revenue here to direct me. So at the ports, we are going from 13% GST to a new tax of 9%. That, a 9% that won't be able to be claimed back. And I'm deliberately going very, very slow, Madam Speaker, because the people, the general people, the people who are supposed to be forced, weren't consulted. So that 9% can be claimed back by the merchants. So that goes on the price in the stores. But the merchants now have to pay on all their services. All. A-L-L. Only two L's. Well, that's another story for another day. They have to pay 13% on all their services. And Madam Speaker, when you look deeply into things, and Madam Speaker, when you listen closely, sometimes the devil is in the details. Because it's been repeatedly said over and over, GST is removed from the ports. Well, reduced at the port. Well, GST is removed and they have a new 9% tax. But there's a 13% services. So, Madam Speaker, earlier I said we are removing GST from 4 sectors, which are actually the 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th largest revenue generator of GST. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. 3rd, 4th, 5th, and 6th. And prior to this, Madam Speaker, because I've said it publicly, and I keep questioning, knowing how Don Olta had us squeezed against the wall, had us under pressure. You got to make this, you got to make these decisions. I'm like, well, how come them allowing so much of money to just slid away? But sometimes the devil's in the details, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, number one revenue generator for GST is accommodation tax. That's number one, 51, 52%. Then there's the other number 3, 4, 5, and 6, which come up to about maybe 12, 13%, 14% if you add them up. You know what what's number two, Madam Speaker? Coming in at a whopping 19%, Madam Speaker. You know what's number two, Madam Speaker? Coming in, general public, people of Anguilla, regular Joe Smo. Do you know what's number two? Public utilities. 19% of GST income is from public utilities. So that, yes, GST is removed from the ports. GST is removed from the ports. We're going to be experiencing a $48 million loss at the ports. But wait, no supermarket can claim it back. No restaurant can claim back. Hotels can claim back. They can claim back the accommodation tax, but these services can be claimed back. So services can be claimed back from the hardware stores. Services can be claimed back from the restaurants. Services can be claimed back from the supermarkets. So let me see. So we're losing $48 million at the port, but these people can't claim it back. So what are these people supposed to do? Eat that cost? That's what it should have been named. So these people supposed to eat these costs. So now, when you go on social media, because people send me these things, there's strong supporters of the party saying, one, eat them costs. You should eat that cost. 19%, Madam Speaker, is what public utilities generate. 19%, our second largest generator from GST. Sometimes the devil is in the details. And this is why it needed consultation with the general public, not just the one. Because if I come in as a businessman, I only want to know how it affects my business. I just need to know how it affects my business. Now, I had a receipt here from, previously, Madam Speaker. Permit me to read this, Madam Speaker, because it was said in this house, this honorable house, that the Farmer Administration removed GST from food, and the people of Anguilla haven't felt it. So, Madam Speaker, if you allow me to read this item by item.
First, you'd have to tell me what it is you're reading from.
Oh, sorry, Madam Speaker. It's a receipt from a supermarket.
Whose receipt? Do you really propose to read each line item?
Yes, Madam Speaker.
I don't know if that would assist in taking it further. What exactly?
It's each item, Madam Speaker, and it can be added to my 2 hours, Madam Speaker.
No, I'm not concerned about the time. I'm not concerned about the time, Mr. Richardson. I'm just concerned about what it is you're reading from, and if you have copies for.
This is somebody's grocery bill, and I can give it to Mr. No.
Yeah, if you're putting it on the record to read from it, then you'd want to have a copy for the other side so they know what you're reading from. And I mean, you can make the point, but I'm not sure that I'll want you to read every line item on a grocery bill. I don't think I'll permit that.
Let me finish. But, Madam Speaker, the point will be lost if I'm not able to read each item.
Okay.
The point will be lost if I'm not allowed to read each item. Thank you, Madam Speaker. So this is a supermarket bill. As Madam Speaker, it was said in this honorable house that the people of Anguilla have not felt any relief from the APM administration removal of GST from food. $17 million, Madam Speaker, back in the people's pocket, but it hasn't been felt. So, Madam Speaker, I'll read this bill, and I can give it to the clerk afterwards so he can share it. Vegetable or fruit, no GST. $11.13. Sorry, $6.95. More vegetable or fruit, no GST, $6. More vegetable or fruit, no GST, $7.95.
Sorry, member. What's the date of it? I'll help you in expedite. I don't want your time to
The
be
date
lost
of it
on
was
this.
this 12th of July, 2025.
Right. So the point is that there's no GST on any of these items. I don't think that you need to read all of them. I don't think it's arguable by the other side if he can just enter it as a document that he wants to rely on that presents the point that there's no GST on the entire grocery bill. I don't want you to lose any time reading every single item on it.
That's okay, man. Because I'm not even come close to my 2 hours.
Yes, I know,
don't have that type of
but I
stamina.
don't see the relevance of reading every single entry on a grocery receipt. I think the point that you want to make, which I think they can accept, is that there's no GST at the date of that, and make your bigger point on it. It really doesn't help to read every line item.
Madam Speaker, what I've learned, especially in this honorable house, statements are thrown out, and I believe as a parliamentarian, it's my duty to combat these statements with hard facts, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, respectfully, and I know everything goes through you, but I am speaking to the people of Anguilla. And remember, Madam Speaker, like I said earlier, this bill, these 2 bills were passed in Executive Council on Thursday, and we are here at 9 o'clock Tuesday morning, after a weekend where some of us went to the Soca Rave show, debating these 2 bills.
Okay, you can continue reading from it.
Thank you,
Proceed.
thank you, Madam Speaker. I appreciate when we could have these nice discussions and we get to the common ground. I'm loving this. So, Madam Speaker, okay, I'll just group all the vegetables and fruit together just so we could speed up a bit, because this obviously is a very health conscious person and they did have a lot of vegetable and fruit.
It wasn't me.
So they had Ricopina guava, 4 liters, 1 liter, sorry. $4.41, 0 tax. More vegetable and fruit, more vegetable and fruit. They had some lime, Madam Speaker, $5.95, no tax. They had pineapple, Madam Speaker, $5.95, no tax. They had sardines and spring water, 2 of them, $9.90, no tax. Bush vegetarian beans, $6.95, no tax. Gaia green pigeon peas, $5.50, no tax. Chef Boyardee, $3.95, no tax. Fruit. Libby's Vienna sausage, no tax. Maggie's vegetable soup, no tax. Coconut milk, no tax. Bad tissue, $11.30, that was tax. Paper towels, $8.99, that was taxed. Barbecue sauce, no tax. Soda Bix, wheat crackers, no tax. More paper towels, $8.98 tax. Pasta, $5.50, no tax. Gaia pink beans, no tax. Hunt's tomato ketchup, no tax. Then some more vegetable and fruit. So this person, Madam Speaker, paid $318.45 EC and paid a grand total of $4.40 EC tax. $4.40 EC tax, Madam Speaker. And it was important, Madam Speaker, and I'm happy you allowed me to read out the entire bill, to show this is obviously a bill for a family. This is not a one-man shopping. This is a family who gone to the supermarket, spent $300+, Madam Speaker, and of that $318, paid $4.40 to the upkeep of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. But members will get up in this honorable house, Madam Speaker, and said it was not felt. That's like when members said, Madam Speaker, that government should have stopped GST or stopped looking at increasing the reserves because the $22 million gap was met. But when we had that $22 million gap, Madam Speaker, we didn't have the school feeding program. We didn't have the senior shield. We didn't have junior shield. We didn't have dialysis free. We didn't have the reinstated wages, Madam Speaker, for the public servants. We didn't have that an additional $2 million. You know? So it was
On a point of clarification, Madam Speaker, the member would have mentioned twice the school feeding program. I just want clarity in terms of whether the government is paying for the school feeding program because he's mentioned it twice in terms of expenditure.
Remember? The reference to the school feeding
I
program.
will. I'm not gonna say that I'm surprised the Minister of Finance is asking me that question because it is subsidized by government of Anguilla.
So, no, member, I don't think you need assistance from the Honorable Member of Road South. The point of clarity was whether or not you're referring to a government funded or private funded. So just clarify and move on.
Government funding. So we did not, when there was a $22 million gap that had to be met, Madam Speaker, we did not have all these social nets in place. Madam Speaker, we talk about our young people. The community planner was crying out for years. Need an increase in her budget, need additional staff. That was increased. Madam Speaker, gentlemen, we greatly admire. When we were on the GST Select Committee here in Mr. David Carty of North Hill, he told us a story years ago that there was a boating accident at Sandy Ground where a remote control boat ran into a young lady, and unfortunately, she passed. Yeah, it was schoolmate, yeah. You know, and there was cries from the people, we need lifeguards on all the beaches, we need lifeguards on all the beaches. That's for these things to happen. And his point was, being a small country like Anguilla, you can't meet every single need that's out there. But what as a government you can do? You can try your best to cover as much of them as possible. Madam Speaker, I wouldn't dare walk from here to my vehicle with my jacket on right now. I'm gonna be drenched in sweat. It's so hot outside. In June, our school children were in classrooms. We have to be thinking, hey, how are we gonna, as a father, how are we gonna get to the point where our children are gonna be sitting down in AC rooms because the place is getting hotter and all indicators indicate with climate change that it's gonna keep getting hotter and hotter. So we can't think about what a $22 million gap was in 2020 because that's not the reality now. We have long surpassed that. As they say, Madam Speaker, we could have nice things too. So our school children should be sitting down in AC rooms, comfortable so that they can be at their best when they are learning. Madam Speaker, this Honorable House provides us the opportunity to speak on behalf of the people of Anguilla. That's what this Honorable House is for. We are given the tools. As you can see earlier when I was referring to the tax, I haven't read the bills in particular, in full, because like I said, I got them at 5:45 on Friday. I asked the good staff of the House to print them off. I collected it on Friday. I glanced through and I realized how much I'm going to be able to bring to the debate from reading the bills. I will more focus on the great consultation we had because we got the feedback and stuff like that. I will focus on what the people have been saying to me because that's who I represent. I might be the silent one, but I do represent people, Madam Speaker. I represent the people of Road North and the people of Anguilla because I'm not a member of the Honorable House of Road North. I'm a member of the Honorable House of Anguilla, soon to be Parliament. So, Madam Speaker, like I said, there were 4 areas that these two new bills supposed to cover. reduce inflation, provide food security. And I have a fear, Madam Speaker, that the bill is not going to accomplish what it sets out to do. Because that 13%, Madam Speaker, that second biggest revenue earner, Madam Speaker, have to be paid. It have to be paid. So then when the merchants have less than 4% that they can't claim back at the port, then they're paying all these bills that they can't claim back. And we know that, so there's electricity, there's telephone, internet, there's security, there's their maintenance people. I don't know, some of them might have cleaners that come in the evening, their accountants, their lawyers. All of those going to be sending in bills, Madam Speaker. And the shop down the road is going to say, hey, since it's people first, I won't pass these on. My fear, Madam Speaker, is after coming to this house, passing a bill that went directly into the pockets of the people and put money back in their pockets. $17 million, Madam Speaker, went back into the people's pockets. I'm a little concerned that this bill will not meet the intended, what's intended to do. Because $17 million going back into the pockets. Supermarket now have to pay 9% at the port. We can't claim that back. And they have to pay their utilities and everything else, Madam Speaker. Can't claim back. Can't claim back, Madam Speaker. So food items, Madam Speaker, that was once zero rated. Now when that shop owner is about to add up his costs, you can say, but wait, them vegetables that was $6 EC, I have to spread these costs out. They're not going to be $6.20. That fresh lime that was $5.95 might be now $6.15. And Madam Speaker, it might be said, I don't know for sure. And that's the truth, as I can't see the future. But my good friend, a single island-wide member in an interview said, prices might go up, prices might go down. He's not sure. So then my other question is, what data are we relying on that this will happen? And we already know the administration have said, we don't want price control. Even though, when you check the Executive Council minutes, they said the maximum price order that we instituted on gasoline to keep the cost of gasoline at a competitive price, when they went to Executive Council and you check the minutes, they said, this is a good thing. It's intended what it's supposed to do. So why aren't we took the first steps. I mean, y'all might have to worry about me coming up here every time and saying, you're welcome when you accomplish another thing. When you accomplish another thing that we started. So we started the Consumer Protection Unit. It's there. The first steps are there. Continue with it so that we could get price control if we really, because even if these places of business don't have to pass on these costs, who's to tell them? We know of the situation, and the Premier came under fire for it. The former Premier came under fire for it. When during COVID, we took off the duties of a whole host of items that was needed for COVID. And there were some business places that went up as much as 400% on the cost. That's fact. So who's going to monitor this? Even if there's a situation where the businesses can say to themselves, hey, we're getting a little break there. Who is to monitor that? And we can't talk about advertising it on the newspaper, on Facebook or something like that. Because when your wife calls you 5 o'clock in the afternoon, when you're going home her training, she say, honey, bring home some bread, some this, some that. You're not trying to check to see if Best Buy is Proctors in the quarter got it. So if you buy Proctors and it's, 5 cents cheaper, I'm going to drive all the way West End, burn gas. No. Persons go to their shop, and they shop. You can't have persons running around trying to save 10 cents. Like I said, the Consumer Protection Unit was put in place. Build on it. Build on it. The same way we should be building the Nartle Road. Build on it. Madam Speaker, like I said, I am very worried that this bill will not meet what it's intended to do, which is help the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I showed earlier where over time we made calculated decisions with the good folks at the Ministry of Finance. We made calculated decisions over time to put back $42 million into the people's pocket of Anguilla. And while this current administration keeps saying $48 million will be lost at the port, what are we gaining back in terms of the public utilities, GST, that the places can't claim back? Tell us the whole story. And this is why we needed public consultations with the general public. So people of the general public who have asked me this could have asked those questions. How much are we getting back? Because if you're losing $48 million at a port and you're getting back $40 million in the GST credits from the services, then there's nothing really to pass on to the people. And I appreciate wanting to fulfill a campaign promise. I appreciate it. As a party who probably took blows for it, I appreciate it. Madam Speaker, if you permit me, there's this movie called, I think it's called Focus. It starred Will Smith. And in that movie, he was playing a con man. And in the movie, his father was also a con man. And there's a line in the movie where he said you have to die with a lie. And there came a point when they had to pretend that they were against each other. And the father shot Will to prove that you have to see the con through to the end. And I hope this is not a similar situation, Madam Speaker, where just to prove that we can go through with the point. Because even delaying it, Madam Speaker, for public consultation, Madam Speaker, given the reasons that the Honorable Member for Sandy Hill gave, Madam Speaker, passing this bill, Madam Speaker, on the eve of Carnival, when literally nobody is paying attention, because everyone right now is either listening to the next Calypsonian, trying to see whether hand breakdown should have won or not. If this is what we're paying attention to, Madam Speaker, there was nothing wrong with delaying this, Madam Speaker. Go out to the public. A month is not going to change anything in terms of revenue. Because, Madam Speaker, like I said, sometimes the details, you have to look at the details, Madam Speaker. Because the member for Sandy Hill, Madam Speaker, came up here the last time we were in this honorable house and spoke about the goods and services tax was overperforming so much that we could make up for the shortfall in that. And I got up on a point of order to say, no, tell us what's the most recent. And the MTF came out. And I glanced through that, Madam Speaker, and I realized that GST as of half the year is underperforming by almost $3 million, Madam Speaker. GST is underperforming by almost $3 million. And I said before, yes, we have that AI. That money is coming in. But how long are we going to have that for? And I appreciate, trust you me, members of government, I appreciate that you're going to go through with the National Wealth Fund. Because I do believe we need to build an Anguilla, not just for today, for tomorrow. As a parent, and as the parents over there and parents to be, I know you're going to appreciate putting a better Anguilla for your children. So I do appreciate the National Wealth Fund and that some of the .ai money will be going into that. Greatly appreciate it. But how long are we going to have that? What is going to happen when that .ai stream is not running anymore, Madam Speaker? What are they hoping that is at the end of 5 years and then somebody have to deal with it the same way we had to deal with all the consequences of the previous administration decisions? Where we had to rescue Anguilla, Madam Speaker? Where we had to turn straw into gold? Where we had to clean the rat-infested, mole-infested building, turn it into a palace, and now it's a $295 million reserve palace? But, like I said, the devil is in the details. And I await, Madam Speaker, to get the information on how much we will be saving since all these sectors cannot claim back on the GST from the services. Because it's my opinion, Madam Speaker, not having the information at hand to run the numbers, but it's my opinion it's going to offset. What we're losing at the port is going to be offset in the public utilities. Because that's the second largest generator. Madam Speaker, I know you're probably saying, oh Lord, he's getting repetitious saying this over and over. But there was no public consultation, Madam Speaker, and I think it's important for the people of Anguilla to understand what is happening. Because listen to every time they say, go back, you're losing $48 million at the port. But like I said, I keep saying, how are we allowing ourselves to just lose all that money? Because, I mean, we did $42 million, Madam Speaker, but it was over a period of time. I remember even when we were deciding to bring GST on food, oh man, we had about 6 months we didn't have to bring in Cartec because we know the good people at the Ministry of Finance, they could handle it. They could handle it. So we relied on them to give us export advice. And they did. And we removed GST completely off food. No 9% at the port, no not being able to claim back a 13%, nothing like that. Remove completely our food. But again, I say to the people of Anguilla, and before I sit down, Madam Speaker, I will not sit without the people of Anguilla understanding. If there's sensible and proper relief coming to the House for the people of Anguilla, I will be the first to jump up and support it. I wouldn't even wait for one of those members to, on the other side, to second the motion. I will fly up and second the motion, Madam Speaker. If it can be shown to me that it's going to bring relief to the people of Anguilla. And there's persons I know who support, probably I'm going to get bashed. Why he know? He could be able to add 2 plus 2. I can't add nothing because I don't have the information. But something is telling me, if you're taking it off here and you ain't touching it there, something is balancing out, Madam Speaker. And I am concerned, Madam Speaker, that the people of Anguilla will not get this relief. And you know what's going to happen, Madam Speaker? I already see it being set up. Strong supporters are done blaming the businesses. Oh, you want to pass on this relief. You want to pass on this relief. Every time you go on, oh, we're going to go to Martin's shop. Oh, we know you've been tricking us all the time. So it's either that the GST that it could have claimed back wasn't that bad, that it wasn't that bad and it was helping the businesses out, or, as you're saying now, the businesses are corrupt. Because basically that's what you're saying when you say to the businesses, you got to find a way to pass that on. What used to do with the 13% before? I am worried, Madam Speaker, that the people who this supposed to help is not helping. And Madam Speaker, then we got the issue of reporting, which before even I started a final plan, I spoke about this because I have an issue with reporting. Madam Speaker, one of the reasons, well, there are 2 reasons mainly why the GST revenue was projected so low the first time around. One, there's not a lot of data when it comes to Anguilla. So the consultants in Land Revenue, Ministry of Finance, they relied heavily on what came in through customs. And then, whoop, build a number, you gave a number based on what that information gave you. And here you go, you overperformed. But you didn't really overperform. The expectations were just low because you didn't have the information. And you know why you didn't have the information, Madam Speaker? Because obviously, a lot of businesses were under invoicing. Because, truth be told, every one of us here shop in St. Martin. And everybody know if you go to Martin buy furniture right now, before you even do in Anguilla, you got an Anguillan accent. You want fake invoice? Every one of us knows it. Everyone who's listening knows that. It's no secret. You want fake invoice? So fake invoices were coming in. So that's why the figure was so low. But once GST came into place, there is no need to under invoice because you're going to get everything you claim back. Now, I'm already feeling for the good folks at customs because we're going to hear a lot of stories. Why them people at customs this, them people at customs that? Because they're going to be no questioning invoices. Because persons, oh, I don't have to claim back. I don't have to report. It's going to be an issue, Madam Speaker. And I'm asking the question, Madam Speaker, who's supposed to benefit from this? And I'm not entirely convinced that it's the people of Anguilla. I have my questions on that, Madam Speaker. Because you're losing at the port, but that second biggest generator, 19% of GST revenue, Madam Speaker. It's huge. It's huge. Madam Speaker, as I bring myself to a close, I would just like to say to the people of Anguilla, pay attention in the stores. Pay attention. Ask questions of the store owners. If you do see a price go up, question it. You can easily get in contact with any of the members of the opposition. Bring it to us. We will be your police. We will bring back to the House and say, this is not working. Because unlike some members who will get up in here and say, the people are not feeling the relief in their pockets, and then you can show $318.45, and only $4.40 of it is tax. That's obviously relief. When you can show, Madam Speaker, that over time, the farmer administration came to this House and bring relief. And Madam Speaker, I haven't even touched farming, insurance, all those things. Fishing, because we did give relief on all those. So maybe it might be even closer to $50 million in relief that we have bring to the people of Anguilla. So I will not sit down before I say to the people, myself, and I know I'm speaking for all other members here in this House on the opposition side, we are not against relief. We are very much for relief. We have brought relief to the people of Anguilla over and over and over. But my fear is, this is not relief. This is definitely not the plan that was advertised. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I recognize Honorable Single Island White Electoral District Member Jose Vanderpool.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Good day once again, and good afternoon to all who would be tuning in and who would have joined us since I spoke earlier. Madam Speaker, today should be a day of celebration. As we alluded to earlier, the promoters are celebrating the relief that they got from the amendment to the GST structure. Madam Speaker, I have to apologize for incessantly looking at my phone throughout the presentation because I am celebrating my sister. She just walked across to graduation at the University of Reading with her degree in accounting. So congratulations to her. And most of all, Madam Speaker, the people of Anguilla should be celebrating today. Reason being, while I sympathize with the honorable member from Road North in the difficulty of having documents placed before you so soon prior to coming to the House of Assembly. It's something that we, the current administration, would have gone through many times with even thicker documents, Madam Speaker, 400 pages of budgets. So I understand your struggles. But, Madam Speaker, I disagree with the statement that wide consultation was not done on the bills before us here today, Madam Speaker, and I'll go on to explain why. As the Leader of the Opposition alluded to, the GST relief plan was put out to the public by the Anguilla United Front administration from summer of last year, August of 2024. Following the release of the GST relief plan, Madam Speaker, public consultations would have been held in every district from District 1 right up to District 7, where we would have met with the people of Anguilla. The GST relief plan, Madam Speaker, was not something that we dreamt up overnight. It is the result of months and months of hard work. And I want to commend the Honorable Kyle Hodge, who spearheaded this and led the committee that looked into the GST relief plan, Madam Speaker. And while there was a lot of opposition to the proposed plan at the time, one thing that I think that we can note is that the 2020 election was won on a promise. Whether it was one that was kept or not, but the 2020 election was generally won on the promise of no GST. The difference in the 2025 election, Madam Speaker, is that the 2025 election was also won by a promise of GST relief and a promise of putting people first. To say that the opposition members were not necessarily consulted or aware of the contents of the bill, I feel is a bit disingenuous, Madam Speaker, because going throughout the entire campaign trail, this was something that was openly discussed and aired out on both political platforms, whether we were proposing for the relief plan or whether they were saying why it would not work. So, Madam Speaker, while I know that there was a lot of criticism about the plan prior to election, one thing was clear, that when elections were called in February, and Madam Speaker, they were constitutionally due in June, we had no control over when the elections would be called. That was up to the Leader of the Opposition, the former Premier at the time. One thing was clear is that when elections were called in February, the people made the decision as to what it is they wanted to see. And the people would have overwhelmingly said that they wanted to see GST relief. So, Madam Speaker, I'll refer to my notes, because I was taking some notes while the member was talking. In fact, let me go back and give a bit of context, Madam Speaker. So, one of the points that the member for Road North would have mentioned is that the second biggest contributor to GST is that of public utilities. And we know public utilities would largely be the electricity cost, but it also does include utilities such as water. And we would have made it clear in the consultations that we had, Madam Speaker, particularly with those in the private sector, because we do understand the concerns that this will impact different businesses with different service demands and different business models in different ways. Some may be better off, and some might find a bigger strain due to the increase not being able to claim back the services. But seeing that the member would have referred to a receipt, Madam Speaker, I would like to refer to an Anglic bill. I'm here looking at an Anglic bill from February. The base charge, Madam Speaker, on the Anglic bill is $284.75. That's the base charge, Madam Speaker. There's a fixed charge of $5, and the fuel surcharge amount, Madam Speaker, is $271.20. So while the base charge is $284, the fuel surcharge amount is 95% of the base charge. The GST amount, which represents 13%, is $52.15. Now, Madam Speaker, I understand that particularly for the larger businesses that consume much more electricity, that these numbers could grow very rapidly. But as we have said throughout our election campaign, Madam Speaker, and as we said throughout our consultations, we are aggressively pushing towards transitioning to renewable energy. Reason being, we as an administration feel like it's more sustainable and more impactful then rather than removing this 13%, $52.15 from this $494 bill, to have a significant impact on reducing the fuel surcharge by introducing renewable energy, which will have the knock-on effect of also reducing the GST, because the GST is applied to those charges. So, Madam Speaker, while we understand that the transition towards renewable energy won't happen overnight, in the interim, we are having conversations with the utility provider, Anguilla, to figure out what are some means and mechanisms where we may be able to provide relief to the people of Anguilla. Now, Madam Speaker, I know that one avenue that was explored by the previous administration was that of issuing 500 EC electricity credits to households. And while that measure would provide relief to households, it has no meaningful impact on the private sector. Finding ways to reduce the fuel surcharge not only benefits every household, Madam Speaker, but it benefits every Anguillian. And when it brings down the cost for doing business, then these savings could also be passed on. So, Madam Speaker, we are not denying or saying that relief ends here. But what we are saying is, as it pertains to the services, particularly electricity, we want to reduce the overall balance, not just remove that 13%, Madam Speaker. Now, Madam Speaker, a lot of reference was made to the medium-term economic and fiscal plan. And mention was also made of the fact that GST, as projected for this year, is actually projected to underperform. So, Madam Speaker, the figure expected to be received by GST that was budgeted for this year is $181 million. The projected underperformance, or the projected revenue expected to get without the reform, Madam Speaker, is $166.8 million. With the reform, Madam Speaker, we see a loss of $17 million, bringing the figure projected for GST with the reform to $150 million. With the reform, Madam Speaker. But, Madam Speaker, the amount of revenue that was projected to be gained by the entire government of Anguilla under the recurrent revenue was budgeted to be $525.83 million. Madam Speaker, even with the projected GST reform, as shown in the medium-term economic fiscal plan, we are still expected to receive more recurrent revenue than was originally budgeted for. 538.57 is now the projection inclusive of the GST relief, Madam Speaker. And Madam Speaker, I know that there's a lot of talk about over-reliance or relying on the .ai domain. And I don't want to sound as a ringing bell, Madam Speaker, but this is something that year in, year out, ever since 2019, I've been speaking about the potential for Anguilla to grow on, with even members of the former administration claiming that I was giving pie-in-the-sky goals. Madam Speaker, we've seen domain name revenue, which from last year accounted for over 20% of Anguilla's revenue. It was projected to bring in $132 million this year, Madam Speaker, and it is now projected to bring in $194.71 million, Madam Speaker. I know the Honorable Leader of the Opposition would remember that point in time when we were expecting it to bring in 20 million and the year after it brought in 87 million. I would have spoke about the potential and say we haven't even touched the tip of the iceberg, that this AI domain revenue could easily surpass $500 million and bring Anguilla towards becoming a billion-dollar economy, Madam Speaker. Now, while persons would still describe the AI revenues as windfall, and I completely agree with the notion that you shouldn't count all your eggs before they hatch and assume that this revenue stream isn't steady. What I have been advocating for, Madam Speaker, and what this administration is very determined on doing, I should say, is investing some of those AI revenues into making sure that it's not just about the domain registrations. We're talking about diversifying our tourism product to be able to bring tourism to Anguilla around the field and notion of AI. Something that I've repeated many times, so I know it's not new for the members of the opposition. But what that does, Madam Speaker, is it gives a continual boost to our tourism product. Where we talk about the development of the special economic zone and making it easier to do business in Anguilla, Madam Speaker, so that when these companies come to Anguilla, we're not just saying we're the AI capital of the world because we have the .ai domain, but this is the hub with which all of the persons look to for those discussions in artificial intelligence. I know the member would have essentially said that he spoke to a technology specialist, and I'm not sure if that was just the opinion of one person, Madam Speaker, and suggested that we don't know how long AI will be around, and that the technology is rapidly advancing and changing every day. And that is true, Madam Speaker. But in the same way that he used the example of BlackBerry, and they now shifting, not being the market leader that they used to be. I believe he said he wasn't even sure if they still provide phones. That doesn't change the fact, Madam Speaker, that phones are still around today. When we talk about artificial intelligence, yes, it may change the way we do business. Madam Speaker, going paperless nowadays is not just about transforming what we see on paper and the forms we fill out to something we can fill out on a computer. We are talking about AI having the potential to change the entire way we do business. So not just a simple shift from paper to digital, but a shift of how we do work. When we look at the implications for artificial intelligence in the legal framework, the financial framework, the educational framework, one thing is clear, Madam Speaker, that it is absolutely correct that AI may not exist in the form next week as it exists in today. Just a few years ago, we had Siri and Alexa being the top. Now we see DeepSeek, ChatGPT. It is changing. It is rapidly evolving, Madam Speaker. But there's a reason that globally it's being referred to as the tool or the technology that represents the fifth industrial revolution, Madam Speaker. Is that no matter how much the technology changes, it will fundamentally be around to stay for quite some time. So it is our duty and our responsibility as a nation and as an administration to make sure that we are not simply relying on the funds from the domain renewals. We should be wanting businesses to know of Anguilla, to want to sign up for AI, not because of the trend, but because of the association, because this is a place they want to do business. When we talk about the AI domain and opportunities for tokenization, Madam Speaker, you'd recall that there was the Anguilla Utility Token Offering Act of 2018. When we talk about the utility tokens and the potential for AI in that field, and essentially, as you would know, in the financial sector where you can sell futures or the future value of something, how would we be if we create something where we could leverage the future value of AI? These are the conversations we are having, Madam Speaker. The Premier and myself have been on conversations with persons from around the OECS and from around the world discussing the same. How do we go about not just relying on the popularity of artificial intelligence, but find a way to ingrain the roots of this revenue stream into our economic model? Not only achieving true digital transformation, but being an exemplar for the Caribbean region as how technology can be used for economic development and gain. Just referring back to my notes, Madam Speaker. For some clarification, or just for some reference, Madam Speaker, because one thing that I notice is, I think it's inherent in us as human beings, where our memory tends to be focused on the immediate. We don't look back far, far to really compare where we were to where we are now, Madam Speaker. And I say this to say, I'm looking at a few of the different budget documents and quoting Madam Speaker. Recurrent revenue for 2018 was conservatively estimated at EC $177.5 million. Actual revenue totaled $199.53 million, Madam Speaker. I say this to show that the entire recurrent budget of 2018 is now being covered by AI. When we look forward, the recurrent budget for 2019, revenue performance for 2019 amounted to EC $234 million, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, next year it will be projected to outperform even that, Madam Speaker, with AI alone bringing in more than the entire revenue for 2019. And if we look to 2020, 2021, and 2022, the trend maintains. So, Madam Speaker, I say this to say that the thought that the goods and services tax was originally put in place to fill a $22 million gap. And I know that we're not just focusing on that $22 million, Madam Speaker, but to see that we have entire budgets coming from other revenue streams. And we're not talking about doing away with all of the revenue that is currently being brought in by the goods and services tax. Simply reshifting and reallocating 46 million of that. Madam Speaker, that money doesn't disappear. It goes into the hands of the local Anguillians. Yes, government is taking the hit up front, but should we really be making more money than we anticipate and not be able to give a break to our people? Madam Speaker, I dare say that that would be tantamount to tax gouging, and it would make all of us here hypocrites if we were to say that our people did not deserve relief. The fact that they elected us based on that promise, Madam Speaker, it would be us breaking our promise to the people of Anguilla. And I think that today should be celebrated because we can finally say that after a long time and after what persons always have to say about politicians, about administrations, that promises made were promises kept. So, Madam Speaker, there's one more document I wanted to reference. The honorable member for Road North would have said that the bills before us here today are not what we promised to the people of Anguilla in the GST relief plan. He would have alluded to the fact that we were trying to remove GST in its entirety. And Madam Speaker, I want to quote from the GST relief plan, the same document that we took to the people of Anguilla when we consulted from Island Harbor to West End. Phase 1, implementation. Remove GST at the ports, reinstate 9% duty. Remove GST at the port and reinstate revenue neutral 9% IGT as customs duty. Madam Speaker, the bills before us do just that. We're removing the GST at the port and replacing it with a flat 9%. And let me just clarify something, Madam Speaker, for the people of Anguilla. Because when we were members of the opposition and consulting for the implementation of GST, it was touted to us many times, and I remember many conversations going back and forth as to whether or not goods and services tax, as it was implemented, was compounding, Madam Speaker. So much so, I remember in one conversation we were having in IRD that I was saying, I'm not sure we have the same idea of what compounding actually means, because maybe by definition it's not, but in terms of straight numbers, that is a multiplier effect taking place. Well, Madam Speaker, as part of our consultations, as part of this administration, it was found that GST was compounding. This good tax, we have removed that compounding element.
On a point of order, Madam Speaker. Madam
What is
Speaker,
the breach?
the breach is misinformation because it's only on excise that's compounded according to what we received.
I don't think that the member finished the point, though. Can you finish the point first, and then let's hear what the point of order is?
Yes, Madam Speaker, thank you for that. And I am sorry, I'm not misinforming the member. He might be misinformed in the sense that we were found and told explicitly that GST by design is compounding as well as excise tax is compounding. We clarified, and it was made clear to us that at both stages of those taxes being applied, both were compounding. As a result of the changes in this bill here today, Madam Speaker, the compounding aspect will be removed not only from what would have been the GST, but also from the excise. I'm not sure if the member would like to.
Yeah, honorable member, did that clarify? Does the point of order still remain, or do you want me to rule on it, or you've withdrawn it? Your point of order is withdrawn.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the election campaign was a short but riveting one. I know it was probably stressful for all involved, but it did bring with it a certain level of excitement, people optimism and hope. People from Island Harbor to West End were singing GST relief for the people, Madam Speaker, empowering all the young people, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, this bill before us today does just that. It empowers our young people. Let me give an example, Madam Speaker. We know it's every young Anguillian's dream, at least once it was, to own a piece of the rock, to be able to build their house, start their family. But the GST structure as it was, Madam Speaker, was making it more difficult to do that. And here's the reason why I say so, Madam Speaker. For a young person who wants to go and build their house, who perhaps goes to the bank and takes out a $500,000 loan, whether EC or US, the currency is neither here nor there, Madam Speaker, the calculation will stay the same. Of that 500,000 US dollars, EC dollars, that $500,000, 13% of that would go into GST, Madam Speaker. 13% of $500,000 is $65,000 that young person bought, that they borrowed from an institution that they will not be able to actually put into their house, Madam Speaker, because they borrowed that $65,000 as a tax to government simply for wanting to build their home. The issue we have with that, Madam Speaker, is that young person only gets $435,000 of that $500,000 that they can apply to the building costs. The other $65,000 that could be used for furniture, fittings, paint, are simply just not need to be borrowed for want of conservative borrowing to make sure that their interest payments are not unnecessarily high later on in life. That could be utilized by them to make the burden lighter, Madam Speaker. The worst thing is not only are they borrowing $65,000, but they are paying interest on that money. They are paying interest on tax to government. For the average mortgage is what, 25 to 30 years? They will be paying tax on tax, Madam Speaker. And we talk about wanting to empower our young people. This bill before us, Madam Speaker, takes away that additional burden, opening up the avenues for young people to be able to build. Madam Speaker, while talking about building, we do know that one of the areas, there were 4 sectors removed that GST would have been removed on based on the GST relief plan. One of which is retail, to include the supplier of hardware and construction materials, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, while the member would have alluded to the fact that he believes not many people are listening now because we're on the eve of Carnival, I can say that that's not the case, Madam Speaker. There are a number of young people who are anxiously awaiting for this change to be put into law. When we saw the introduction of GST, Madam Speaker, there was a temporary inflationary period. This was because 9% was paid at the ports. It was already on the shelves, and at the implementation of GST, they had to add 13%. So the 13% was added to the 9% until the stock on the shelves were all sold out, where you would expect it to come back down.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. The misrepresentation.
Okay, expand.
Yes. The member knows better, Madam Speaker, because he knows that at that time, the businesses that had stock on hand were supposed to reduce the cost to the public by 9%, and then they would get a refund from the government. He knows that because they want to pay a certain store, 500 something
No, member.
$1,000.
Focus on the point. The point of order you're making is that the member is not accurately stating what that transitionary inflationary period is what you're saying. So I'll have him respond to that, not the commentary. What is the response, honorable member?
Madam Speaker, to me, that's neither here nor there in the sense that whether or not it was passed on, the information that was presented to us in the lead up to the implementation of GST was that there would be expected a temporary inflationary period. The reason that I want to bring that up, Madam Speaker, is because in transitioning to the bills before us today, the opposite will occur, where there will be a temporary deflationary period. So take, for example, Madam Speaker, someone imports a car to Ireland, and the total value, exclusive of GST, is $100,000, just for ease of calculation. They then pay $13,000 in GST. Once that's their initial upfront cost, Madam Speaker. Once the bill is passed and these changes are implemented, they are still able to reclaim that $13,000 that they paid in GST on the car this month. Meaning that the overall cost of importing the car was only the $100,000. Once all the goods on Ireland are sold and the flat rate of 9% comes in, you would have $109,000, which is still less than the 113 by 4%. But in the interim, not only for the cars, but for all goods on island, Madam Speaker, that they are able to claim that 13%, we are expecting on day one that that 13% is removed. And that means that if you look into build right now, not only is it cheaper for you as a young person, because you don't have to worry about getting that loan to pay the government of Anguilla 13% of all of your building expenses in GST, but what it also means is the plywood down the shelf right now, go coop it. The steel that laying down there, go coop it. Because guess what? While this temporary deflationary period might only be temporary, that is what real relief is, Madam Speaker, and the young people of Anguilla are aware of this. They're waiting to see this pass, Madam Speaker, because I get calls about it all
Point
the
of
time.
order, Madam Speaker.
What is the breach?
Again, misleading. Madam Speaker, the member knows that we're debating two bills at this time, the general services tax and the goods tax. He's only talking about the goods tax and forgetting that the 13% paid in GST for services such as electricity, communication, security, legal, and accounting will not be claimed back. And so, again, the member needs to be fully accountable.
Okay, member, the way that he advances his argument is a matter for him. And then when you submit, you will, of course, give your analysis. What I take the member to be trying to explain, which you had made the point of order on before, was the effect of the temporary deflationary versus inflationary period. And I don't think he's gone on to deal with those other points. Whether he deals with them or not is a matter for his argument. But has there been anything that he submitted in terms of his understanding of this period that's incorrect? The way that the movement of the inflationary and deflationary period that he describes, is that part incorrect that you're submitting?
Madam Speaker, it is incorrect because when we went to the consultation, it says that up to July 31st, that will apply, and after August 1st, there's a different way of dealing with it in the transition. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
I don't quite understand what the incorrect part of what he's saying is, though, because I have to do what I understand him to be saying is what happens during the temporary period. And you're
Speaker,
saying that what he said is incorrect.
Madam Speaker, he is suggesting that whoever, say the car dealer, will drop the price by 13%, or the hardware store will drop their plywood by 13%. That is not how it's going to work, Madam Speaker, how it's intended, based on what I read and saw in the consultation.
Member, would you mind replying, because I don't quite understand what is the error, and just so I can understand with clarity, what is it that you've submitted and what is the error?
Madam Speaker, I'll go on to give an example, for example. If you bring in a car at the moment, or someone brings in a car that they want to sell, let's assume that it's not electric, not hybrid. They will pay 21% when you add up the duties, the customs, excise fee, etc., and then they will pay 13% in GST for a total of 34% in taxes that will be factored on and passed into their price to the consumer. If they paid that 34% at the port in July, and they are able to claim it back up to August 20th, when they claim it back, the true cost they would have spent in addition to the initial cost of the car is only 21%, Madam Speaker. So when they're doing their pricing during this transitionary period where they remove the 13%, we can see how that 34% drops down to 21% in their initial price. Now, when all of the stock is got off hand and they bring back in a new supply, Madam Speaker, it will be the 21% plus the 9%, which is still 4% less than the 30%. But for the current goods on island, that is what the temporary deflationary period represents in terms of savings, Madam Speaker. So I'm not sure what it is the member would have alluded to me stating wrong, but I was corrected on one fact, nothing to do with what was brought up, but I was corrected in that while we did find out that the goods and services tax was compounding and the excise tax was compounding, apparently excise in this current bill in form will still continue to compound, but only on a few imported goods, not wholesale. So there is an aspect of excise that continues, but only on limited goods. But the goods and services tax, as it used to compound, the goods tax in its current form as proposed before us today, Madam Speaker, will not compound. So, Madam Speaker, so we spoke a bit as it relates to the retail. Let's look at the wholesale, Madam Speaker. While some persons are focused on the fact that businesses won't be able to claim back, when I went back to the figures pre-2020 for the budget to show that where we are getting recurrent revenue, compared to then, Madam Speaker, back then there was no claim-back structure. And one thing I do want to remind persons of is that while we are focused on the ability of some businesses to claim back, the claim-back mechanism, just like removing it will affect different businesses in different ways, removing the claim back will also impact different businesses, Madam Speaker. For businesses that didn't have an issue, for example, with cash flow, and month to month didn't necessarily have to worry about wondering if they could get a GST refund, I could see how the claim back mechanism, especially if it's very service intensive in terms of inputs, would be a benefit, Madam Speaker. But what about for the small businesses, the ones who are not able to claim back, Madam Speaker? Now, the issue is, there is a value to having cash on hand. You can have a business with $1 million worth of assets, Madam Speaker. If at the end of the month, you can afford to pay your workers, you're gonna have an issue. So while you might be having a credit with the government of Anguilla because you paid up front on some slow-moving goods, that credit is of no value to you, Madam Speaker, if you have to wait 3 months or if you never get it. Because there are some persons who thought that the claim-back mechanism, while it's beneficial in overall claim-backs, for businesses that have stricter cash flows, it's somewhat detrimental, Madam Speaker. So this will have an impact of alleviating those businesses. With the removal of GST on wholesale, now, we know that GST is offer a lot of food, but there are a number of smaller businesses, Madam Speaker, that the removal of GST, because they are never able to claim it back, will have a material and a significant impact on. Again, these may be businesses that are more heavy into goods as opposed and have minimal service usage, but we cannot say that this will be an overall negative impact to all businesses across Anguilla, Madam Speaker. We've consulted widely, both during the campaign, since its implementation, in the Ministry of Finance prior to these meetings, and when we go into the communities, and there are a number of businesses that are eagerly anticipating the introduction of this relief, Madam Speaker. When we start talking about restaurants, Madam Speaker, now, we have guests coming to our shows who one might argue that they are okay paying the prices. Well, we have a number of different guests at different price points, Madam Speaker. Having Airbnbs, might have a lower income class of guests than the Four Seasons or the Malihanas, but I hear the complaints about the cost of prices in Anguilla, the cost of eating out. I hear it from persons who even represent the clientele of the bigger resorts, but maybe they will feel it less, Madam Speaker. But at the end of the day, what about the cries of the local Anguillians who can't afford to eat out or enjoy our 5-star luxury or cuisine on the island, Madam Speaker? While the 13% will no longer be applied at restaurants, what it is our hope is that because they're not spending that 13%, when they spend $100, they have to spend $15 in service charge, and then another 13% in goods and services tax. So a lot of people are saying, that's $28 on my $100 bill, much less if the bill is much more expensive, Madam Speaker. You know what they start doing? They buy less. They don't tip because they say, we thought the service charge is your tip because of the onerousness of the tax, Madam Speaker. So yes, the government of Anguilla will be giving up some of the revenue here. But no persons will be able to order 2 plates instead of 1. So as the bill goes up, so does the service charge, which puts the money directly in the pockets of the people who need it, Madam Speaker. For the persons who don't mind paying the current prices, when they see the 13% removed, they are more inclined to tip, and that tip goes directly to the person providing the service, Madam Speaker, providing relief and additional spending power to the people who need it most and to the people who we promised relief. Madam Speaker, similar to the case of the promoters, when we talk to persons within the manufacturing, or particularly within the small business sector, Madam Speaker, GST has been crushing them. They are looking forward to these amendments. They are looking forward to promoting and providing more products, more services, Madam Speaker. When they provide more products and more services, when the promoters are able to host more events that attract people to our shows, Madam Speaker, we get more money moving around in the economy. When the person at the restaurant who has increased service charge and increased tips, money directly in their pocket, now goes to the grocery store and can afford to buy more here, buy more there, or decide, you know what, I'm going to go out and enjoy a beverage. Or, you know what, I can actually invest in this service that I was denying myself before. As the money moves throughout the economy, Madam Speaker, it will make its way back to government. Not all of it, but money changing hands in the economy is what fosters economic development. So the narrative out there that the loser coming out of this is the people of Anguilla in some way, shape, or form. The only person losing right now is the government of Anguilla, and that's because this administration believes that while the country grows, the people must grow with it too. So I don't understand why we can't alleviate some of the tax burden to our people if we can say that we are still overperforming. I can't understand why we would say that a promise of no GST would now turn around to being like, don't touch it because GST is our savior. Madam Speaker, when the Anguilla United Front would have proposed the implementation of GST, because there are some persons who would say that by now all of the different phases of the GST would be implemented. So what's the point, Madam Speaker? The point of a phased implementation to GST is so that you can test and adjust and tweak when necessary to ensure that we are not overburdening or overtaxing the people of Anguilla. Particularly as we know for a fact that it was widely spoken about that services in Anguilla had never been historically taxed before. And persons were of the opinion that services should be taxed. So, Madam Speaker, we see some room for alleviating the pressures on the people of Anguilla. So we maintain the tax on the services, as was previously recognized the government should explore. And we have reduced the tax burden on goods in response to the burden of the people of Anguilla, in response to realizing that government is growing at a rate that the people are feeling the burden. Madam Speaker, it's just about leveling the playing field, about offering relief, about putting the people of Anguilla first, because we realize that they need to grow with government. It's no use for government's coffers to be full if the people's fridges, wallets, and homes are empty. Madam Speaker, I know that we have gone back and forth and debated this several times. Oh, the one thing I do want to touch on before I just resume my seat, Madam Speaker. I know a lot of people are touting that we shouldn't be reliant on the AI revenues and that the reason that we are in this position was because of the outsourcing of the .ai domain, etc., etc., etc. And I know that I anticipate that argument coming back, Madam Speaker. So let me just make something abundantly clear. When we have seen the numbers and the growth of AI year on year, this is something that we've been debating and going back and forth on in this House of Assembly since 2019, Madam Speaker. Just for a comparison, after the launch of ChatGPT, we would have seen AI revenues skyrocket to about 800,000 EC per month. Now, Madam Speaker, in 2016, AI revenues brought in $751,000 over the course of the entire year. So to bring in $8 million a month, that's doing 3 times that every week, Madam Speaker. $8 million a month represented 127 times in terms of revenue multiplier than the revenue that was being made in 2016. When we compare it to this year, we're looking at 254 times the revenue that was coming in, Madam Speaker. When we look at the presentations made, whether by Mr. Vincent Cate to the Anguilla Chamber of Commerce that was publicly put out there, or if we look at any of the economic models that were provided on the trajectory of AI, it was projected to double and double, particularly because the AI domains are bought for 2 years. They renew after 2 years. So as we saw with the steady growth of AI and the steady growth of domain name registrations, we would see that 2 years from 2023, when ChatGPT was really starting to pick up in popularity, that being 2025, Madam Speaker, the AI domain revenue not only continues to grow with registrations, but the old registrations double. And as we continue to see this trend, Madam Speaker, we will then see it continue to grow. Now, I can't say that this will happen indefinitely, Madam Speaker, but I want to say that at the end of the day, correlation is not causation. For example, Madam Speaker, for the person who may not understand what I mean when I say correlation is not the same as causation. My good friend here sells ice cream. During the months of, let's say, April to September, we may notice that ice cream sales go up. During the same months of April to September, we may realize more people go to the beach. Does that suggest, Madam Speaker, that because ice cream sales go up and that more people are going to the beach, that ice cream encourages people to go to the beach? Or Is it a fact that the two phenomena are correlated, Madam Speaker, but it just so happens that they're related because those are the months when it tends to be hotter and people are looking to be cooled down. So if we knew that the domain was expected to double and expected to grow and that projections were made beforehand, yes, Identity Digital took over management of it on January 15th, but is correlation enough to suggest causation, Madam Speaker, when we expected it to grow in a way? Premier, when I told you, well, former Premier, when I told you about the potential of this to be a $500 million and a $1 billion economy, this growth was coming. At any point in time between 2019 and 2020, when I suggested that this growth was coming, did I say that it needed a foreign company to come and do it? Or is it because a foreign company came in and now says it's possible? We now listen. Instead, when one of our own, and Madam Speaker, I don't claim any monopoly on this idea because the reason that I am happy to see this progress today is a testimony to Mr. Linwood Bell. He is the one who came into the high school and started a .ai incubator club. I believe I was the first president of it. That was when I was probably in third form, Madam Speaker. When he would come to the school every week on a Friday, provide lunch for the students, and we would talk about the opportunities of AI, the potential of this domain to grow up, and Anguilla's linkage to a digital economy out of this resource. There were members of the cohort. There was Mr. Jibril Lewis, who was also a member. There was Mr. Clemvio Hodge. Miss Avanella Griffith, who would have recently contested the last general election. She was the member of staff at the school who was heavily promoting this, Madam Speaker. The trip that I would have had to Estonia to attend the e-government academy and to attend the conferences in Estonia around digital transformation, they were all funded and supported by Mr. Linwood Bell. When I walked through Estonia and I told people that I was from Anguilla, they said, we know a guy from Anguilla. I was like, really? Who's that? What's his name? By any chance, is it Mr. Linwood Bell? Yes, it was. So while we may have taken some time to buy into the dream, Madam Speaker, it is a testament to his vision and him investing in us, the young people at that time, that were putting us in a position to see the vision and figure out how do we go about best capitalizing on it, Madam Speaker. And the way that we will do it now as an administration is to invest in the incoming generation, Madam Speaker, making sure that they are adequately trained, making sure that they have access to the technologies and the skills to be able to not only say they come from the AI capital of the world, but to be able to say that they're technically proficient and they are some of the best and most qualified to be able to work for these cutting-edge companies. Because when we talk about the rapid growth of AI, Madam Speaker, while the ChatGPTs and while the DeepSeeks may be the front runners and those most spoken about, it is very likely the case that the winner of the AI race has not even started its formation or creation of a company. And there's no reason that that front runner cannot come from the Caribbean region, or more importantly, cannot come from Anguilla, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, with this, again, I would like to commend the Honorable Kyle Hodge. It took a lot of principle to run on a promise and then to subsequently cross the floor. Not because it was an easy decision, Madam Speaker, but because you did not want to violate your promise to the people of Anguilla. And here he is today, Madam Speaker. After promising the people of Anguilla that he will work tirelessly to reform the tax and provide relief to the people, a year after producing the report, which took months of working on as a committee, we are seeing the tangible results of the blueprint before us. A bill or a combination of bills that not just enacts our promise, but enacts our commitment to putting people first and providing real relief. So with that, Madam Speaker, I offer my support for the bills before us.
Thank you, Member. Thank you for complying with our time limits. At this time, I'm conscious that we have not had the lunch break, and I think this is an appropriate time to take the lunch break. I propose that we take 1 hour break. Okay, as House rises, we'll resume in 1 hour. Honorable members, this House resumes its sitting. I trust that we're all refreshed and we had a good lunch. Where we left off was the debate of the two bills that are on the floor. I invite any other members that wish to make any contributions on the consolidated approach to the presentations. I recognize the honorable member for West End. And member, please be mindful of the time that we had talked about before lunch. The rules still stand as it relates to allocation.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, in my day as an athlete, I was regarded as a sprinter and not a long-distance runner. But Madam Speaker, again, I'm grateful to the people of District 7 for giving me this opportunity to represent them in the House of Assembly. And I often say that for us as politicians or representatives, when we come to the House, I think it is important that we realize that we are the voice of the people. It might have our tone, but it is still about the people. And I can go back, Madam Speaker, as to the last couple of general elections and promises that were made in leading up to 2015, a team that I was part of, that talk about the interim stabilization levy. Again, people are always looking for any support they can possibly get. And if you give them that opportunity to vote for what you say you will do, and if you don't do it, you'll be penalized for it. The truth is, Madam Speaker, they're not looking for excuses. They're looking for ways of getting it done. They're looking for ways of getting it done, and they have that trust in us. In 2020, again, Madam Speaker, it was about no GST. And we know what the results were, Madam Speaker. It was that the people of Anguilla voted for the APM because they believed in what they said. If you go to 2025, the people again spoke. But even before that, Madam Speaker, my colleague to my right, the Honorable Kyle Hodge, I often have said, whether in the House of Assembly, out in the general public, that one of the best things that have happened to politics in Anguilla over the last 20, 30 years has been Kyle Hodge and the stance that he took. Because a number of persons out there in the general public thinks that politicians or those in the House of Assembly, it's about how much money they get a pension and the likes. A young man with 3 children, and now soon to be 4, made a decision, Madam Speaker, that he would forego up to 60% of what he was earning on a monthly basis. He did that, Madam Speaker, because he wanted to be held true to the people whose homes he went into, understood what was important to them, gave them a commitment that he will see it through. He could have gone back and given excuses, some might say reasons, for having to implement the GST at 13%. The fact is, Madam Speaker, today when we come to this House, it takes a blind man can see, or those who will say clear as mud, to say that the best person to make this presentation is someone that the people of Anguilla can trust their word. And Madam Speaker, the key in all of this too, as far as I'm concerned, is who really benefits from all of this. Who benefits? Their losses and their wins. They're those who, and I'll talk about businesses, who might feel they're losing out with this amendment or adjustment. The question has to be asked, where do they stand in 2020 when majority, not all, because when there was a period of time where all the stores decided to close in solidarity of not the consumers, Madam Speaker, but their customers. There were those who did not close. They obviously saw a benefit for them, but at the end of the day, Madam Speaker, I do believe that you cannot please everybody. And I think if we are honest we're honest. And I keep talking about some persons will say customers, some will say consumers. In Anguilla, we are all customers. We are all customers. What's the difference between a customer and a consumer? Well, for me, Madam Speaker, a customer is someone that you know. It's almost as if in the tourism industry, your repeat guests are not just a tourist. They're repeat guests. It means something more. And I know my colleague across the floor mentioned when he went through a list and said that it was only $4 and something cents, Madam Speaker. But I am sure there are a number of persons in Anguilla, when they went to the store, they were short of $1 or 25 cents. So when we could scoff at $25 or $4, $4 is a lot to some people, Madam Speaker. And I think the other point too is that it's believed that man cannot live by bread alone. And that's a quote to say that you just cannot survive just by food. Your bill, if you look through your household bill, there are a number of other items that exemption was not covered. So you have to find a way of doing that. You have to find a way of making sure that when people go to the shops, that they feel they're getting some benefits. You got to feel that, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, you know, for me, it's always interesting to know how we as politicians, they say politics is a game. But what is the game really about? Who wins and who loses? Is it at the polls that you win, but even if you think that you got there by promising something that you're not going to deliver? Or is it about being honest with your people? If you say, we all set out to do certain things, but if you cannot get it done along the straight and narrow road, you got to say, we have to go over a hill, over a mountain or whatever, but let the people know that we're all in this together. Everybody wants to feel that their vote means something, and that's why we in the House of Assembly cannot play silly games with our people. We have to do the best that we possibly can in order to make sure that they feel there's a benefit, that people care about them. You know, it's very easy to say that we're offering you this benefit at that benefit, but at what cost and who's paying for it? And I would challenge a number of those persons who feel, businesses especially, Madam Speaker, because there is a concern that what we are implementing might not trickle down to the guy at the end of the line. And these are our most vulnerable people. They are Anguillians. They are our most vulnerable. So it is vitally important that when we make a decision, that we think about them. We talk about, if you say if the neighbor's house is burning, you water yours, you pour water on yours. But it's true again, Madam Speaker. When people ask you, how are you doing? You need to find out how your neighbor, how your brother and sister are doing. You might be doing okay, but if they're put under pressure, and my colleague again, that's the honorable member from Road North, talk about pressure. Pressure's in your head, Madam Speaker, and it's how you deal with it. And we need to understand that different people react to it differently, but we've got to understand exactly where they're coming from. So it is vitally important, I think, that this whole debate and the talk about going for 2 hours, maybe there's some people just like to hear their own voices, Madam Speaker. But the fact is, the basic line is that, are we in here to represent our people? Or are we here to actually take time to, what would you say, campaign for the next general election or find what's wrong with something? Is the glass half full or half empty? Government cannot, in all consciousness, feel that they're benefiting. They're benefiting and they've got $190-odd million in the bank or in the treasury when our people are counting their pennies. That cannot be right. If you're looking to implement a GST at 13%, and then the fact that majority of that, and it's all relative, where is it coming from? If your people, if your your single mothers who've got 2 or 3 children are struggling because they might work in a tourism industry for 8 months, but then for the next 4 months, they still have to find a way of living. So it's vitally important that government cannot talk about having all this money at the expense of its people. And is there a loss to government? On paper, it might say $40 million loss. But where's the money coming from? Where's the revenue coming from? And really, who is government? Who is government without their people? We're all given 1 vote. Well, you got 5 votes, but you can vote for yourself once. But without the majority of your people voting for you, you will not be sitting in this House of Assembly. That's in your constituency. If the majority of people decides they're going to vote for a government, the majority of the who are in the House have to pay close attention to the people who put them there in the first place. We talk about public consultations, Madam Speaker. Public consultations, in fact, I was at a public consultation last week with a sector, and I think their concern was that they were
Members.
The fact was, Madam Speaker, is that the person stood up and say that, oh, you should take it out to the general public. But we've taken it out to the general public from probably 2015, 2020. The people want something where they feel they can benefit from. The Anguillan dream, Madam Speaker, was about an Anguillan. Even then, we did not even see the need for government because our people were very independent-minded. They were not that concerned about going to a college or to a university. They were prepared to work hard in order to have that Anguillan dream of building their own home. Times have changed, Madam Speaker. Times have changed, and we would like to think that as time has changed, we've changed for the better. There's some things that I'm afraid is beyond our control. The only control you have is over yourself. We could talk about how things were when I was growing up, but those days have long gone. We could talk about the benefits you could gain from that. But what I do know, Madam Speaker, there are a number of persons who reached out to me asking about the 1st of August. Is this really going to happen? Because they're thinking about building their Anguillan home. They're thinking about being able to go to the wholesaler and be able to buy concrete and blocks and whatever is required, nails, whatever is required to build their home. Because to them, if their budget is $100,000 and if they had to pay that extra 13% on that, they could not afford it, Madam Speaker. So the key about in all of this, there will be those, Madam Speaker, who can build and get a return and build and get a return, but it's not the majority of our people. And when we ask who really benefits from this, and it's ironic, Madam Speaker, and we talk about tourism and foreign investment, we need all of that. We need all of that. But we also need, Madam Speaker, and I think most importantly, is to know that our people of Anguilla feels that there is a hope going forward. They've got to, without that, Madam Speaker, we could appeal as much as we can to the youngsters who are shooting up at each other, but they don't really care, Madam Speaker, if they feel they don't have a future in Anguilla. What is ironic, Madam Speaker, and again, I must give a lot of credit to the previous administration and the tourism sector, and to my colleague across the way. I gave him the #1 island of the Caribbean in 2020, and he's given it back to me, Madam Speaker. So that is a true relay. But on a serious note, Madam Speaker, and I'm serious about that too, it is great that we can market Anguilla as a #1 destination in the Caribbean. But the thing that concerns me, though, Madam Speaker, is if we're the #1 destination in Anguilla, in the Caribbean, Bahamas and Bermuda, is it for visitors or is it for Anguillians? Who is it for? We say that our greatest asset is our people. It's our people. Our greatest asset is our people. But if our people are continuing to go off to a foreign country if our people who are working overseas and feel that it's too hard to come back home to do a job at home, then we are not being fair to our people. So it's almost as if we are the number one destination if you're going to come and go. But at the end of the day, there's a reason, and God has smiled on us, Madam Speaker. God has sent a message to Anguillians wherever you are. This .ai, I mean, the fact is, what it brings to Anguilla says that because of your name, Anguilla, it means that there's a golden goose that is laying an egg. And where did it come from? Anguilla. And for so long, even people in the Caribbean did not know where Anguilla was because it was almost non-existent in their eyes. But Madam Speaker, my point is in all of this, if we want to move forward as a country, as a people, we have to put our people first. We have to put our people first, Madam Speaker. You know, in whatever decisions that are made. Listen, and the beauty about politics or life in general, it's a continuum. If you pass on, somebody will pick up the baton and run with it. If you're in government and you lost, someone else will pick it up and run with it. But it's vitally important that we understand that along the journey is about our people. The thought of us having to be here for 17, 18 hours talking about a bill that is for the benefit of our people, really? To do what? Just to justify that the glass is half full if you're on this side, but half empty on the other side. You can't tell people how to think or what to say. Sometimes you can try to muzzle them, but the fact is you can't. The end of the day, the majority of people that I've spoken to, and I believe the majority of people in Anguilla today will believe that this is one of the best things that have happened for a while. Because, A, it's a promise delivered. And the thought of it, if government is giving up $40 million, government could have taken another approach and say, why don't we add an extra 5% onto it? Or the perception or the message that others were given that the Anguilla United Front was going to make it 17%. And then you could probably try to justify that. That would have brought more money into the Treasury. But at whose expense, Madam Speaker? At whose expense? The expense of the people. Madam Speaker, I think that I've only been going about for 20 minutes, but it doesn't matter, Madam Speaker. My message is clear. It's clear that I thank my people of District 7, those who voted for me and those who said they're going to vote for me but didn't vote for me. I still love them. But Madam Speaker, it's for the people of Anguilla. And I've been given, thanks to the Honorable Premier, the responsibility of health, tourism, and sports. I cannot do it alone. I cannot do it alone. I might have the titles, but what I will tell you, Madam Speaker, I will do the best that I can to make the lives of our people better. And what I will say again to the Honorable Premier and the Minister of Finance, but especially to my colleague, Kyle Hodge, who took that bold, and some people might say it's a bold step. If you ask him, he will say, no, it's not a bold step. He was a man of his word. And that's why in the election of 2020, he actually got more votes than he got in 2025. He got more than he did in 2020. Madam Speaker, I thank you for the time that I've been afforded. And what I would definitely say is that to the people of District 7, the people of Anguilla, whatever we do, we will look to do it in your best interest. We may not get it right all the time, because very rarely any architect or any builder gets it right 100% the first time. But if you listen to your people, because these are the ones who are actually going to see through. And again, to all those suppliers, remember, there's a difference between consumer and a customer. And in Anguilla, we're all consumers, but more importantly, we're all customers. I thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member for West End. Are there any other contributions? The chair recognizes the Honorable Kyle Hodge.
Madam Speaker, good afternoon. And good afternoon to the House. Good afternoon, Mr. Smith. Good afternoon to the people listening via the radio or via the web. Madam Speaker, I rise in support of this bill. This bill, named General Services Tax Act 2025. And Madam Speaker, this is very significant because this here represents a serious change, a change in policy, a change in tax policy, a bill to bring some reform to GST. And Madam Speaker, the bill before us is more than just a bill. This is about leadership. And this, Madam Speaker, represents a government that is standing up for the people when others chose not to. When others, Madam Speaker, were handed a bill, where was the fight back? Where was the fight back to say, this isn't good for Anguilla? Or even if it was good for Anguilla, where was the fight back that said, this isn't good now? Madam Speaker, this bill today is very significant. And for me, it is also very personal. Because I, Madam Speaker, took a principled stance against the Goods and Services Tax Act of 2021. Now, I'll be very fair, Madam Speaker. I'll be fair. There were amendments, there were changes, there were tweaks. But I dare say, Madam Speaker, when it came time for the bill, the GST bill to be implemented, or to be passed first in 2021, it was not the right tax act for Anguilla. So, Madam Speaker, the people of this country elected a government to lead. And when times are hard, that is the moment in which you rely on your core, you rely on your people, the same people that put you there, Madam Speaker. When times are hard and when you're backed into a corner, never fight it alone. That is why you have a team to lean on, supporters to lean on, the business community to lean on. The people of Anguilla will always have your back, especially when you show them respect. But from the moment you start disrespecting people, from the moment you start ignoring people, from the moment you start neglecting the business community of this country, Madam Speaker, it can never go well for you. How can it go well? So this is more than just a bill. This is about respect. And this, Madam Speaker, is about principle. This is about a campaign that was very measured. A campaign that was rooted in not just a promise, a campaign that was rooted, Madam Speaker, in deep study. Because from the moment revenues were released, from the moment IRD let go stuff, from the moment we requested information and got it, we went to work. And a committee of professionals and the average man was a part of those round tables. And they weren't all, Madam Speaker, in favor of what we were doing. We had clashes. And that is where the beauty lies. Because out of that, out of the tough decisions, the tough discussions, comes the right decisions. So, Madam Speaker, the fact is, the previous administration had a completely different approach. The past administration accepted, just, we were told this, we were told that, we were told this, whenever I hear we were told, I wonder if they dug into the facts. Because it can't just be about what you was told. It must be about the facts on the ground. In Madam Speaker, I hear the argument about wanting to delay the second and third reading. But Madam Speaker, how quickly the tables turn, eh? I remember when the first reading of the goods and services tax was taking place. The gallery was full with people, full of people. And the farmer member for Valley South was in the back room. Wasn't coming out. Was not coming out because she wasn't in support of the first reading of the goods and services tax. Madam Speaker, I pleaded and I begged, and the farmer premier thanked me in the end for bringing her out. But here today, we are questioning second and third reading. Madam Speaker, I was able to convince her that this is just a first reading. There's time. We can further push for tweaks. There's more amendments that can be made to adjust it and make it more palatable, to make it more acceptable to the business community, to make it more acceptable to the people of Anguilla. There's time. So I convinced her based on that, Madam Speaker. Or else, that would have gone a totally different way. So, Madam Speaker, as an opposition, 3 years ago, we sat over in those seats, Madam Speaker, and we listened to the people. We listened to the people, we dialogued with the people. We sat with businesses, and Madam Speaker, as any responsible opposition would, you stay in tune, you stay abreast with what's happening. Madam Speaker, the Goods and Services Tax Act that was passed in 2021 and enacted in 2022, Madam Speaker, I would go to my grave saying this, that it was never the right tax for Anguilla. And the reason why, Madam Speaker, is because I got confused when I read a CARTAC report in 2022 advising St. Martin, because they requested the assistance of CARTAC in 2022 to look at their taxes, at their revenues. And CARTAC advised St. Martin against implementing a value-added tax, or a GST. They advised them against it. But the same CARTAC advised Anguilla in 2018, 2019, that it is the right tax to implement. And these two islands are just about 15 to 17 miles away from each other. So what is the difference? The difference is this, Madam Speaker. CARTAC's advice to the government of St. Martin said it would be detrimental to implement a value-added tax when you share a border with another country that doesn't have the same type of tax. What Cartac failed to realize about Anguilla and St. Martin is that we too share a border. We may not be able to drive to St. Martin, but you can get there in 15 minutes for $30. So essentially, the same argument that they put forward, or the same advice that they put forward to St. Martin, should, Madam Speaker, should have been the same advice to Anguilla. But that is spilled milk. Water under the bridge. So, Madam Speaker, when it came to looking at the GST structure, it was very important for this administration to make some significant changes, because this cannot be a one-size-fits-all situation. Given the explanation I just gave, we share a water border with two different countries. And those two countries have a more favorable tax structure. So, if you are located 15 minutes away from another jurisdiction, in that jurisdiction, Madam Speaker, their tax system is more favorable than ours. Well, then the benefits of our hard-earned money, our hard-earned cash, will go towards the more favorable tax jurisdiction. It's not rocket science, Madam Speaker. St. Kitts and Nevis cannot have two different tax structures. One would favor the other one, and one would always do better than the other one. So I always question Cartac's recommendation. But we are where we are, and we are here today because we recognize that we had to do something about the tax that we have right now. So, Madam Speaker, somebody would have mentioned earlier about the time, the last minute, the time that we're not given enough time. The business community need more time, the people need more time. But Madam Speaker, I recall in 2022, the day before the GST was implemented, the APM administration, no, the day before the GST was implemented, the banks, NCBA and Republic Bank, would have posted their new service fees. It created an alarm. The day before, the day before the tax was to be implemented, their fees went up. The day of, Madam Speaker, the day of the implementation, the former administration was in the House removing GST from banking services. But they want to talk now about what we're doing. How quickly they forget. And that was the reason why, when we were on the opposition side, Madam Speaker, we would have voted no. That was the one and only time, because of the confusion that existed in Anguilla at the time. Confusion. The banks changed their fees, and the day after, banking is removed from GST. How is that possible? Where was the communication then? If you got the facts, then say. The banks didn't know that GST was being removed the day after because they posted their fees. They posted their new fees. I remember. Madam Speaker, leadership matters. Understanding the issues matters. And Madam Speaker, having compassion matters. When you're elected, when you're campaigning, you could sit on buckets and you could meet everybody at their level. You know, you got all ears listening. But then when you get elected, what happens to the cries of the people? They don't disappear. The only way they could disappear is if you address them head on. The same compassion you show when you're campaigning and when you're in opposition is the same compassion you need to be showing when you're in government. But the farmer administration, Madam Speaker, unmoved by the people, unmoved by the business community, Madam Speaker. There were petitions, unmoved. There were protests, unmoved. There were business closures, Madam Speaker, unmoved. The pleas came in left, right, and center, unmoved. There's a reason why the gallery is empty today. And that is because the people, they have trust in this administration. That is why the gallery is empty. So, Madam Speaker, this administration is moved. This administration is moved, and that is why, Madam Speaker, we are here today to ensure that we move this bill forward and the goods tax bill forward through to its 3-3. I got to practice that. I know people are listening, and every now and then I get a message telling me about my pronunciation. So we are moving these 3 bills forward. That person will be happy today. So, Madam Speaker, despite all that had transpired leading up to the goods and services tax in 2021, including the GST Select Committee of the House that brought about a lot of recommendations, that saw, I think for the first time, you know, people coming together and recognizing that we're in a bad place financially. COVID came, knocked us out for a long time. So people recognize that government cannot survive without taxes. Government's debt needs to be paid, expenditure, social programs, services needs to be paid. People recognize this. And what I saw in those select committee meetings, Madam Speaker, were people just coming together and just showing unity, showing that Anguilla-ness that we are here to help you. We are here to recommend and suggest. We are here, Madam Speaker, because we are in all this. We are in this together. We are all in it together. So, Madam Speaker, the issue in our jurisdiction, the issue in Anguilla, is that we don't benefit from economies of scale. Our importers face high shipping costs because of low volume, right? Our importers face high purchasing costs because of low volume. And when they have to go through all kind of extremities, Madam Speaker, to import stuff into Anguilla, because we pretty much import everything, 99% of goods, food, non-food is imported. And not imported from the region, you know, where there's the benefit of free trade and what's not with CARICOM, but imported from America, and a few goods from Panama, It may be a little bit too from the UK, Europe. So, Madam Speaker, our costs to bring goods in are already at an all-time high. Just by landing the goods here, they come in, Madam Speaker, at a very high cost. And then to have taxes at your port, and then taxes on your register, for a small import-driven country, that will always be problematic. And even if you say the 13% at the port is reclaimable, Madam Speaker, I know I've spoken to some businesses that were honest enough to say, listen, that 13% up front is my liquidity gone. And as much as I want to pass it on, because there's no law saying you got to pass it on. There's no law to monitor whether it's passed on or not. But some of them were very honest to me to say, listen, I don't get that cash back in my hand. And when I pay it out, it is gone from my possession. And there's a cost to my cash going out. There's a cost to it. And as much as I want to pass it on, I have to include it into my pricing. So the effect of that, Madam Speaker, in some instances is 26%. So not all businesses could afford it. Some couldn't. But the effect of it for those businesses that could not pass it on because cash flow was tight is that the consumer ended up paying 26% GST. That's just the GST. So, in a small 2x4 country, we brought in a very complex system for big nations, for nations with economies of scale. And as much as I preach to the Farmer Administration, I will be very careful about this. It just fell on deaf ears. But the goal, Madam Speaker, of the former Premier, and he would have said it, was that he wants to build a relationship with the United Kingdom. Because for some reason, he thought that the relationship was spoiled or bad. And he's here to build a relationship with the United Kingdom at the expense of building a relationship with his people. Madam Speaker, in Anguilla's case, the simpler the tax structure, the better. And I would have heard that, okay, yeah, GST is consolidating this, consolidating that, consolidating that. That did not make the tax simpler. Because those taxes that existed, there were no mechanism to take your money here, hold it for a little while, I can hold it for a little while, government can hold it for a little while, and then maybe in 3 months, you get something back. It made the system more complex for a small society with a handful of businesses. And all Anguilla businesses could be considered small in the grand scheme of things when you look abroad. It made it more difficult. A country with 12,000 people. 12,000, not 15. 12,000 people reside here. I ain't talking about photos. 12,000, just over 12,000 people reside in Anguilla, not 15. 12,025? 12,025 to be exact. Just think about that for a moment. Because out of that, their kids, children under 18, and their seniors who are retired. So figure out how much of that population is the working population of Anguilla, paying the burden, paying taxes. Madam Speaker, Madam Speaker, I want to touch on a couple things here, because the former premier, the leader of opposition, when he campaigned in 2019 and 2020, he knew that the goods and services tax was a bad tax, because he said so. The farmer, the opposition member from District 6, he knew that GST was a bad tax because he said so. So how can it just change? How can it turn from bad to good in the matter of weeks, or days, or hours? How could it turn from bad to all of a sudden good? And that eroded trust in the community. People don't trust politicians because of that kind of behavior. And they knew it was bad because they also spoke about the negative implications of it. And I'll quote the opposition leader. I'll quote him. And this is a quote, Madam Speaker, from an interview on Keystone Greaves' program. And this quote was when he was the premier of this country. This is a quote while he served as premier in 2021. And I quote, "The conditions was that, the PS Finance should write a white paper on advancing goods and services tax. And we feel that that's not a good tax for Anguilla culturally, or the impact it would have on an economy that is stagnated." Those are the premier's words. Premier Dr. Ellis Lorenzo Webster in 2021 on Keystone Greaves' program. And I'm continuing the quote. And they've been basically, some of that has been advanced, but I was told by the Baroness herself that if we can find an alternative to that tax, then we don't have to implement it. This is the elected premier who was against GST in 2019, against it in 2020, and is now elected as premier, having meetings and conversations and agreeing, but out on a radio program saying it's a bad tax, and if he could find an alternative, that they will agree. Well, I believe that. I believe wholeheartedly in that fact, that if there was an alternative being sought, that the British would have understood. But no alternative was ever sought. Continuing the quote, the radio host, Madam Speaker, would have asked, "So you're working on an alternative?" To which the premier responded, "Exactly." What alternative? I would like to see the study that shows alternatives were being sought. I know I suggested a whole heap of things. But in terms of making sure the technical staff in the ministry or the technical staff from abroad get to work seriously on looking at alternatives, that didn't happen. It couldn't come from my directive, because I wasn't the Minister of Finance. It It couldn't come from me. But there were numerous things that I would have suggested. So, Madam Speaker, the hypocrisy in this is what I'm getting at. Because you, as Premier, would have gone against this in a very strong way. And you, as Premier, would have implemented it. Fine. And now this government came to office and we are suggesting relief for the people. We are suggesting some reform that will make this tax act easier and less burdensome. And the opposition leader is kicking and screaming, saying, don't touch it. You know, Madam Speaker, it really is sad. And it needs to be a lesson for all of us as politicians. The opposition, government, anybody vying for political office, Madam Speaker. When you're not in the hot seat, when you're trying to get over here on this side, you shouldn't just say anything to get elected. Whether you're over there sitting on opposition benches or whether you're vying for political office, do not say things that just sound good for the moment. That type of politics needs to stop. And I can say here today with surety, Madam Speaker, that it stops with this administration. Because we are here today to fulfill a campaign promise that the people in Anguilla believed in us for. And it just wasn't a reckless promise. Like I said earlier, we did the homework. We had technical people, not government technical people, but we had technical people that assisted us. So the politics of just saying anything loosely to get elected, it stops with us. And I am very proud, Madam Speaker, to be a part of this administration under the leadership of the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge. From the moment we got elected, Madam Speaker, from the moment we stepped foot in office, laser focus. Laser focus, because this is what we campaigned on, this is what we studied, this is what we promised the people of this country. And we're here today to realize it. And the truth is, sometimes you can have a change of heart. That happens, Madam Speaker. You can have a change of heart. But when you're campaigning, the appeal from me now is be reasonable. Do not be reckless in what you say. Because I'll quote now, I'll give you another quote from the member from Road South. And this, Madam Speaker, this quote comes from the campaign trail. A meeting that was held, I think it was in Plum Point. But I'll quote him. Ladies and gentlemen, like Yellow Dad choking your favorite mango tree, this government, and he's speaking about the AUF government, this government is choking off the lifeblood of this country. He went on to say, so how will this impact you? They have agreed to implement a services tax that will tax your doctor visits, tax your legal fees, and even your salons and car rentals and sales. They will tax your utility and food bills, your restaurant tab, meals and tourism stays. He said they will tax these things. But Madam Speaker, who ended up taxing these things? The same member for Road South. And the irony today is that he is complaining that we're removing the tax that he was against. That is the irony today. But what he is good for, Madam Speaker, is the fear-mongering. Fear-mongering. It ain't gonna work no more. So I'll continue to quote. Even your tickets and transportation services will be taxed. And this tax and this service is taxed. And if you're not compliant, you will be in so much trouble that you might as well close your business. They are going to come after Anguillan businesses and force the cost of living up. How can you tax a dead economy? And this goods and services tax, as you heard, will increase the cost of living by 20% in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, I can pause there because I'm now seeing a 22% thing floating around. So back then, before GST, it was going to carry up the cost of living 20%. Now we are here removing sectors, removing entire sectors, and the cost will go up 22%? How? How is that even possible? I'll continue to quote. I almost finished with the quote. Okay. They'll tax every service. They'll tax every grocery in the store. They'll tax electricity even more. You rhyme in there. This is an affront to our dignity, he said. We cannot stand for this, people. Ladies and gentlemen, we cannot stand to have the Anguilla United Front back in power because they'll continue to hurt us like they have, and they'll have no regard for us. Madam Speaker, end of quote. And I got to step back. Madam Speaker, who had no regard for the people of this country in 2020? Who had no regard? Well, I will say this. That time, we survived. We passed that time. We survived. But thank God, Madam Speaker, the people in February of 2025, they understood the assignment. Because this administration, Madam Speaker, is here to bring proper reform that ultimately leads to relief. Madam Speaker, the former administration thought that just giving out some electricity credit, giving some vouchers on the back of increasing costs, on the back of implementing higher fees at the port, higher fees at health authority, higher fees all over. They thought that they can just give handouts. The people of Anguilla didn't ask for handouts. This isn't about handouts. This is about people with dignity, working to earn a living, working to pay their own way. And they can only do that, Madam Speaker, if we as a government provide the necessary relief to allow them to breathe, to allow them to live, not to force them into looking forward to a handout, not to force them to be, not to force them to be just looking out for it and living on it and always having to be dependent. So, Madam Speaker, the reason why we had to come to this is because the GST Act, Madam Speaker, was always destined to increase costs. It was implemented at a time when inflation around the world was increasing. Shipping was increasing. Goods was scarce to come across. So the implementation period was one of the worst periods ever for a value-added tax. So we had to dig deep and we had to look hard at this, Madam Speaker. Because to have the value at the port high, coming in high, and to have a GST tax on top of all your landed costs, on top of all your additional operational costs, and then on top of your profit. And we know how hard it is, Madam Speaker, in Anguilla to operate a business and make a profit with a low customer base. You know how hard? The higher the population, the more purchasing, the more spending. So your profit margins don't have to be as high, but the lower your customer base is, your profit margin got to be a little higher. So we knew what was going to happen. And it happened. Everything that they campaigned against in 2019 and 2020, it happened. And what I am very happy about, Madam Speaker, regarding this difference that we have, is that the people of Anguilla can now clearly see that philosophically, the two parties are different. Because on one hand, APM believes in infrastructure above people. They believe in building roads first and infrastructure first before looking out for the well-being of their people. They believe in maintaining high taxes. And on this side, this AUF side, it's people first, it's education first. Everything else is gravy. Everything else after. Everything else after. Your best infrastructure is the people. The infrastructure of the people. That's your infrastructure. That's the infrastructure that we care about. We care about the other kind of infrastructure too. But I'm telling you, what comes first for us is the people, in making sure that they can survive on their own without handouts. We can give a bonus now and then, but people must survive on their own. Bonuses are extra. Credits are extra. Credits are like a dividend. You're doing so well. As a country, you give a dividend. You do something for the people. You know, government give a bonus at the end of some years because they realize some savings. That's what we are about, Madam Speaker. So I'm glad that there are some differences in terms of governing that the people of Anguilla can now realize. Because for us people is to say, none of them different. They're all alike. We're not all alike. Because what we are here today to do, the other administration would not have done it. So we can't be all alike. We are different. One people, so I'm not putting any kind of animosity in there. We are one people. We have different ways and means to achieve perhaps the same goal. Madam Speaker, I want to go back to the GST, the moment when I resigned, Madam Speaker, because it was a very charged environment. It was an environment, Madam Speaker, where a lot of disrespect was dished out to those who didn't support the goods and services tax. And that disrespect went towards whoever opposed, whoever had a difference of opinion, Madam Speaker. And I stayed for 2 years, 2 long years, trying to sort things out, trying to make it as best as possible, Madam Speaker. And I remember, Madam Speaker, how disrespectful it was. And there was this meeting that was taking place at Pastor Philip Church, Madam Speaker. And that was the day, Madam Speaker, that I would have handed in my resignation letter. Because the former administration did not want to recognize the IGT credits from businesses. The IGT that was paid by the importers. The farmer administration did not want to recognize those credits. They did not. And that, Madam Speaker, is where the idea of electricity credits came. Because they said, oh, since they want these credits to benefit the consumer, well, let us do something for the consumer. It wasn't about you doing something for the consumer. It was about doing right by the business community that paid their hard-earned cash at the port. At the port, I was there. And the advice came in those meetings. It came in those meetings. Let's help the consumers by giving them electricity credits. Let's ignore the businesses, what they paid. Let's ignore the IGT because government can't take no more losses. And they're not sure if it was going to be passed on. But it was the businesses' hard-earned money. And it had to be respected. Madam Speaker, any government looking to implement a tax of any sort, and if there's a fallout between who's going to lose during that transition or that implementation, it must be government. Government must realize that we are imposing this on the people, on the businesses. Then it is incumbent on us to shoulder some of that burden, if not all. Because the businesses didn't ask for it. It's government looking to gain more revenue in the long run. So if you're looking to gain more revenue in the long run, be willing to give up something in the beginning. You can't have your cake and eat it too. So, Madam Speaker, again, I have to repeat this. I am proud to be a part of this administration that kept its core premise. I am very proud to be a part of this. Because in this transition, in this reform, we have accepted the fact that we are giving up revenues. But it is for the greater good of this country. The APM, the member for Road North spoke about giving up 17 million with the food relief. So it is okay for you to give up 17 million in food relief, give up another 6 million in electricity credits, totaling 23 million. It's okay for you to do it, but it's bad for us to do it.
Member, just be mindful to address your commentary to the chair.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. My apologies.
Proceed.
Madam Speaker, this country is in safe hands. Very safe hands, very steady hands. No lies, no egos, no blame, no half-truths to confuse the people. Madam Speaker, we don't need to go down that road. We know who's professional at that. This administration is a very upstanding administration. And this is exactly what this country deserves. This is the kind of leadership this country deserves. And what a breath of fresh air it is. What a breath of fresh air it is. And you know, it sounds like tooting your own horn, right? I will toot our horn today. Madam Speaker, maybe over the past 5 months, because I've heard this on the street, that nothing is happening. The country gone dead. The country quiet. Maybe over the past 5 months, it wasn't juicy, but at least it was honest. It wasn't juicy over the past 5 months, but at least it was principled. And it was about putting the people before politics. Maybe, Madam Speaker, it wasn't juicy, but it was real. And real leadership always rises above the noise. Madam Speaker, let me get to the specifics about this reform. Madam Speaker, what we are doing is what the people of this country asked for. We would have done a survey in 2024, and we surveyed over 330, I think to be exact, 334 people. And we asked a lot of questions about GST and the effects, the impacts, and how you're doing generally, how you're doing. And the responses, Madam Speaker, were overwhelming. Maybe I could pull up the graph. Madam Speaker, majority of people had issues with the way GST was implemented and with the way it affected their lifestyle. Over 90% of people from that survey were dissatisfied with GST. So, Madam Speaker, the results were clear. High cost of living was the top concern. They also spoke about how they would have reduced the amount of times they frequented restaurants. That was a major, major concern. So the committee would have put in some serious work. And the committee met for over 2 months, Madam Speaker, going over surveys, going over paperwork, going over revenues, 2023 revenue collection, 2024 revenue collection. And for a solid 2 months, they came up with the best, most effective solution to bring relief. And the answer, Madam Speaker, the reform package includes removing GST from retail, wholesale, manufacturing, restaurants, promoters, and at the port. Roughly 46 million in revenue loss between the two. Not 46 million at the port alone, like the member for road not mentioned, but collectively around 46 million. So, Madam Speaker, 13% GST is being removed from the point of sale for all goods. In fact, the acronyms GST that once stood for Goods and Services Tax is now General Services Tax. It means that come Friday, come August 1st, anything that is considered a good, anything considered a product, will not attract that 13% GST. That 13%, Madam Speaker, that I said earlier, is on your profit. That's on your landed costs, your operation costs, and your profit. That 13% will turn to zero. Zero. And that, Madam Speaker, is a benefit to the people of Anguilla. That is a benefit to all consumers. 0% on profit. The other costs, like service costs, electricity costs, security costs, those costs will be embedded in your pricing. And then you get your profit. But as it relates to being taxed on your profit, it is zero. That is a major, major benefit. So, Madam Speaker, at the port, the 13% reclaimable GST is now replaced by a 9% GT, goods tax, non-refundable. And what is important to note about the 9% goods tax is that it is not compounding. And the way the compounding worked, Madam Speaker, is that your CIF, your cost, insurance, and freight duties would be calculated on top of that. And the total you got from that calculation, GST, was then attached to that. GST was not on your cost, insurance, freight. We have ensured that the 9% will go directly to your cost, insurance, freight. And, Madam Speaker, that is significant. When you look at the models, Madam Speaker, it shows a breakdown of the current structure versus this structure. And customs would have gone over this at the press conference. And that too was a form of public consultation. We entertained questions. It was live. The member from Rodnat said that we didn't have any live consultations. Granted, it wasn't open to the public, it was open to the media. The media asked questions. We entertained questions from the Facebook Live. So in a farm, it was a consultation. So, Madam Speaker, the goods tax is not compounding. When the GST was compounding, Madam Speaker, it was like an additional 4 or 5% extra added on. That carried costs up as well. So that is another area where cost is removed. So, Madam Speaker, at the port, whatever is exempt currently will remain exempt. And I'm going through this slowly, Madam Speaker, and I'm being very deliberate because I don't want the public to be confused. I'm being very deliberate so that people can understand the implications of what is to come Friday, the 1st of August. Whatever is duty-free, whatever is GST-free right now will continue to be zero. The goods tax will not apply to those goods. And another very important point to note, Madam Speaker, is that goods landed in Anguilla prior to August 1st, but cleared on August 1st or after, will attract the goods tax. So, not because it landed prior to the official start of the goods tax, that it will be subject to the GST. The system at customs, once it's changed to the goods tax, that is the tax that will apply. So if you're a business and you're registered, perhaps it's more beneficial for you if your goods come in before August 1st. Don't let them stay in the port until after for August 1st. If you're not a registered business, and this is free advice, and you wish to benefit from the goods tax at 9%, not compounding, then you leave them stay right here until August 1st and after. Free advice to the public. If you're not a registered business and you don't pay, you don't claim GST, you don't charge GST, and your goods come in before the 31st, before August 1st, and you don't want to pay the 13% GST, you can clear your goods on August 1st or after and pay the 9% goods tax. Non-compounding. Madam Speaker, for restaurants now, and we had a meeting with the restaurant sector last week, and we also had a meeting just yesterday with some other restaurants that would have missed the previous meeting. Some hotels and restaurants came out yesterday to a meeting, a consultation. It went very, very well, Madam Speaker. And the only issue that we're hearing from the restaurant sector is the timing of it. You know, tourism pretty much closes down in a month's time, September. And they'll now have to make some changes to their menu. They will have to now ensure that their servers understand that they need to tell their guests, their patrons, that on Friday this week, there'll be no GST added to your restaurant tab. So I expect to see every restaurant in Anguilla full on Friday. I expect that to happen, Madam Speaker, because people have been waiting on the removal of GST on restaurants. And Madam Speaker, to share some feedback from the consultation that we had yesterday, other than the timing, those restaurateurs were happy. They said their guests complained over and over and over. And their guests would have tipped less, in some instances not tip at all. Because here it is, 15 going one way, 13 going the next. That's 28% on a burger. 28% on a drink. 28% on a lobster. The costs rise. And if you're out with a family of 5, well, for me, it's gonna be soon 6. Just to kind of let the cat out of the bag. If you're out with a family of 6, that 28% is significant, Madam Speaker. So families will now see a 13% reduction. Because it's not under a bill. So it must be a reduction. Madam Speaker, there was a question concerning whether or not the restaurants and the hotels would have an advantage because they still remain in the GST structure to reclaim GST paid on the electricity bill and their security services, while the restaurants outside of the hotel structure would be outside of the GST completely and would not be able to reclaim on the electricity 13% tax. So, Madam Speaker, what I can say is that there will be a formula, or there is a formula, there is a model that does not allow the hotel to claim the entire 13% that they paid on their electricity. There's a ratio that IRD works with, and that has been shared to the hotel sector, and they understand it. They have no issues about it whatsoever. So the playing field, Madam Speaker, is level. Madam Speaker, in speaking with retailers, we got one thing from them that was resounding. The simpler, the better. And as we drove around, myself, the Honorable Member for Valley South, Honorable Member for Valley North, we took time, Madam Speaker, because this job is not just about being in the office, passing laws, writing policies. This job, Madam Speaker, a significant part of it requires us to be out in the public, requires us to be in constant dialogue with people, with businesses. And while sitting with businesses, Madam Speaker, throughout Anguilla, over the last few days, they all would have told us and confirmed to us that their goods on hand, August 1st, will be reduced by 13%. And that is, Madam Speaker, because they are no longer a part of the structure. And the current prices that exist in stores, in the POS, consist of GST, 13%. So automatically, when the 13% is removed, it is removed from the cost that they have displayed. And the cost that they have displayed is the cost that they have in the POS. Now, it's not easy to remove or change the prices on the shelves overnight. But the prices in the POS will be changed overnight. So come Friday morning, 6 o'clock, 6:30. Some open at 7 and 8. Come Friday morning, the 13% will be removed from the POS. Prices on the shelves may lag behind a little bit. So it's important for consumers to note that some prices on the shelf may still reflect GST while there's a transition period, while they work on changing their price tags. I was told by one that we will have our price tags change because it's in our benefit to have them change so that the consumer would not be confused. But in any event, Madam Speaker, the businesses, the retailers, whether grocery or whether hardware, they have all agreed that the prices will be reduced 13%. Madam Speaker, when it comes to new stock imported on or after the 4th of August, 9% applies to landed costs. And that cost is part of the landed cost that goes into whatever pricing mechanism that exists. The services cost, like I said earlier, goes into whatever pricing mechanism exists. That forms part of your operational costs. And that, Madam Speaker, is customary. That is customary. If you're not able to claim it back, it forms part of your operating costs. Madam Speaker, as I said earlier, that this tax structure, any tax structure, should be fair and not excessive. It must be manageable, and as it relates to government taxing and government generating revenue, it must be balanced. It must be balanced, Madam Speaker. In 2022, the revenue gap was 22 million. The taxes collected surpassed that. 2023, it surpassed expectation. So, Madam Speaker, the public rightfully expected some type of rebalancing. And this is why we are here today. We have decided to give up a little, to rebalance things. Nobody wants to see government being broke. Nobody wants to see a government that can't do things for its people. But we also want to see our people being able to do things for themselves, investing, expanding, opening new businesses. We want to see that, and we want to be able to encourage that more. So this new approach, this reform, Madam Speaker, simplifies to a large degree this tax. This new approach, it deals with landed costs. So your landed costs is added to your operational costs. Your operational cost is added to your profit, and you get your final price. 3 steps. 3 steps. There are a lot of things to work out in those 3 steps, but it's 3 steps. In the broader scheme of things, it's 3 steps. The complexities of the previous GST tax, it was your landed costs plus GST plus your operational costs plus or minus the earlier GST, because for some businesses they couldn't deduct it, plus your profit. That's 5 steps to get to your final price. Madam Speaker, in this small country, simplicity works. So, Madam Speaker, how much time I got? Madam Speaker, we are here today to deal with the General Services Tax Act and the Goods Tax Act. And it took us 5 months, Madam Speaker, to get to this point. And in the Fiscal Framework for Responsibility Act, it states that every administration, Fiscal Responsibility Act, it states that every administration has 6 months to determine its tax policy. And that is exactly what we did, Madam Speaker. We took the time to invite CARTAC back. We took the time to go through the various studies and models to be able to get to this point. And we have the recommendations that were made that now forms part of this bill. That now forms part of this other bill. This one, Madam Speaker. And we want to thank the public for their patience, thank the people of Anguilla for believing in us, for giving us an opportunity to be your government. And this, Madam Speaker, is just the beginning. So, Madam Speaker, I just want to wrap up by saying thank you to the Premier for her leadership, and thank the members of this government for their support in ensuring that we get to this point. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Member. Are there any other contributions? I call upon the Honorable Leader of Opposition.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Certainly commendable about your patience. There was so much misrepresentation from the former person speaking that, I could have stood up so many times I would get tired and my legs wouldn't have been able to withstand. Madam Speaker, we are here to debate two bills, the General Services Tax Act and the Goods Tax Act, which are two new taxes that are being imposed upon the people and the businesses in Anguilla. Madam Speaker, this is of significant concern. And so I want to use the time allotted to gently remind people where we were, where we are. But I'd like to start, Madam Speaker, by saying, again, good afternoon to you and to the members of this House, to the staff, to the persons in the gallery, and to Anguillians here and abroad who are listening and watching. Because while the member talked about, earlier member talked about people from Island Harbor to West End, we do know that there were thousands of first Anguillians from overseas who came in to vote in February. And so they too know that there is some responsibility they will have to take for where we are. Madam Speaker, earlier when the Honorable Premier talked about the medium-term economic and fiscal plan, she talked about this being a very significant tax reform, and I certainly, that has also been reiterated by other speakers. Madam Speaker, I'd like to thank you for allowing that we can bring a motion regarding consideration of the MTEF in the near future. But when looking at the forward for the MTEF, Madam Speaker, I almost laughed, but I smiled to myself and thought, how could the Premier have a name attached to the forward when basically it was basically saying that this MTEF forecasts Anguilla achieving full compliance with all three borrowing ratios when the Fiscal Responsibility Act of 2013 will be met this year. This milestone is the result of prudent management and improved revenues, strengthening our capacity to invest in areas that have long been under strain, our infrastructure, healthcare system, schools, and economy. This is the foundation upon which to build meaningful change. Madam Speaker, this is read directly from the MTEF. And what this signifies is this basically is what the former administration, the Anguilla Progressive Movement, did and is doing. There's no mention in that forward right there, Madam Speaker, that talks about, as the member who just spoke said, people infrastructure. Now, we agree with people infrastructure. We believe human development. In fact, that was the hallmark of the Anguilla Progressive Movement's budget 2025. But it talked about infrastructure, about the healthcare system, about schools and economy. And we do know, Madam Speaker, that it is required to have the resources to be able to do infrastructure, to develop a healthcare system that provides access to good healthcare for our people, to get our schools done, in fact, to get Campus Q open. The Anguilla Progressive Movement Administration had to put in almost $40 million, 16 million in the first instance, and then another 22 million over time to get us to where we're at. And then the economy. I figured there was a study done, and this study showed an airport master plan that development of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport would have the greatest economic impact. And that is why there was a commitment from the United Kingdom to give £12 million that was put into the airport development, and then further commitment from the administration. And this is what sound fiscal governance is. Madam Speaker, we do know that the goods tax, there'll be a 9% charge at the port, which businesses will not be able to reclaim. The General Services Tax Act, 13% that is paid for services such as electricity, communications, which means telephones, internet, security services, legal services, accounting services, is not reclaimable. And so we hear the members on the other side talk about, well, there'll be a 13% reduction right away. Madam Speaker, that is impossible. Because if businesses are going to be paying 9% at the port, which is not reclaimable like it is under the current GST structure, and 13% in the GST on services that they cannot reclaim, they will pass this on. And so food right now, Madam Speaker, will increase in cost because expenses will be spread across the board, across all products, including essential items, which includes food. I don't see, as has been recommended by some of the AUF advisors and talking heads, that the businesses should eat the cost. I don't see that happening. I remember when we brought in the bulk fuel levy, that, Madam Speaker, was in the medium-term economic and fiscal plan since 2016. And when we brought it in, we talked with the two suppliers, and they said that they would not pass on the increase in the bulk fuel levy, but they did. And then we did basically the maximum fuel price, which is price control of gas at the pump. I would have liked to see, Madam Speaker, as we were intending to get price control so that there could be some monitoring of the prices going forward. But that is not the case. In fact, the Minister of Economic Development, the single island white member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, said he does not believe in price control. I don't believe in price control myself, naturally. I believe free market, but I feel that prices need to be regulated, especially on essential items, which includes food. The other concern I have, Madam Speaker, is that there was a plan for national health insurance. And government must have the revenues, the resources to provide health care for its people. So we started with the Senior Shield, which costs about almost $7 million a year, and then we had Junior Shield, and then patients with dialysis, that dialysis should be free. And then we also wanted persons who are disabled to have free medical care in the public health system. And then to a national health insurance. And, I went to the BVI along with the acting permanent secretary of health, the permanent secretary in finance, to look at their national health insurance system so that we could implement this and get consultation. of how to move forward with that. But that requires revenue. And I know that the plan is that, you know, as has been said, they'll give up 50 million, 63 million in revenue, and that will automatically go down to the people of Anguilla. I don't see that happening based on what I said earlier about the goods tax and the general services tax and the not reclaimable. But even so, Madam Speaker, the reliance on the .ai domain name registration revenue is one that I think can cause trouble. In the 2009 Big Boys budget, right before the global financial crisis, where the budget was that the revenues would be over $300 million, that didn't happen because of the global financial crisis, Madam Speaker. So we can project that we can get these type of revenues, and then it doesn't happen. In 2017 budget, high revenue was expected. Hurricane Irma came. And then they had to talk about selling the government shares in Anguilla, which, thank God, we were able to get Harold Rowan to prevent that from happening. 2020, Madam Speaker, the budget for 2020, right before in the budget of 2019, it was projected that you'd have the highest budget that there was in terms of revenue, and then COVID-19 came. And then we were begging the UK for money. Now, Madam Speaker, the last speaker, he spoke about, you know, the fight. Where was the fight? Why the now for the implementation of the goods and service tax back at the time? He said, you know, where was the fight back then? And why did it have to happen now? Talking about in 2020. Now the member was there, Madam Speaker. He knows about the fight, and I have here in my possession multiple letters from the former premier, which talked about him committing, his government committing to implementing the GST so they could get help from the United Kingdom. This was even prior to the COVID-19 pandemic. In fact, Madam Speaker, Executive Council minutes from the 4th of June 2018, present being the Honorable Victor Banks, the Honorable Deputy Governor, Mr. Perrin Bradley, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, Minister of Home Affairs and Education, Honorable Acting Attorney General, Mr. Ivor Green. You were there then too, sir. Absent was the Honorable Evans Rogers, but again, we know that he was missing 44 times, you know, in his term between 2015 and 2020, as pointed out by Mr. Thomas Eddie Kelly back in the 2019-2020 election campaign cycle. But in that, Madam Speaker, this was in 2018. When I read point 1, it says that minutes was updated on the progress made in securing the policy-based loan. This would have been from the CDB. The policy conditions associated with the grant of approval were presented, including the implementation of GST. And Madam Speaker, there have been members on the other side who have said that we were not telling the truth when we said that the implementation of the GST was tied to the loan that was received by the government, at the AUF government at that time. Part 2, it says, the Council was aware that the commitment to implement GST was made prior, noting that the medium-term economic and fiscal plan 2016 to 2018 approved GST as a major reform. Madam Speaker, this was done long before, you know, we were elected. And long before we said we would not bring in the GST, and certainly, Madam Speaker, the member that just spoke before me knew that at the time we put up a fight so as not to bring in the goods and service tax. And so what is of concern right now, Madam Speaker, significantly, is that I have letters from Director Ben Merrick. I have letters from Baroness Sugg, who was the Minister for the Overseas Territory, insisting that we had to do this because we were given that we had 2 weeks from June 30th. Elections were June 26th and 29th. From June 30th, we had 2 weeks to either come up with a plan of how we could pay the debt that was due by the 14th of July, how we would pay salaries. And at that time, we'd been given the cash position, which said that reserves was zero. Now this administration can say that they have reserves that is almost 365 days. At that time, we had less than 1 day of reserves, wasn't it? So when you're in this type of position that we left the country in, where you have that type of, in the bank, we had over 44 million EC dollars, and you have reserves of almost $300 million, when you have, surpluses, and you have .ai, which, thank God that, there was a contract done with Identity Digital. Because prior to 2020, Madam Speaker, and there are emails from 2015 and 16 that shows that the former manager for the .ai was not turning over the revenue to government. Emails to that, Madam Speaker. And I know that Inland Revenue controllers, 2 of them, were trying to find out how much revenue was being collected and why government was not receiving the revenue. And then in 2020, when we got in, when we were so strapped to find the revenue, Madam Speaker, to keep the country going and pay expenses, when we were put under austerity measures, we then had to bring in the bulk fuel levy so that it was to make $1.5 million so we could keep the hospital open, so we could pay teachers, so we could pay civil servants. We found out that government was owed $980,000 EC by at that time, the manager of .ai. And we wanted to know what that $980,000 represented in terms of percentage of revenue. How much was the revenue, Madam Speaker? And no matter how much we asked, we could never get those documents to show that. And so that is why the Minister of Economic Development at the time, who is now the Minister for Economic Development on the AUF side, he agreed and gave the directive that we should put this out for bid. And it was open to bid to Anguillians and non-Anguillians, Madam Speaker. But it ended up that a foreign company got it, Identity Digital. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is when you look at the MTEF from 2018, which would have been an AUF MTEF, it showed that they also had in their medium-term economic and fiscal plan that they would outsource the .ai domain name registration to a foreign company. This is written down. This was in the MTEF. So, Madam Speaker, we can sit now and talk about things and stand and pontificate, but this is the way it was back then. Madam Speaker, I'd like to go on. So we're looking at 2 new taxes, Madam Speaker, the goods tax and the general services tax. And I'd like to just mention the objectives of the taxes. And the objectives, as we saw, and they are listed in the goods tax, which were mentioned by the member from Road North. The main objectives of the government in restructuring the GST are to A, reduce inflation. That won't happen. B, provide food security for the citizens and residents of Anguilla. Now, food security, we would understand, increase in agriculture, things like that, plant more food sources, but also importing, because we know that we have to import most of what we eat. But as I mentioned earlier, the goods tax bringing in a 9% that is not reclaimable, and the services which are not reclaimable of 13%, that cost will be added. And so we may get an initial decrease, as was mentioned, where the 13% is removed from the point of sale, but immediately that will go back up by that 9% and 13% services, which are not reclaimable. The businesses are not going to eat that, because we already heard businesses work at a small profit margin. So again, number 3, or C, increase consumer purchasing power. Now we can say if consumers have more disposable cash, that they will eat out more, they may shop more, they may get more expensive things. That is not a guarantee. And then, so again, the Minister of Economic Development, single and white member, Kyle Hodge, on the radio and at the press conference last Monday, he said that the price may go up slightly or come down slightly. Now, if you want to give real relief, Madam Speaker, there's so many ways to give real relief, but we'll get to that. And then number 4, stimulate economic growth. That would go with number 3 there, because again, if the reductions are going to be limited because the businesses will have to add these costs which now they cannot reclaim. Because in the old GST structure, they were able to claim back the 13% they paid at the port, and whether it was compounded or not, Madam Speaker, they were getting back what they paid in GST. And also, any GST that they paid in services, they could reclaim. So these were not costs that they should have been passing on, and certainly that would keep the price to a reasonable level. And so now, if they have to add these costs in, the 9% goods tax and the 13% on services from the general services tax, I can't see that any good business is going to eat those costs as has been recommended. And I've also heard, Madam Speaker, and seen written that where AUF talking heads and advisors have said, well, if they don't bring down their prices, consumers can go to St. Martin to shop, go south. Well, isn't that the reason why? And I know the leader of government business now, who has stood up and ranted and raved about how much people are going to St. Martin to shop. I mean, these are the things that are of concern, Madam Speaker. So I will stand by what I said, that I don't see that these 2 bills will have the desired effect. I continue, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, another one of the AUF advisors and surrogates, Mr. Bernard Watley, has said that businesses should consider these expenses as corporate tax. Now, I know that the member from Valley North in previous statements had said that the GST should be replaced by corporate tax and income tax. So this might be a step in that
Madam
direction.
Speaker, on a point of order, Madam Speaker, the member is imputing improper motive. I never said that it should be replaced with that. I gave my position on tax structures and why I prefer one over the other. And I insinuated in those same interviews that I understand the complexities and the need for a broad-based tax. But the member and members of his administration continue to repeat this, Madam Speaker, and it's absolutely incorrect, and they need to give context for it.
Yes. Good. Please be guided, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. So, Madam Speaker, it is possible that the plan, AUF plan, is to introduce income tax to replace the revenue loss from these
On a
two
point
new
of order,
taxes.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, there's absolutely no evidence or suggestion as to what the member is saying. I will ask him to refrain from imputing improper motive and allocating intent where there's nothing that exists in our
Well, member, if I can
documentation.
actually ask the member, do you have any basis for making that statement, that there's an intention? It did pique my interest as well. You said that there's an intention to implement income tax? I said maybe. If you, okay, so you're speculating.
Yes,
So
exactly.
the member has indicated on a point of order that it's not correct.
Thank you for giving us that assurance. Because, Madam Speaker, the Anguilla United Front in 2009 put out a report dated stating 2009 to 2011, the economic position was to consider implementing a payroll tax. And so, Madam Speaker, I am saying, speculating that maybe the loss of revenue that is going to occur, especially if don't meet the budgetary positions as predicted, that an income tax would be a consideration.
Okay, so so the point, just to be clear, is that it's your speculation and not that there's any information to that effect. So you just,
Correct, Madam Speaker.
okay.
So what I would, as I said earlier, Madam Speaker, there are several GST relief options which were possible, which would have, I think, worked better. The AUF could have reduced the GST rate. They also they've mentioned that they're trying to help homeowners and home builders. They could have exempted first-time home builders from GST. Another option, which was recommended during the last campaign by the APM, to remove freight from the CIF, the cost insurance freight, when calculating customs duties. And this would have helped, Madam Speaker, especially given that freight, has been higher due to shipping issues and supply chain issues and COVID-19. They also, Madam Speaker, could have reduced duties on vehicles to support registered car dealers in Anguilla and decrease the cost of vehicles especially for first-time car owners, especially young people. Madam Speaker, the burden of these two new taxes will fall on the people of Anguilla. Currently, 2/3 of the GST revenue comes from tourists, that is, visitors to Anguilla. Business persons are talking about higher costs. And I mentioned how that would be. They're also talking about lower investments, because if their costs go up, then will not be encouraged to invest as much. And they're also talking right now, Madam Speaker, and we talk to the business persons, they call us, they've been reaching out to us, consumers have been reaching out to us. And so when I ask that we did not proceed with the second and third reading, that's because of the people that are talking to us, the businesses that are calling us, and they're now talking that they will cut staff because of the higher costs that they have. So with the current GST structure, businesses knew that they could claim back what they spent on GST, but not anymore. Not with this plan. And so, Madam Speaker, this undermining of the GST structure is of significant concern, not only for the three of us here as opposition members, but for the general public, because they call us. Now, in the MTEF, it states an anticipated $50 million loss of revenue from these two new taxes. And the plan is that this will be replaced at this point in time by the .ai domain name registration revenue. But this revenue, Madam Speaker, is not predictable. It is not guaranteed. The member mentioned earlier that this windfall, well, they didn't use the word windfall, but that God, and I have always said that this was God smiling down on us and looking out for us. But I do not believe that you can base policy on a revenue that is unpredictable. Now, Speaker, I know that this has been frowned upon and ridiculed by members from the other side, but with the GST revenue, the APM administration was able to give refunds to everyone. And if you know, in the United States, you pay your taxes, and then you can get a refund, you get a benefit. We felt that it was necessary when we were doing badly and the people sacrificed to get this country back up and running, that when we were able to, we should give refunds to the people. And these came in the form of electricity credits. 6,300 homes got $3,500 over time in electricity credits. Food vouchers for the elderly, Madam Speaker, of $1,500 for anyone 70 and older. Increased public assistance for needy families, a 25% increase. This was significant, Madam Speaker. Senior Shield, Junior Shield, dialysis patients, disabled patients. The Anguilla United Front plan, Madam Speaker, before I go there, let me, I will get there. But first, Madam Speaker, I'd like to talk about where we are and how we got to where we are. Here we go. Madam Speaker, when we look at the history of fiscal positions in Anguilla, it is obvious that the Anguilla United Front writes checks that they cash on the backs of future generations. They run up the debt, they spend reserves, leveraging the future of our children and our grandchildren. In 2010, Madam Speaker, when the Anguilla United Front left office, we had a deficit of $70 million. We had unpaid bills of $14 million. Had overdraft at the bank of $18 million. Madam Speaker, at the beginning of 2009, Anguilla United Front administration had reserves of $65 million. By the 1st of October of 2009, that was at zero. Madam Speaker, in 2015, when the Anguilla United Front came into office, the Anguilla United Movement left them reserves of $33 million, budget surplus of $6 million, and the debt at that time, Madam Speaker, was $206 million. Madam Speaker, by the end of 2015, that $33 million was gone. And so the medium-term economic and fiscal plan in 2016 then included the bulk fuel levy, which was not implemented, until we did. In 2018, they were going to outsource the .ai. That was not done until we had to do it. And in 2020, Madam Speaker, when the APM was elected, at that time we had a deficit of $97.1 million. We had debt at that time of $494 million. We had reserves of $500,000, which was less than 1 day of expenditure, Madam Speaker. And we've heard mention about the Fiscal Responsibility Act, and we've heard of the Framework for Fiscal Sustainability and Development, where we have 3 guidelines. You have to have 80% of your revenue. Debt should be lower than 80% of your revenue. Your debt service should be less than 10% of your revenue, and you should have reserves of 25% or 3 months of expenditure. Madam Speaker, when we came in, all of those 3 borrowing guidelines were in jeopardy. We were nowhere close. The Premier this morning could boast that by the end of this year, we will have crossed that line and we would be now have met all 3 borrowing guidelines. And that's because of the prudent management by the Anguilla Progressive Movement, Madam Speaker. And so I think that the United Kingdom is complicit. When you have a tax that they forced us to put in place. And I have the letters, Madam Speaker, that, between the Minister of the Overseas Territory and myself, between the Director for the Overseas Territories and myself, between His Excellency the Governor at the time and myself, where it was insistent that we follow through with the decisions made and the MOU signed by the former Premier. And we did not want to do it. Madam Speaker, we pushed back. We were supposed, January 1st of 2021, we were supposed to be bringing in the 2nd phase of the GST. We pushed back, wrote letters, called, and to no avail. In fact, when we wanted to push back even further until January of 2023, we were told we'd have to cut public servant salaries by 10%, cut all scholarships. To get it down to July 1st of 2022, we had to cut all scholarships, right? And they also told us that we'd have to cut public servants if we wanted to push to get to the end of 2022. And now, the UK casts a blind eye and says, okay, you have the .ai domain name registration money coming in, so we can do this. Now, I have no issue with giving relief, Madam Speaker. But I think that when you undermine the structure that got us here, then that is of concern to me. And I see the potential for these 2 bills, these 2 new bills, tax reforms, of causing significant harm. And I think that we can come at some point to regret this. Not because of the relief, Madam Speaker. I want to see the relief. But I don't think that if you're putting on a tax of 9% at the port, sure, yes, you remove the 13%, but you put on a tax of 9% and they can't reclaim it, that the businesses are going to reduce their prices significantly in that regard. And then the 13% GST they pay in services, that they can't reclaim that is going to then incentivize them to decrease their prices. I just don't see it. And you see it on social media. This is a discussion that's going on. And also and the restaurants are calling and said now they can't claim back on the services that they are paying for. So that's going to increase their prices also. So this is the concern that I have with these two bills. And that's why I think that public consultation was necessary, because the public are the ones who are coming to us and saying that they have concerns about their, and they may say, well, this came out in August of 2024, and they had discussions before that. But these two bills, Madam Speaker, in the form that they're in, did not come to us until last Thursday, 3 days ago. And so that means that the public would not have seen them or known the full impact of them. In fact, we only got our consultation on last Thursday also with the tax consultants and the Controller for Inland Revenue. And I can tell you from what we heard on Monday at the press conference and the interpretations and to what we heard in the consultations on Thursday, there were significant areas of difference and concern that we had. Wasn't that the case? I apologize for addressing the members, Madam Speaker. I apologize. And so what it is that because there are reserves and the GST revenue that's in the consolidated fund, the administration will undermine the GST structure and impose these two new taxes, which in my opinion will not result in relief and will decrease revenue by over $50 million. Madam Speaker, elections have consequences, and we know that. And I heard the Single Island White member, Mr. Kyle Hodge, state on radio that you can't erode government revenue. But he's here today advocating for it, Madam Speaker. I mean, he said it multiple times. He said government should give up something. But yes, government should give up when government can afford it, yes. But we are the government. We are the people, and there's services that government have to pay for. And so we can't just willy-nilly decide that we're going to give up government revenue without knowing how to replace it, and that it is a predictable revenue. That is what got us here in the first place. The member also said that there was a stress of GST destroying our people. Now, he may have a degree in medicine. I don't know about that, but certainly I think that the benefits outweigh the sacrifices that the people have made to get Anguilla on this path. Madam Speaker, we were lauded throughout the region. When the governor for the Eastern Caribbean Central Bank was here in Anguilla for the changing over of the chairman of the Monetary Council, he presented the statistics which showed that Anguilla had been growing at 8.2%, when the average in the Eastern Caribbean Country Union was 4.5%. And I see that it's projected in the MTEF that will grow at a real growth less than that, less than 4%. And that is of concern. It is not, unbelievable to realize that Anguilla has slowed down since February, Madam Speaker. There were roads being built. The airport terminal was going. Construction was at an all-time high. And when you talk to persons now, when you go around, you see that things have almost ground to a halt. Now, why is that? Some of that we control, of course, and some of that is not. Some of that international decisions being made that slows down an economy. Tariffs from the United States that may be imposed. Other decisions made. Persons having less discretionary money, so they don't travel as much. So it is hard to say that if you're paying $4 and some cents GST on a bill of $300 and something, that is the reason why you can't do the things that you want to do. It is hard to see that, Madam Speaker. And to go ahead and to undermine and dismantle a tax structure, come up with a new idea for that, to me doesn't make sense. Because two of the speakers so far on the other side have essentially said that they're fulfilling a promise. The promise being that they would bring a campaign promise, that they would bring GST relief. Now, Madam Speaker, the AUF GST relief plan was released back in the summer, and the technocrats from the Ministry of Finance came to the gallery of this House and held a press conference, public consultation, and everyone, Madam Speaker, looking at the plan as it was presented, showed that it was not reasonable. Now, at that time, they were proposing that they would remove GST from the 4 areas: wholesale, retail, manufacturing, and restaurants. And the expectation was that they would remove the GST completely. But we see from these 2 bills that that is not the case.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, the member is misleading.
Oh, what's the point of order?
The member is misleading.
With which?
He said that our plan proposed the removal of GST completely. That was never the plan. We always looked at just 4 sectors.
Okay. Remember, I believe you said both. But you see, that's the benefit of needing a transcript. One day we will get there. But I believe you started off with removal and then you said the sectors. But to be clear, member, you've indicated that the plan was on sectors. And do you accept that, member? Okay, so we can move forward. It's accepted.
Appreciate it. Yes, what I was saying is that the plan as presented, Madam Speaker, talks about removal of GST from 4 sectors: wholesale, retail, manufacturing, and restaurants. But that's not what these 2 bills present. They do present, there's the removal of the 13% GST, the goods and service tax, but you have the goods tax 9%, and you have the general services tax 13%. And these are not reclaimable as the 13% goods and service tax was previously. But Madam Speaker, what is curious is we just think about who benefits from the removal of GST from these areas: retail, wholesale, manufacturing, and restaurants. And it just seems, and I don't want to impute improper motive, Madam Speaker, but it's obvious that there are members who are elected in this House who are in those fields.
You don't preface an objectionable point by making the objectionable point. So I see that you've taken my point. So you can proceed.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member from Road North he talked about the relief measures that came through under the Anguilla Progressive Movement. And he listed several areas where we gave relief. And I think that the people were appreciative, Madam Speaker. They didn't see these as handouts, as has been stated by members on the other side. And I think that persons, when they come to us now, they said, where are the electricity subsidies? Because they realized that they helped. At this time when the cost of living, the cost of electricity is so high and we have not been able to advance to renewable energy, they are looking for that relief. The food vouchers for the elderly. This was not so that we affect their dignity, but just so that we allow persons in Anguilla to realize that we understand that we don't control all the prices and the costs, but when government can help, government will help. But Anguilla has to be in a position where it can continue to take care of the services that government has to provide. The concern we have, Madam Speaker, as if you undermine the tax structure, that then you put yourself back in the position where we were begging. And that is not where we want to be. I know we have the revenue from the .ai domain name registration. But we cannot base everything on that because that could change overnight. If artificial intelligence is not the fad that it is right now, then that goes away. And the member said we have 2 years for the renewals of the .ai domain names. But again, if persons don't want to renew, then that revenue goes down. And that is why most Caribbean countries have a VAT or similar goods and service tax that is predictable, it's broad-based, and it tends to hold up. And we being here in the hurricane belt know that there's always a risk that we could get another hurricane. We knew about COVID-19 pandemic. We also know that there are other concerns, climate change, rising sea levels. We are dependent on tourism as our main industry. And as it heats up and there is beach and coastal erosion and increase the sea level, high sea level, that we are at risk to lose our sun, sand, sea. And these all need to be taken into consideration. Have these been taken into consideration with these two bills, Madam Speaker? It's hard to tell. I would like to say, Madam Speaker, that the reason why the Anguilla United Front can bring these two bills is because of the prudent management and the actions of the Anguilla Progressive Movement. Because all the parameters they are using to justify these two bills is because of the financial position that we're in. But how did we get here? It wasn't through callous and unplanned decisions. This was because we saw it was necessary to take Anguilla from the edge of bankruptcy and to avoid a constitutional crisis, we went along with the Goods and Service Tax Act, which the member was correct, Madam Speaker, when he said that we were handed a bill. Yes, we were handed a bill, because on that bill, and I have it right here with me, on the bottom of that bill, it says Terry C. Harrigan, Speaker. And that was prior to our time, but we made enough changes in that to make it palatable. Because that is why during the campaign that the last speaker mentioned, they talked about, how bad the bill was and what impact it would have on the people of Anguilla and on Anguilla itself and on services. That bill and the white paper that we received, they would have had GST on service charge, Madam Speaker. That could not happen under us. The former Minister of Economic Development, Single Island White member Kyle Hodge, he went to St. Kitts, Madam Speaker, to look at their list of essential items and exempted items that was zero rated. And he brought that back to us, and we included that in the bill. And then he voted against it, Madam Speaker.
Madam Speaker, on a point of order, I need to bring some clarity to what the member said. My trip to St. Kitts and Nevis was to do an agricultural study tour. What the leader of opposition is speaking about was some printed handouts that I walked with at every meeting that spoke to the exempted goods and spoke to the zero-rated goods in St. Kitts and Nevis. So at every meeting that we had, I would have presented these documents to show the exemptions and zero-rated items in St. Kitts. So the clarity that I want to bring here is that that was not my trip, the purpose of the trip to St. Kitts. So he's confusing my trip to St. Kitts. My trip to St. Kitts was strictly agricultural. If you go to the website, the St. Kitts Nevis government website, you can print out the zero-rated and the exempted goods. And that's how I got those documents. I didn't go to St. Kitts.
Great, member.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member agreed with me that the papers he had the St. Kitts Nevis exempted and zero-rated items.
But I think just to make what he clarified is that he didn't go for that purpose. I don't know if you agree with that and if the point is taken or not.
Yes, certainly, Madam Speaker. That is not contentious. He also, went to the funeral for
I don't think
Ambassador
anything
Van Samer.
turns on that, member. I think that he just made a point of order on
Certainly.
the purpose of his trip. It wasn't a trip that was intended to research or whatever the suggestion was about the GST zero rated. You can proceed.
I accept that. Thank you, Madam
Thank
Speaker.
you.
Appreciate it. Madam Speaker, the member said multiple times that the GST Act was bad for Anguilla. But if the GST Act was bad for Anguilla, why does these two bills, the Goods Tax Act and the General Services Tax Act, why did they not do a full repeal of the GST, of the Goods and Service Tax Act? You have .ai revenue. The Single Island White member, Mr. Josie Vanterpool, said that the .ai revenue is greater than the complete budgets for several years in the past. So why not just repeal GST then, if that is the case? And so that, again, is a concern. And again, I raise the concern if you, as has been mentioned, that you want to help home builders. Why not just exempt first-time home builders from the GST? so that when they go to buy plywood and cement and things like that, that they don't pay the GST on that. I certainly don't agree that the full loan you get from the bank, that you're paying 13% on top, that 13% of that is, because there are certain contractors who don't charge GST because they don't meet the threshold. But, Madam Speaker, these are the concerns that have been raised by consumers and by business persons. They're concerned that with these two bills, that their costs are going to go up. And if their costs go up, how can they be expected to reduce the prices? Now, again, the member, Single Island White member, Mr. Jose Vanterpool, he talked about that business persons were complaining that they had cash flow issues and having to pay the 13% and they couldn't get it back in a reasonable time because their sales were slow. Now, we all know, Madam Speaker, that the claim backs is not dependent on your sales. It's only dependent on you filing for it on the 20th of the following month. So if you don't even sell that product, if that product spoils on you and you can't sell it, you still get the 13% that you paid at the port. So that, Madam Speaker, is something that businesses are saying now. They have to pay the 9% goods tax, and they can't claim it back. So certainly there is a 4% essentially reduction in what they're paying upon import, what the member would have called landed costs, but they can't claim that back. And so that is a cost to them that is now going to increase their price. Now, the other area is that with the current GST structure, businesses can write off what is owed to them versus what is collected for government. And if they're in a credit position, they get that paid back either in 90 days, or if they have it's consistent with the businesses are always in a credit position, that is, government owes them, then they get paid monthly. That is written in the Act. So that is something that Inland Revenue keeps up with. So again, the concern is, why do we need to undermine the current GST Act when we could have continued to make the tweaks that were necessary to make it where we could see actual relief for the people of Anguilla? Madam Speaker, we've said that 2/3 of the GST revenue is paid by tourists. And those tourists are paying, and some of them are happy to do it, Madam Speaker. I mean, I've heard them say, we feel we come to Anguilla, it's beautiful, it's paradise, sun, sand, sea, and the service of the most hospitable people in the world. And I'd like to thank our hospitality workers, Madam Speaker. And when we meet someone who works in the hospitality industry, we should say thank you for your service. Because in 2020, when this country was closed down because of COVID, and over 4,000 persons were not able to work in the hospitality industry, Anguilla was at a standstill. Our main industry shuttered. And we said at that time that we must increase our appetite for risk. And we started the bubble concept, and they went back to work, Madam Speaker, putting their lives and that of their families at risk so that we could keep this country going. That's a sacrifice that they made, Madam Speaker. And that is why former Minister Ken Hodge was working on a private sector pension to help our hospitality workers. Those workers could not survive on 1,000 EC dollars a month for them and their families. And that's where we were at that time. And so, Madam Speaker, why the GST in 2020? There was no other option. Now, I've heard said that we should have let them go ahead with the marina in Sandy Ground. I've heard said that, the AUF was not going to go to the GST as they had signed it, but that they would try to find some ways to come up with some other economic growth. Madam Speaker, at that time, the world was closed down. We were saving lives and livelihoods. We had to make sure that whatever we could find went into the healthcare system so that we could have an isolation ward in case other persons, other than the 3 who had had COVID and recovered, thank God, if others got sick, that we could take care of them. And we know that we lost 13 Anguillians due to COVID over that time. We pray for their souls and may they rest in peace. But these were serious times, Madam Speaker, and it was a time when we needed to have the resources to be able to keep the country going. And that is when the UK had said that we could get access to 100 million EC dollars as financial aid for COVID relief. That is to fill that deficit of $97.1 million, which the Anguilla United Front left. And there was no other option at that time. And we were also at that same time, Madam Speaker, told that if you can't pay your debt, then you're a failed state, and debt was due by the 14th of July. And we were given until the 10th of July, 2020, to come up with another plan, another option, to find revenue, to pay civil servants, to pay debt, to keep things going, or follow through with the MOU that was signed on June 11th by the former Premier, that we would advance the goods and service tax. Those were difficult times, Madam Speaker, because we knew that to allow the UK to take over Anguilla was not something that we could do. We would not accept that. And then we felt that if we accepted the goods and service tax, that we could structure it in a way, manipulate it in a way so that it was not as hard on the people of Anguilla as it was when we first saw the bill. And because we were able to do that, Madam Speaker, we were able to fill that gap of $22 million. Because what happened back then, Madam Speaker, is there were 5 taxes that brought in $57 million, but we needed $79.4 million to keep the country going. So there's that gap of $22 million that we talk about. And those 5 taxes, the accommodation tax at 12%, the communication levy at 15%, the environmental levy at 7%, the public entertainment tax at 10%, and the IGT, the interim goods tax, at 9%, projected to bring in $57 million. We needed 79.4. And so when we came in, the IMF was doing a rate study to determine what the rate should be for GST. And we came in knowing that it was proposed it should be 17%. This 17% was proposed in 2016 by CARTAC, the same CARTAC which we are now relying on to do these 2 bills and to consult on them. And so when they came back and told us that they compared Anguilla didn't have the data, so they looked at 2 other countries that would have similar type of economies, Antigua and Aruba, and then they extrapolated from there that, you know, we should be at least 15%. We said no. He said, we want to know what is the lowest we can get so that we can get to that $22 million. And so we came at 13%. And when we took that to Executive Council, we were told that was not the way to go about it, because you should go with the highest rate, because it's easier to drop the rate than to go up on the rate if you had a shortfall. And that time, we made about $90 million. Instead of the 79.4, $90 million by the end of 2022. And so, Madam Speaker, we then said, let's be conservative budgeting for the following year and use 90 million as what you'd make from the goods and service tax. And we came in at 151 or so. And that's where this overperformance has been talked about. But Madam Speaker, Anguilla had needs. And we want austerity measures from Hurricane Irma straight through until 2019, when the AUF administration got up to 234. So it was 229 million was the expenditure in 2019. And then it had to be held at that for 2020. But there were needs. Health Authority needed money. We were relying on the UK to help. And so we held it at 90 million. We got the 151. And then we were able to do things. We were able to then go back to Executive Council to be able to get Senior Shield, because when we first got in, we went to Executive Council and they told us that we had to make sure that we could afford it. There's no unfunded policy that can come to Executive Council. And so we had to get a report done, and we moved forward with that. And then we were able to add Junior Shield after. And the plan was to progress to national health insurance. And I think the people of Anguilla deserve to have access to health care, Madam Speaker. And I know people talk about, the pharmacy doesn't have all the medications. We are moving in that direction. We were going to put in where there would be a monthly stipend so that persons could go to the outside pharmacies, the private pharmacies, if they couldn't get the medications. But Madam Speaker, when we came in, the Health Authority of Anguilla was in arrears with the OECS PPS for pharmaceuticals, and the ECCB had given each of the 8 member countries $500,000 to use for COVID, to get equipment, to get supplies. And because the UK had given us the testing equipment, we decided that the whole $500,000 should go to the Health Authority to pay for the pharmaceuticals, because it was almost $1 million in arrears. And this has continued. So Madam Speaker, you need the resources. You need to have a good tax structure. And when you do reforms, Madam Speaker, they have to be reforms that are reasonable, reforms that are going to, still have that predictable revenue. And when the minister would say, well, the prices may be a little bit higher, maybe a little bit lower, that gave me pause. And then when I went to the consultation, along with the other members of the opposition, we were concerned, based on the models that were presented, of the small changes that they were. Certainly, we heard about compounding. Now, compounding has always been, and I talked with people in customs, compounding has always been the way that customs works. You get your CIF, cost insurance freight, you got the 1% customs service fee, you got your import duty, whatever percentage that is, 5, 10, 15, or 20%. And then the excise is added onto that, which is essentially a percentage of those. And then the GST was a percentage of those numbers added up. And when I asked the consultant, he said that in all the territories, when it comes to the VAT or GST, that's how it's calculated. So I can understand now wanting to make that small change. I have no issue with that. But what I have issue with and what the business persons are telling us they have issue with and what consumers are saying they have issue with is that now there's no claim back. And any goods and service tax or VAT, the businesses can claim back their inputs and the government get that small difference of what has been added on. And that's not what's happening here. And that's what I'm concerned about, is that you're eroding revenue. As the single island wide member, Mr. Kyle Hart said, you can't erode government's revenues. That is what is happening. That is of concern. Now, Madam Speaker, a couple other concerns that have come up. Alcohol and tobacco prices are slated to decrease as duties decrease. Now, Madam Speaker, who benefits from this? We are concerned about the health issues, and that's why when we decided to have all food items zero rated, we left out alcohol and confectionaries because of the health concerns and the risk of cancer, the non-communicable chronic diseases, which would be an increased burden on the healthcare system. Which, if you decrease the cost of the prices on alcohol and tobacco, our youth would have more access. These are the concerns that we had, and we tried through tax, what's colloquially called a sin tax, to tax these higher so that it would not be as accessible. Now, these two bills, Madam Speaker, the Goods Tax Act and the General Services Tax Act, have the risk that alcohol and tobacco prices will decrease by 20%. Now, what I find hypocritical is that in the legislative agenda for the Anguilla United Front, which was also in our legislative agenda, Madam Speaker, there is a plan to bring legislation to ban tobacco in public places. And if we want to ban tobacco in public places so that we protect the health of our people, why at the same time would we consider making tobacco more affordable? That is bothersome. And where was the Minister of Health and the senior ministerial advisor when the decision was made to decrease the cost of alcohol? Again, these are concerns that I have. Education, Madam Speaker. We need to build programs that foster teamwork, empathy, conflict resolution, and inclusivity. Madam Speaker, we went to St. Kitts to discuss their programs for curbing gun crime and violence. And they talked about these programs in the schools, where the police are going into the schools and having classes, fostering conflict resolution, inclusivity. They talked about increasing mental health services. We know that you have to train our young people in vocational careers so that they are able to function in society. So that's why the TVET program is necessary. And I know that that has started now. Groundbreaking was done. We thank the administration for moving forward with that. And so that's why I think we need to worry about our resources and government revenue, Madam Speaker. I was at a funeral on Saturday for a young man who was gunned down in his prime, and the preacher quoted Nelson Mandela. He said, "Education is the most powerful weapon which you can use to change the world." Madam Speaker, this is a time when we need to invest more resources in education, including scholarships. We need to increase our funding for sports. And I saw that the administration said they'll do that. But how can you erode government revenues and at the same time know that you need to increase funding, sports facilities, sports scholarships, programs, Madam Speaker, that improve the plight of our young people especially, so that we can give them things to do, so that they don't feel disenfranchised, so that there's hope and there's opportunity. These are the concerns that I have with these two bills, Madam Speaker. And I'd just like the administration to know that it's not too late to reverse course and design a plan that gives real relief, that decreases costs for consumers, protects businesses. The goods tax bill and the general services bill fall short of both of these objectives, Madam Speaker. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I cannot support the Goods Tax Act 2025 or the General Services Tax Act 2025. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, honorable member. Are there any other contributions to the debate? Pleasure of the members to take a quick break. A quick break? Okay. We'll arise for 5 minutes. Are there any other contributions? Is it the pleasure that I call on the mover to reply to the two bills that have been debated? Members that are in waiting, I crave your patience. The Honorable Leader of Opposition has asked for his member to be notified that we've resumed. Honorable members, I did raise before the two members joined us belatedly. Are there any other contributions? The bill has been debated. Is it the pleasure for further contributions, or do I now invite the mover to reply to the bills? Okay, I take that as I invite the mover to reply to the bills.
Thank you.
I invite the mover to reply to the debate on the bills.
Thank you. Madam Speaker, it's been a long day, but I can tell the people of Anguilla that we're here today fulfilling a vision for the people of Anguilla, which started almost a year and a half ago, with meetings, serious discussions, and consultations, led in large part by the Honorable Kyle Hodge. And I would like to take this opportunity, Madam Speaker, to thank him for standing up for what was right, true, and just. And it had to have been difficult to get up from amongst the then APM members of government in 2022, walk across the floor and sit on the opposition benches as a single, independent, island-wide candidate. And all because he did not believe in the GST structure, which was being forced down the throats of the Anguilla people while still suffering from the effects of COVID-19. The history, Madam Speaker, of the battle of the GST included petition letters, protests by the people of Anguilla, the findings of the then House of Assembly GST Committee, the passage of the GST Act by a minority of elected representatives in the House of Assembly, the resulting harm based on that new tax structure, and the cries of our people and our local business sector. All these will have led us to be here today, in this place and in this time, to reform our existing tax structure. And let me say this, Madam Speaker. The Anguilla United Front supported a wider tax base. And there is no doubt about that. In fact, under the Anguilla United Front in 2019, the interim goods tax would have been passed, which would have laid the framework for the passage of a Goods and Services Tax Act anticipated to have taken place in 2021. And Madam Speaker, the idea behind the tax structure at that time was to allow for a goods and services tax to be implemented in phases, 2019, 2021, and 2023. And those phases, Madam Speaker, were intended to be able to bring the tax into place in a phase structure so that at any time, if there were difficulties, if the country could not bear the reformed tax structure, that there were stopgaps along the way to allow changes, amendments to be done. And that structure, Madam Speaker, would have been reflected in the July 2020 MOU that the Leader of the Opposition would have spoken about earlier. And that, Madam Speaker, and that MOU, Madam Speaker, would have provided that the UK government had agreed to the implementation of the GST structure in a phased approach. That was the agreement. There was no set structure at that time. It was agreed that it could be implemented over that span of time between 2019 and 2023. And it also provided for the release of £100 million to be able to assist the people of Anguilla during the time that our country was closed as a result of the COVID-19. Now, Madam Speaker, I would have heard the leader of the opposition go back to 2010 and talk about what the then AUM administration would have met back then. But, Madam Speaker, what I consistently hear from the mouth of the leader of the opposition, and what is missing, is the circumstances that led to each of those times that he says that the AUM met a treasury that had no money in it. In 2009, 2008, we all can remember the worldwide economic downturn. But going into the election campaign in 2010, what the AUM represented to the people of Anguilla at that time was that there was no worldwide economic downturn, and that it was the decisions of the government of the day which would have created the financial difficulties. That was what was represented or misrepresented to the people of that time. And then after the elections, you have heard the acknowledgement that, yes, there was a worldwide economic downturn, and that will have impacted the country. And then in 2020, Madam Speaker, when the APM would have gotten into office, well, let me go back to 2015. The leader of the opposition says that there was money in the treasury at that time. I believe he said some $30 million in reserves. And what the leader of the opposition omitted was the fact that what was there to be addressed was the banking situation. And we all can remember that in 2013, under the then Minister of Finance, the Honorable Hubert Hughes, as he then was, may his soul rest in peace, would have signed for the ECCB to come in and take over conservatorship of both of our indigenous banks, National Bank of Anguilla and the Caribbean Commercial Bank. That issue, the banking situation, which occurred as a result of the ECCB taking conservatorship of the two banks, and ultimately as a result of the financial situation of those banks, would have led to a banking resolution. But that resolution stayed unresolved prior to the 2015 general election. It was only when the Anguilla United Front, who have taken office in 2015, were we presented with the issue and with the full scope of the issue that had to be addressed, and we were told we have to address this situation. The banks have been in conservatorship since 2013. It's been 2 years. There have been reports that have been released. There was a PricewaterhouseCoopers report that actually came out in January of 2015, before the general elections, that spoke about the 5 options that were available for the banking resolution. So when the Anguilla United Front in 2015 took office, that was the largest issue that administration had to deal with at the time. The banking resolution would have resulted in debt being incurred by the government of Anguilla at that time. And I heard one of the members say that, the members of opposition said that resolving the banks was important, but said does not understand, the AUF supporters said the AUF had to save the bank. And this was the member from Road North. Okay, so how come it wasn't important to save the country? And Madam Speaker, those words from the member of Road North said to me that he himself did not understand that saving the banks at that time, the two indigenous banks, was saving the country. Over 70,000 deposits, 70,000 bank accounts, local bank accounts were in those two banks. Elderly persons with their life savings, persons that all of their money would have been in those two banks. Imagine, Madam Speaker, a time and a place where a government would have allowed those two banks to fail and receive cents on the dollar. So for every $100, a person would have received $30 without the banking resolution. Could you imagine the chaos that would have been caused in that country? Could you imagine the instability that would have occurred in that country? And as a responsible government at that time, saving the banks equaled saving the country. And saving the depositors' monies equaled saving the people of Anguilla so that they can continue to take care of themselves and their families. And the fact that the member for Road North could suggest that saving the banks did not equal saving the country said to me that he did not, and still today, even though he sat for 5 years in government, could not and cannot understand the implications as to why the banking resolution had to be dealt with in the way in which it was. So, Madam Speaker, fast forward to 2020, when the APM administration would have campaigned, and we heard the Honorable Kyle Hodge, single island-wide member, would have repeated the words of both the leader of the opposition as well as the member for Road South. And those words at the time were saying to the people of Anguilla a couple of things. One, that the goods and services tax that was proposed to be implemented in a phased approach was going to destroy Anguilla and would be like yellow dad on your favorite mango tree. They spoke about all the things, all the destruction and damage that the goods and services tax would do, and a phased implementation of goods and services tax, because that was the only thing that was on the table at that time. And they essentially told the people of Anguilla to reject the goods and services tax, or any form of the goods and services tax, in favor of the APM, because they had a plan. They represented to the people of Anguilla that they knew the difficulties that the country was facing. They represented that they knew the fact that there was no money in the treasury. And remember at that time, Madam Speaker, not only did that AUF administration between 2015 and 2020 have to deal with the banking resolution, they also had to deal with Hurricane Irma in 2017. And they also had to deal with the closure of the borders to address the COVID-19. So when the APM administration took office in 2020, they inherited a relatively safe, healthy economy, healthy people, Madam Speaker, a struggling economy because the borders were closed. And so when the borders were closed, our tourism sector would have been hampered. But the people were safe. There were 3 persons who were identified as having contracted COVID-19 during that time. And they were able to be secluded. They were able to recover, and the spread did not continue. So while in other parts of the world, meetings were being held by Zoom, there were no parties, persons were staying in their homes, hundreds and thousands of people died across the world in various countries. And in Anguilla, we were so comfortable that we were partying, we were having fetes, we were hugging each other, we were meeting in sessions in person because of the hard work of the Anguilla United Front administration at that point in time. And it was done, yes, at the expense of the financial ability of the country. Because when you close the borders, the tourists can't come in. And when your tourists can't come in, your people are at home. But your people are not dying, Madam Speaker. Your people are not being in the hospital. Your people are not losing loved ones because of a pandemic that was worldwide, that was affecting everyone else, but not us here in Anguilla. And I thank God for the vision and for the foresight of the members of the Anguilla United Front administration at that point in time, and in particular, the then Minister of Health, the Honorable Evan McNeil Rogers, who not only was at the forefront of ensuring that the borders were closed, but was also at the forefront of ensuring that the health facilities were updated to the point that we could take care of persons who had contracted the COVID-19 and they were able to be secured in a separate location from the rest of the hospital. We had nurses and doctors that came in from Cuba to assist us during that time. And so, Madam Speaker, in all the negativity, and when you hear all the comments about what the APM met when they came in 2020, they neglect to remind the people to be forthright in terms of what they met at the time, the benefit to the country, and how the Anguilla United Front between 2015 and 2017, not 2020, not only secured the deposits for Anguillians, local depositors, but also the health and safety of the people. That, Madam Speaker, was putting people first. And in 2020, when the APM was able to convince the people of Anguilla that they did not need to vote for the AUF again because AUF was a failed government, and they had a plan, and they had spoken to who and when they came in, they would be able to implement this plan where the people would be able to walk on streets of gold. The people voted for them. They were swayed. And I could understand why, Madam Speaker, you're home, you're not working, and someone comes to you and tells you that they're going to make things better for you. You're going to be swayed. And those promises sounded so good that I have often told people that had I not been a candidate, I myself might have supported the APM because the promises sounded so good. But alas, Madam Speaker, after the elections is when the truth was revealed. And within days, the APM administration came back to the people and they said that they have been presented with documents, that they were told that if they didn't sign off on the GST, that Anguilla would be considered to be a failed state and that the UK government would take over. Now imagine this, Madam Speaker. Just before the elections, you have the UK government signing off on an agreement with the local government saying, we will give you £100 million. And what we want you to do in the interim is, among a couple of other things in terms of the statutory bodies, etc., we want you to move forward with a GST structure in a phased approach as was agreed before. But the representations that went to the public was that they were met with a GST structure and that they were told that they had to implement it or else Anguilla would go bye-bye. Now imagine a world where a British overseas territory like Anguilla is impacted not only by Hurricane Irma 2 years before, but also by COVID-19, where your borders are shut and your main source of revenue is crippled. And the administering power, the UK government is going to say to you that we're going to come and take over. Why? Because of COVID-19? Because you were forced to close your borders to protect the health and safety of the people? Because you made a decision that health was worth more than financial ability to continue to run the country in the immediate term? No. And so, Madam Speaker, that is why the AUF party has always said that the APM should have done more and could have done more in terms of pushing back. Because it would not make sense for the UK government to take over when the country was in such a vulnerable position and when those circumstances were outside of the control of the government of the day. And that is why the offer of $100 million was placed on the table, Madam Speaker. And there was no rush to say implement GST in one go prior to the election. So how come it was a rush all of a sudden? And we, up to this day, have never received a proper explanation from the leader of the opposition, who was the then Premier and Minister of Finance, as to how there was such an about change in position. How is it that before the elections, months before, weeks before the election, the UK government can agree to a phased approach in stages between 2019, 2021, 2023. But then after the election, weeks later, if you don't implement it in one go, then you will be taken over. We've never received a proper explanation in relation to that, Madam Speaker. So the Honorable Kyle Hodge also mentioned in his presentation that even after elections, the then Minister of Finance, the member for Island Harbour, was on radio and represented that he had spoken with the Foreign Minister for the Overseas Territories, and she assured him that once they could identify an alternative to a GST structure, they did not need to move forward with GST. And he affirmed that they were looking at other structures. And so it was interesting, Madam Speaker, that today the member for Island Harbour used the words, said, there was no other choice. He said there was no other choice, Madam Speaker. And that struck me, and I made sure that, he said, why GST in 2020? There was no other option. His words, Madam Speaker. His own words, there was no other option. Here is a man who represented to the people of Anguilla, Madam Speaker, a leader of government business, a minister of finance that stood up and told all of Anguilla that he had a plan, that the APM party had a plan, and that after the elections, they would implement that plan, and that plan did not include GST in any form whatsoever. And today, he says, there was no other option, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, having brought the GST to the House in 2021, and I heard both the leader of government, the member for Island Harbour, the leader of the opposition, as well as the member for Road North, state that the GST was bringing in revenue. They spoke about the fact that they brought it to the House, and they talked about consultations that they had. And I had to make the notes, and I said, I must be living a different history. Because my recollection is that this House was filled with people who were objecting to the GST being implemented. There was a petition that was brought to the House and presented to the Speaker of the House. And it was coming out of that petition that a committee, a GST committee, was established. And so that GST committee will have done their work. The findings of the GST committee did not say, yes, it is good and right and proper to implement the GST structure. It did not say so. But what the members of the GST committee complained about after is that they had gone through this whole exercise of weeks of speaking and interviewing persons, etc. And at the end of the day, it appeared that the government of the day, the APM administration, ignored all of the recommendations that were made in that committee. So they begged the question, then why waste our time? Why set up this committee if you're going to move forward and do everything that you say you're going to do without regard to the recommendations coming out of that committee? And so, Madam Speaker, when I hear the members of opposition, who were then members of government, try to tell a story that is different from the recollection of the ordinary people, I have to stop and pause. And Madam Speaker, when the GST bill came to the House in 2022, and for that entire year, between the time that it was first laid in the House to the second and third readings a year later, the APM administration brought various pieces of adjustments to it. And the members of the opposition at the time, now members of government, objected. And just to be clear, Madam Speaker, the objection wasn't in relation to the nature of the relief. The objection was as a result of the government's insistence in bringing a GST tax, a new broad-based tax, and placing it on the people of Anguilla when COVID-19 was still affecting the country. In fact, the member for Road North, in his presentation, actually said that we were still dealing with COVID-19 at the time that the GST was implemented. So from their own words, they recognize that the country had not recuperated, had not rebounded from either Hurricane Irma or from the COVID-19. We were still in the throes of dealing with the effects of COVID-19. And here was this administration placing on the people of Anguilla an extra tax burden that the people could not bear. But what was also important, Madam Speaker, is that you heard the member for Road North and the member for Island Harbor also speak about the relief that they brought time and time again to the House of Assembly. They spoke about the removal of property tax, the removal of GST and gasoline, the removal of medical supplies on drugs, etc., the exemption on electric vehicles, the tax exemption on Anguilla, the tax exemption on bulk petroleum, the removal of food from GST, the exemptions of gas. And I'm writing down all of these so-called relief. And I'm saying, but it has become clearer and clearer that if you have to keep coming to the House to remove all of these different things, it means that you recognize on some level that you are overtaxing the people of the country. You had to. Because if you are now recognizing that these taxes are still onerous, and this is not just me saying so, Madam Speaker, we can go back to the budgets that were prepared between 2023 and 2024 and 2022. And those budgets, Madam Speaker, would have spoken specifically about an over-taxation, Madam Speaker. It said that the GST implementation would have resulted in superinflation on the economy. That's what it said. It made reference to the fact that costs and prices had increased as a result of the taxation that took place. Yes, there were external factors that were impacting us, and let us be clear about that. Because in the wake of COVID-19, you had businesses in the US, in other parts of the world where we were accustomed of importing from, where the prices had gone up. Why? Because many of the workers had passed on from the virus. Many had decided to no longer work. The businesses themselves were struggling to keep up with demand. And so because of that, the prices in the United States, where we import more than 97% of all of our imports from, had gone up. So in addition to the prices going up in the US, we also had the superinflationary issue here in Anguilla as a result of the policy decisions made by the then administration, the APM administration, in bringing the GST and passing it on the people of Anguilla at that time. And so, Madam Speaker, when I listen to the member for Island Harbor speak about the fact that they didn't have a choice, that they had to implement GST, I'm shocked. No, I'm not shocked. I think that at this point in time, we're now hearing the truths that were prevented. We say the truths, THS, remember? And we're now hearing the truth of what really was taking place at the time. And it's interesting because when you continue to talk more and more, and you're giving a story, and the story starts to change, and you hear different aspects that you didn't hear before. It's very enlightening, Madam Speaker. And so when the GST was actually implemented, from day one, it overperformed. The member for Island Harbor said in his presentation today that in 2022, it brought in $90 million, and it was supposed to have filled the gap of 22 million, Madam Speaker. So you have you have a tax.
Point of order, Madam Speaker. Speaker, misrepresenting what I said. I said that we had to get to 79.4 and we got to 90. So if we want to say the difference between 57 and 90, then I would accept that, but not that a GST brought in 90. It started in July, so half the year.
Okay.
Speaker, my fingers are hurting because I took copious notes, and I'll tell you what the member said. He said 5 taxes brought in $57 million, and we needed 79.4. The difference between 79.4 and 57 is what? It's 22 million. And he will start about accommodation tax was 12%, communications tax was 7%. There was the environmental levy, and the IGT at 9%. And he said that the GST revenue was 90 million by the end of 2022. These are his words, Madam Speaker. And those people that are listening can probably go back and listen to what he actually said, because he then went on to say, we then said to be conservative, we would use the 90 million for next year, which was 2023, and it came in at about 151 million. These were his words, Madam Speaker, or thereabout. It was actually 156 million, Madam Speaker. And then he said, but the country had needs. So what I understood the member to be saying is that at the end of 2022, the APM administration at that time recognized that they had brought in more than they needed to be able to fill that $22.4 million gap. And they brought it in by $19 million. So at the end of 2022, the APM administration at that time knew that the GST was overperforming. They knew. But he said, but the country had needs. So they made a policy decision that even though the revenue came in to be more than what they had anticipated they needed to fill the difference, that the country had needs, and so they were going to use the difference. Instead of cutting back on the overperformance, instead of recognizing that that tax was coming from some way, that it was unexpected, they would use it to do whatever it is that they wanted to do at that time, whatever policy decision they made, and they will continue to keep the GST tax structure as it was. So, Madam Speaker, on the last occasion when I spoke, and even on this occasion, I've repeatedly said that for the year 2023, the revenue that was anticipated was 90 million, and this correlates to what the member for Island Harbor said, that they decided to keep that figure for 2023 to be conservative. So they anticipated it would come in at $90 million, but they brought in $156 million, Madam Speaker. So it brought in much more than anticipated, $65 million more. So now here in the full year following the implementation of GST, the APM administration sees that the tax has overperformed greater than they had expected once again. What do? The country has needs. Now, there is a balancing act, Madam Speaker, because no matter how much money a country brings in, there will always be needs. We could bring in $1 billion, and I would dare say that any government would use that $1 billion because the needs are so significant. And what we do now, Madam Speaker, is we spread it out. We don't do everything in one year because we simply, not only do we not have the capacity, but we also don't have the revenue to be able to build up. I'll give you an example. There's a vision for 4 government buildings to be constructed. But the cost of the 4 government buildings is at the tune of $40 million. You look at your budget And yes, even though the GST is overperforming, even though the .ai domain name is overperforming, you simply can't build all four. Why? Because you have school buses to acquire. 3 new school buses came in the other day. There's still need for more school buses to be acquired. You have the high school that needs to be finished constructing. You have the TVET that's program that started, but you still have the agricultural building. And you have the what? And Zenada to be built. Thank you. And in fact, the ideal would have been to build out an education campus in the area so that campus B would be rebuilt, etc. But you don't have the money for all of that. So what do? You have roads that need to be done. Heaven help us, we have the water infrastructure that needs to be built, rebuilt. Because even if you're testing the pipes and you bust the lines in the road, and you gotta run at 4 in the morning to fix the road so that the bikers can have their competition on the road without being injured. These are the needs, Madam Speaker. The needs are great. The needs are many. But as a government, you cannot do all at one time. So you have to choose what you will do in any particular year. And you have to phase it in. And you have to take bite-sized steps because you want to ensure that what you're doing is done properly and is sustainable for the country. So, Madam Speaker, when the member for Island Harbour says that the government has needs, he is correct. But the mistake that the previous administration made was focusing on the needs of the country, the overall country, the infrastructure, and ignored the needs of the people. And let me say why I say that, Madam Speaker. Because the GST revenue was ultimately paid by the average man who could not claim back GST. And I hear the member for Island Harbour say that the businesses, they claim it back, so they shouldn't have passed it on. But I can't understand, because if you are at the port and you pay 13%, and then you get back the same 13% from government, well, you're left with a net zero. So how could that be the GST structure? It's impossible. And that is why at the port, there was the 13% compounded. So you pay the 13%, it's compounded at the port, you pay that to government. When you're putting your bill on, you add whatever cost it is that you receive, you add your profit onto it, and then you claim that you get that back. So at the end of the day, you are adding the GST onto a price that includes the profit margin for the particular business. And that was done with the full knowledge of the government in terms of the structure. So that is how it would make sense. It doesn't make sense if 13 goes in and 13 come out, because then you're left with a net zero. How would the government ever function? And it's not that you pay 13% up front and you get it back 3 months later, and that's why the government is able to make money. No. The compounding factor that the ultimate consumer pays at the end of the day. So the people of Anguilla, the average man and woman, it's who was paying for the GST. I heard the member for Island Harbour talk about the businesses, and some of the businesses saying that they are going to terminate people. They're going to let people go because they can no longer claim back, that they're very upset, that they've not had any consultation, that people are calling, the businesses are calling the member for Island Harbour. And I am curious as to who these businesses are that would call the opposition and that would threaten to send home employees, etc., but not seek to have discussions with any member of the government or even the single island-wide member, the Honorable Kyle Hodge, who is the Minister of Economic Development. Who are these people? And why is it that these representations are being made to the leader of the opposition? And it makes you wonder, Madam Speaker, because as I said, in a case where the ultimate consumer is the average man and woman who's paying the GST ultimately, the complaints and the threats are coming from people, from businesses who, according to the member for Island Harbor, can no longer claim back against the GST structure. It makes you wonder, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, the tax structure, any tax structure imposed on the people of a country has to be fair, it has to be rational, and it has to be reasonable. And so, in the wake of the GST being implemented in 2022, implemented, and in the wake of the overperformance at the end of 2022 and going into 2023, and the decision by the government of the day to not interfere with the structure significantly, there would have been an outcry from the people across the country. The local businesses were making representations. The individuals were complaining that they could no longer afford food in the stores. And I remember serious debates, heated debates in the House of Assembly before, when the previous members of government challenged the then opposition and said, no, there are no more people going to St. Martin to shop than before. No greater amount. It's the same amount of people who did the shopping. That was not true, Madam Speaker. Because when you talk to the boat owners, when you talk to customs, they would tell you that the goods that were coming in were mostly food items, in large part food items, and they were coming in bulk. I came in through the port one day and I saw a woman with 4 huge boxes of food. Customs opened it, and they had cereal, they had rice, they had tuna fish, huge boxes. And she did not understand at the time that GST, this is very early days, that she had to pay GST on those goods. She thought that there was no GST on food at the port. And so the customs department was telling her, no, you have to pay on this. Now, why would a woman who lives in Anguilla go to St. Martin and pack up basics, toilet paper, paper towels, rice, tuna, a whole boxes and boxes, 3 large boxes of goods, and bring them over to Anguilla? Now, Madam Speaker, I keep hearing the rhetoric, and I understand that this is, the opposition, the rhetoric of the opposition, but I keep hearing the voices saying, oh, nothing is going to change. The prices are going to stay the same. But, Madam Speaker, the local business sector has felt for a number of years that the APM administration, as it was, did not care for them, did not look out for their interests. Where is that coming from? That will have come from the statements made in this honorable House, differently constituted, Madam Speaker, where they outrightly criticized and attacked the local businesses, said that the local businesses refused to pass on any savings, that it was the local businesses' fault that the prices were so high because they shouldn't have charged the amount that they were charging because they're getting it back. And even one member said, if the businesses can't afford to continue to operate, then the business will close. Business 101. Not a sense of discernment and understanding that the local business sector, that the private sector is key to ensuring that our economy continues to operate. It was almost as if the government of the day, the APM administration, felt as if they're the ones who make the money. But governments don't make money. Governments create the pathway and create the opportunity and give the incentives for businesses, private businesses, to be able to make money. And it is that cycle that keeps a country going. So, Madam Speaker, When I heard the member for Road North says the APM administration brought relief to the people of Anguilla, and the relief was over and over and over. And he made me laugh, actually, because he said, the people on the government side don't know the pressures of running a government, and we understand the pressure. And I had to laugh, Madam Speaker, because I said, but I don't think that the member remembers that 3 of the members on the government side, 4 of the members of government side had been in government before. 3 of the members had full 5-year terms during the time of the banking resolution, the COVID-19 and Hurricane Irma. 3 of the members on the government side had to go through that. So when you talk about making pressure, when you talk about making tough decisions, Madam Speaker, the APM administration would have had a relatively free ride for their 5 years. So when they talk about the pressures, I had to laugh because I said they may not understand pressure. They may know what pressure is. And so, Madam Speaker, the member for Road North said that they marked I would have made statements in terms of the MTEF and the fact that we have financial independence, etc. And the one thing that occurs to me is that the members of opposition do not seem to remember that governments are continuous. And when you hear them speak, they would act as if they were the first government ever to come into existence in Anguilla. And so the things that they did were not continuations of previous administrations, but were things that they created themselves. So on one hand, they're saying that they met the GST and they were forced to implement it. On the other hand, they're saying that the GST was a godsend, and that the GST implementation, the form that they implemented it, is what has allowed us to be where we are today. And Madam Speaker, I will say this, that yes, the extent of the overtaxation implemented by the previous administration would have created the extent of high revenues, high reserves that we now see in this administration. But I would dare say, Madam Speaker, that as opposed to bragging about a GST overperforming and how much money was coming into the government revenue, the APM administration should have realized that there had to have been a balancing act. And yes, it would have taken longer to achieve the benchmarks, to achieve those standards that the UK would have put in place. The debt would have continued to be paid, Madam Speaker, because Anguilla has never defaulted on its debt obligations, never. So the debt would have continued to be paid. But the borrowing guidelines would have probably taken longer to achieve. But at the same time, Madam Speaker, your people would have been able to survive. Your people would have had greater spending power. Your businesses would have been able to better survive. You know how many people, up to yesterday, somebody called me and said to me that they have been waiting. This is a business, one of many, that they have been waiting for this GST reform for the longest while. And had this administration not implemented it, they were going to be forced to close. So when you talk about cutting staff, etc., we have to remember that the local businesses have staff too. The local businesses have employees. And so if local businesses go under because they cannot afford to continue to pay the full extent of the GST and continue to be able to survive, then you're going to have people that are going home to sit down as well. So your balancing act has to be to pay down your debt, ensure that your obligations are met, ensure that you come into compliance with your borrowing guidelines, take care of your people, Provide for the health services that are necessary. For heaven's sake, do not allow your health services, your health infrastructure to decline, but to invest in it at the same time and ensure that it remains, if it doesn't decline, at least make sure it remains up to par. Provide for education for our young people and the advancements of our people as a whole. That is the balancing act, Madam Speaker. And any administration coming into office has to understand that you cannot benefit and focus on infrastructural projects and retaining reserves at the expense of your people. And that is why I've said before, that's why the AUF is on this side of the House and the APM is on that side of the House, Madam Speaker. Because we understood that balancing act, and it's a delicate balancing act, Madam Speaker. And any administration has to go through that. So, Madam Speaker, the member for Road North said that this administration was banking on the .ai domain name and that they didn't get a chance to benefit from the golden egg, right? And he bowed, took credit for a good decision. Madam Speaker, I think I see the member for the single island white member, Joseph Antipool. And I recall his presentation where he would have said, and I think it's generally known, that the domain name was on an upward trend. And that's as a result, not necessarily of what was happening in Anguilla, but factors that were taking place outside of Anguilla. Now, I heard the member for Island Harbor talk about 2018 when the AUF administration was looking to outsource at that time. There's a difference, Madam Speaker, between 2018, pre-ChatGPT, pre-anything.ai domain name, and 2023. And so, in 2018, based on the revenue that was coming, I think that was $100,000 at that time, 2018, it was significantly low. It was $1 million, thank you. $1 million at that time, Madam Speaker. That was what it was bringing in 2018. And the thinking at that time was correct, that there had to have been a way to generate more revenue. And so the idea behind generating more revenue was to outsource to see whether or not outside of Anguilla there would be an ability to do so. But if you fast forward to 2022 and 2023, and I heard the member for Island Harbor give credit to the Honorable Kyle Hodge for moving forward with the structure, and I have to say, with the outsourcing. And I have to say that as a government, a decision to outsource a resource like Anguilla's domain name is a joint decision. We talk about collective responsibility in the House of Assembly, but the minister could not on his own make a decision to outsource the domain name without the Minister of Finance being aware, without the Minister of Finance agreeing, and I dare say without the members of government agreeing that it should be outsourced. But even so, Madam Speaker, the member left in 2022. So when he took office in 2020, it would have been 2 years after 2018. And anyone looking at it pre-GPT, pre-ChatGPT, pre-what? Pre-DeepSea and OpenAI and all of these other things, right? This is outside my area, Madam Speaker. I have a degree in law. I don't know if you understand, Madam Speaker. I have a degree in law. I don't have a degree in it. I leave that for the professionals. But anyway, Madam Speaker, when you're sitting in a seat in 2020, and over the years, you start to see by 2022, 2023, that the numbers are increasing. At some point, as a government, you have the right to determine that you want to change course. You have the ability to make a decision. And that decision ought to be in the best interest of the people of the country. So when the member for Road North talked about thanking for the outsourcing of the domain name to Identity Digital, Madam Speaker, all of the records, all of the financials will show that there was a steady incline. Now, I don't want to suggest that I'm discounting the work of the company that has been, for which it has been outsourced to. They have a platform, and that platform allows, yes, for greater exposure. But the point is, Madam Speaker, is that keeping the domain name within Anguilla, at the time that the domain name was seeing an uptick, would have been a reasonable decision for a government of the day to make. A government could have decided, well, let's ride this horse and let's see how far we can go without outsourcing our resource. And when we see that it reaches to a point maybe that it's stagnating or it's no longer an upward trend, we can find other resources. We can look outside of Anguilla. But that wasn't done, Madam Speaker. But whatever it is, I can say to you, there wasn't necessarily the actions of the government of the day that could take credit for the domain name being able to take off and to receive the unanticipated revenue. They call it a windfall, Madam Speaker. And yes, initially it was thought to be a windfall because it seemed as if it would stop and you never know when it's going to continue, etc. And now it is no longer being considered to be a windfall by the technocrats. It's considered to be sustained revenue. And that sustained revenue, Madam Speaker, allows this administration, who's only been in for 5 months, to be able to chart our own course, to be able to scale back on the extent of the damaging goods and services tax structure, to be able to give people back money in their hands, to allow them greater spending power, to allow economic growth and economic activity in the country, and at the same time, allowing this administration to chart a course where we can diversify our economy into other areas of tourism, into other areas that are not tourism related, Madam Speaker. But that is what the domain name revenue has allowed us to do. It has allowed us to give us a buffer. And I heard the member for Island Harbor seek to suggest, and I want the people of Anguilla to understand and be clear in their minds, that there is absolutely no intent for this administration to remain comfortable in simply relying on the domain name revenue as exists. There are plans that we have, and there is an intentional movement towards diversifying into other revenue generating areas that will be sustainable. And when we get to that point, Madam Speaker, because we're taking our time, Madam Speaker, to do it right, but we're not delaying, we're not dilly-dallying, we're actually we're working hard behind the scenes. And at that time, when it becomes ready to be placed in the MTEF and in the budget, we will do so. And it's not just one item, Madam Speaker, we're looking at various factors. And we believe that it's finally time to put action where our mouth is and to diversify our economy. Now, the member for Island Harbor made some interesting statements, because while he talked about the domain name being a windfall and it could dry up at any time, the same is true for our tourism sector. And we've seen that happen not just once. We've seen it happen in 1999. When was the World Trade Center? 91. We saw it happen in 2001. That impacted Anguilla. We saw it happen during the economic downturn. Americans decided tourist arrivals slowed down. We saw it happen with Hurricane Irma, when our borders were closed, and we saw it happen with COVID. So our biggest economic driver, our tourism sector, is also subjected to ebb and flow depending on the circumstances. And if we are paying attention to what is happening in other parts of the world right now, including in the United States, we have to prepare for any eventuality. And that is why this GST relief is also necessary at this time, because we've heard of the talk of tariffs being implemented, being imposed. We've seen recently, I think just as early as yesterday, that the EU and the US have entered into a trade deal with 15% tariffs on imports into the US from the EU. We see where trade deals are being entered into and tariffs have been increased in different parts of the world. And the question is, for a country like Anguilla that imports the vast majority of what we need to survive, what are those actions? What are they going to correlate to when we talk about importation into our country? So in this uncertain time, at this period of time, it is even more important that this administration takes steps to reduce the burden, to reduce the high cost of living and the high inflation that exists in this country, and be able to reduce the cost so that our people can sustain themselves. So if and when, and already as far back as last month, there are some sectors in the US that are already identifying that they're seeing price increases come because the goods that they had on the shelves at the time would have maintained their prices. But with the new imports that are coming in from China and other countries, they're now coming in with the higher prices. And when we import from there, then we too have to add on our shipping costs, our insurance, our freight, our taxes, our profit. So we too are going to experience an increase. So it makes sense at this point in time to provide that buffer where we have a non-tax revenue that is coming in that allows us to protect our people to some extent, so that if and when those high prices hit, we are in no worse off position. So when the member for Island Harbor makes reference to the fact that the single island wide member, Honorable Kyle Hodge, is not certain in terms of the relief that could be provided, I want to specify and say this. It is in that context that you cannot say, given all the variations, all the changing issues and circumstances that are taking place in the wider world, we are not in a vacuum. We are impacted by everything that is happening elsewhere. And so no elected representative worth his salt is going to say for a fact that this will occur and this price will be the same. Why? Because we import everything. If we grew everything here in Anguilla, it would be a different story. If we manufactured everything here, then we can control the price ourselves. Unless it is, of course, you have to import the products to make them, to manufacture. Then you'd still be subject to the outside prices. But I want to talk about the GST structure and what is being amended, because it seemed to me, when I listened to the two members of the opposition speak, I felt bad because I felt that how could they be so confused? And I said, but, I know that the consultations were pretty clear because I attended a number of them. I didn't attend the one with the opposition members. But at the press conference, we would have invited the consultant and the member for IRD, Mr. Hobson, to make a presentation. And that presentation was clear. And the consultant, Mr. John, would have given examples, the existing structure and the structure with the goods tax, with the GST removed. And I heard the member for Island Harbor say that what we are introducing was different from the GST relief plan, and that is nowhere near the truth. And I think maybe that's why last year when we released the plan, the member for Island Harbor said it was disgusting. He said it couldn't work because he didn't understand it, Madam Speaker. The structure that we spoke about last year that we released to the public in August of 2024 is a structure that we have presented here today. And what was always contemplated was that 4 sectors would be removed from the GST structure: wholesale, retail, manufacturing, restaurants. And we added public entertainment after coming out of the consultations that we had last year. The idea was to remove them from the 13%, but being a responsible government, Madam Speaker, the 13% represented compounding upon compounding, because we heard that the excise tax is compounding, and that structure hasn't changed, Madam Speaker. And it hasn't changed because we understand that there is a need to still have a buffer. So the 13% GST, which is compounded onto the compounded excise tax and the cost, insurance, freight, the customs duties, was too onerous. And so the businesses had to pay that out of pocket, and that was impacting their cash flow. So this structure is now easier on the businesses because they don't have to wait to claim it back. And they don't have to pay out 13% on all of their goods up front, Madam Speaker. What the structure is that the 13% is now gone bye-bye, the compounding structure. And what's replaced? Because we need to ensure that there's sufficient cash flow, sufficient revenue coming into the Treasury. And so the 9% is a straight tax. And that's why it's called the goods tax, because it's easier to calculate, number one. And we expect, just like the GST, that is part of your pricing structure. So there was no representation that was made at any point in time that the businesses should eat that cost. And I want to ask the members if they remember any representation made in that, either at the consultations or anywhere else. There was none, Madam Speaker. In fact, the expectation is that the businesses will include it in the pricing structure. Because when you run the numbers and when you do the comparative analysis, you will see that even with the 9% being added, that the cost of the item is still less than with the GST. So, yes, it is $46 million that the government is giving up at the port and giving back to the people, giving back to the businesses, and giving back to the people. Because if you're an individual and you bring in goods at the port, you're not paying GST on that item. But what's important, Madam Speaker, is that there is a larger issue. This isn't just a campaign promise. And I heard the member for Island Harbor try to suggest, okay, well, 2 members said there was a campaign promise, and that's all it is, that because they promised it, they're giving it. Well, I remember the member for Road South constantly saying, promise made, promise kept. Promise made, promise kept. And what were those promises? Those were campaign promises. So how is it that the members of the opposition, the former members of government, could brag about their campaign promises made and campaign promises kept, but this administration cannot say that we came into government because the people relied on us to provide the relief to them as we said we would provide, and we are now doing so? What is wrong with that? There's absolutely nothing wrong with that. So, with the 9%, yes, that is a goods tax. And then you have the services tax. And I hear the member, and yes, members of I would say that the APM supporters are out there touting that this is going to make businesses worse off. I know how them know, because I know they ain't run the numbers. But whatever numbers they're running isn't the numbers that they're supposed to run. I don't know. But they're saying that the businesses are going to be worse off because the services are going to be included. But here's the difference, Madam Speaker. With the GST structure, you had to impact your cash flow because you're paying the money up front for these goods that are coming in. The services, if you talk about garbage collection, if you talk about security, if you talk about electricity, for the most part, those services are typically paid after the service has been incurred. Lawyers, accountants, It's not often that you charge up front for a legal case, Madam Speaker. There are some lawyers, yes, depending on the type of case, they'll charge you a flat fee and you have to pay a certain amount up front. But for the most part, lawyers charge by the hour. And so as they do the work, and then they send the bill. The accountants, they may ask for a deposit. They do the work, and then you pay overtime. The garbage collection, they send the bill at the end of every month. Anguilla, the bill is generated and paid at a certain time every year. And the member for the single island wide member, Honorable Joseph Vantupu, we have spoken about Anguilla, and we have spoken about the intent of this administration to move forward with renewable energy, Madam Speaker. And I would dare say, yes, the member for Island Harbour spoke about Anguilla and its services being 19%. I think that is the, right. It wasn't just Anguilla, it would have been the public utilities, thank you very much, being 19%. And that is correct, Madam Speaker. But the fact is that this administration is looking at implementing renewable energy, which will bring reduced costs and true savings to the people of Anguilla. The work is already underway. We've already engaged CDB. We're working along with Anguilla. Anguilla has the board has a clear mission in terms of bringing renewable energy to the people of Anguilla. So the services, Madam Speaker. And we've spoken to a number of businesses across Anguilla. We've spoken to grocery stores. We've spoken to retailers, wholesalers, manufacturers, Madam Speaker. We've all asked them about the impact of the services compared to the removal of the GST and paying the goods, and they're all saying it is manageable. And I'm going further, Madam Speaker, I know the members who actually spoke with them and went to the businesses and asked, and I myself have asked a specific question: can you pass on the savings to the people of Anguilla? Because that's the intent, Madam Speaker. We're not content to just come to the house and put something in place and say, okay, free for all. No. We understand the struggles of the average man, and in order to make sure that the average man is able to survive and make ends meet, then we have to work in collaboration. We're not at war with the business sector. We're not fighting with the private sector. They have to work with us and we have to work with them. And the important part, Madam Speaker, is that our people need to get back to the idea of supporting our local businesses. And I want to stress that, Madam Speaker, because that is critical. It is critical for the sustainability of our businesses. It is critical to ensure that our economic engine continues to turn. We want the money that they make to be spent in our country. And the only way that they can do it is if the prices are reasonable. And that's why there's a push to ensure that our local businesses can pass on those services, those savings to the consumer, Madam Speaker. I heard the member for Island Harbour speak about the country has slowed down after February. It's been 5 months that we've been here, Madam Speaker. and while he may say that the average person understands that the economy that we're seeing now is as a result of the policy decisions of the previous administration, and I will tell you why I say that, Madam Speaker. We have lost $3 million a month into our treasury. The St. James School of Medicine that was here for 15 years is no longer here. How is it that after 15 years, a school just pulls up stake and hightail it to another jurisdiction? So all those persons, and I have persons, and especially people in the East, and I would dare say the member of Island Harbour would have had people in his constituency who were renting to the medical school students as well. The rental cars are sitting there catching dust. The apartments are not occupied. And that was additional revenue that was circulating because those medical school students were shopping in our local stores. They were eating at restaurants. They were sitting at the bars. They were participating in general life. They weren't staying in their rooms almost as if it is an all-inclusive hotel. No, they were out and about. and the country was benefiting from that. The other thing, Madam Speaker, is that there has to be a recognition. You see what has happened is that prior to this administration taking office, there was a lot of bragging about, what's the word he used? Saving all roads, eradicate all dirt roads. The intent was to eradicate all dirt roads. It had 7 roads, right, Minister? 7? 7 roads in the budget. Anticipated? 5? 5 roads at the tune of $7 million. One of those roads, as of now, partially completed, is at what, 4 million already. So that road is at 4 million or 7 million. So what was allocated in the budget for 2025, the Eradicate All Roads, All Dirt Roads program, promulgated by the Minister of Infrastructure at the time, the member for Road South, and only 1 road so far not completed at the tune of 4 million already. And 7 million was allocated for these 5 roads. The completion? Okay, thank you. So I'm corrected, Madam Speaker, and thank you for that, Miss. 4 million would be the completion of 1 road. 5 roads allocated for $7 million construction. 1 road, 4 million completion. So what does that mean? It means that there was insufficient funds in the budget. And remember, the 2025 budget that was passed was $50 million in the red. What that meant was the previous administration had intended to dip into the reserves to fund the cost of the construction, the capital projects, because the revenue was not sufficient enough to cover. And that's why the people of Anguilla would remember that the member for Island Harbour had said that the GST was no longer overperforming. And the GST was no longer overperforming because of the policy decisions that were being made by that administration at the time. So we came to office, we said, look, we have our own priorities. We understand that there are certain things that we have to continue on because governments are continuous. We talk about the airport project. The previous administration would like to suggest that the airport project was their creation. But even before the APM was in existence, even before they changed the name from AUF to APM and adopted the color blue in 2020, long before that, between 2000 and 2010, the then Anguilla United Front administration was in a litigation for the acquisition of lands for the expansion of the runway. So the runway expansion and the redevelopment of the Clayton J. Lloyd International Airport was already something that had been contemplated across administrations. And then in 2010, the then Minister of Infrastructure, the Honorable Mr. Evan Gomes, as he then was, would have continued it because under his watch, the fire hall and the combined services building was constructed, Madam Speaker. Or at least it was started. So you're talking about administrations continuing the work from previous administrations. And Madam Speaker, that's called grace. It's called grace. It's called the ability to recognize the work of a previous administration because it's important. So you could never hear me say that the APM administration did not do work on the airport or that they didn't progress the airport. You would never hear me say that the APM administration did not continue the work on the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal. Those funds, that vision, had already been conceived because remember, the Blowing Point Ferry Terminal had been destroyed in the wake of Hurricane Irma. And the then Minister of Infrastructure had been in the process of acquiring lands. The lands were cleared, rent was given to a nearby property, and the intent was to build on the vacant land that had been there, the land that had been cleared where the former structure had been. So the APM administration came, they continued the work. Campus Q, that vision had been in place long before even the 2015-2020 AUF administration. That was a vision that was there from the days of Honorable Evan McNeil Rogers when he was Minister of Education between 2005 and 2010. So, Madam Speaker, I say all of this to say that we have to understand that you have to have grace when you take over an administration and acknowledge the work that was done before. So the member for Island Harbour spoke about the MTEF. And they want to debate the MTEF, I guess, because they would like to stand up and say all the wonderful things that they did. Yes, the things that they did are recognized. The work that they did are recognized. The work that took place before them to lay the foundation for them to come in and do certain things is recognized. But what this administration is focused on is the future. How do we help our people? How do we provide for healthcare services that are appropriate for our people of Anguilla? How do we help our young people? Education, social development programs, all of these things, security, because we're now investing in a CCTV system. And again, that was something that not only from the previous administration, but from the administration before. And it has taken, what, 7, 8 years for it to come to fruition. So we have to recognize there's nothing new under the sun. We will take what was there, we will work and support all of the programs that have been implemented that are good and will benefit the people of Anguilla. But our priorities are different. Our priorities are not focused on infrastructural projects. Our priorities are focused on people first. And so, if the infrastructural projects help our people, then we will support it and we'll move forward with it. But it must always be that you are progressing your people at the same time that you're building your infrastructure. Our roads all across Anguilla need to be fixed. That's a cost. How are we going to do it? In addition to the eradicate all dirt roads, you have the existing roads, paved roads, that are now under stress. And we now have to look at how we are going to fix those. I can't imagine in 5 years what they would look like, if they look like how they look now. So again, I go back to say that there are so many needs of any administration, so many needs in a country, but you have to take it step by step. And we are doing it in a way in which we are responsible. So this GST relief that we have here, Madam Speaker, is not a shooting from the hip. This relief comes on the heels of significant research, significant background work, and not one of us were content to release our GST plan to the people of Anguilla last August until we were all satisfied. Any one of the members of this honorable house can speak on this GST relief plan. It is the same plan that we have here before the House, Madam Speaker. It is the same plan that was conceived. It's the same 9% that we removed the GST and placed that. We expect that the businesses will pass it on, but the numbers that were run show us that the prices will be lower than had the GST of 13% remained. We are also catering for the eventuality or the possibility of increased prices from our source markets, Madam Speaker. These are all important. We are looking at other avenues in which we can source our goods. So we're spreading our wings. We're going further than we have before. And we're saying, look, we have to think outside the box. We have to be able to achieve what we need to achieve. And it is not necessarily the traditional solutions, but we have to deliver for the people of Anguilla. And that is why we are here, Madam Speaker. As I said in my MTEP, there's more than one way to, no, I didn't say that. That's another one. I always say you can walk and chew gum. And I always say that there's more than one way to skin a cat, Madam Speaker. And I like to say that because when one door closes, another door opens. There are avenues for you to be able to achieve what you want to achieve. We just have to be deliberate in what we're doing. Madam Speaker, how much time do I have?
You're good. I
I have an hour more?
I didn't
Oh,
want
well, oh, okay.
37
Right.
minutes
Okay.
remaining.
Good. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor would have said that he signed the MTEP that the growth expected was less than 4%, and that when the ECCB was here in Anguilla, the governor would have presented statistics to show that Anguilla had been growing at 8.2%. And the MTEP is showing less than 4%. And the fact that it's a real concern. But Madam Speaker, I will say this, that you have to look out for your people first. And sometimes you have to stop, stand still for a bit, look around, make sure that your people are with you before you move forward again. And if you stop and ensure that your people are with you, they will remain with you, Madam Speaker, because you are ensuring that the decisions and the policies that you make are benefiting the people of this country. There is no expectation that any of the work that the previous administration will have implemented, such as the Senior Shield and Junior Shield, etc., those programs continue, Madam Speaker. There's nothing that's going to be cut, because in preparing this plan and in preparing the MTEF, Madam Speaker, and in preparing this GST relief, we wanted to ensure that we're able to progress, that we don't step back, that we continue with all of the resources that we have, with all of the programs that are put in place, because they're important. And when the Senior Shield had been discussed, every member of the House, including the opposition members at the time, the members of the Anguilla United Front, support Senior Shield. We were asking why didn't it come to the House in legislation. That's something that we still have to look into, Madam Speaker. But the Senior Shield is beneficial. Many of us have family members who are over the age of 70 that benefit from the Senior Shield. And in the absence of that, they would have no insurance. So it's doing a good thing, right? The Junior Shield, I've been made to understand that many of the children are covered, are exempt under 5 years old in any event. But that's fine, Madam Speaker, because to say that you have a Junior Shield and you're looking out for the young children, it's a good policy decision. And so that's why I say, Madam Speaker, in terms of having grace, that you recognize the work that has been done and you move forward, you build on it, you expand on it. Because while Senior Shield is good, there's still some work that has to be done. Many people are asking us, why is it not reduced to 65 years? Why was it implemented at 70? That's an exercise that we have to embark on and finding out why was it placed at 70? Was it because it limited the number of people? I don't know. Or it limited the amount of cost? I don't know. We have to, and I heard the member for Island Harbor say that the plan was to provide a voucher of sorts or some stipend to be able to provide reduced costs at the private pharmacies. That's important, Madam Speaker, because if our government pharmacy does not have the medication that our elderly persons need, our senior citizens, then they have to go and spend the regular price, and a lot of medications are high in price, Madam Speaker. And so any effort made to be able to reduce that and to look at that issue is something that will be welcomed for the people of Anguilla. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor spoke about the dismantling of the tax structure. And I disagree with him in terms of that description. And I disagree with him, Madam Speaker, because the GST is being reformed. The general services tax is what existed under the goods and services tax. And the change that we've made to that is that we have decreased the severe penalties of $500 a day to $50 a day. And I have to say, Madam Speaker, that part of the outcry of the public, the business sector, were those high penalties as well. And so there is much relief. Yes, there has to be a penalty. You don't comply with the law, you're penalized for it, because you have to have an incentive to comply with the law. But at $500 a day, significantly more than what is anticipated and onerous, so much so that sometimes people can't even afford to pay the penalties. And then they have to go to appeal the penalties because they cannot afford to pay it. It is so onerous in them. That structure remains, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I was struck when I heard the options coming from the member for Island Harbor in terms of how there were GST options that could have worked better. Madam Speaker, the GST was implemented, was put into effect in December in 2022, but it came to the House in 2021. And we're now in 2025, and the former Minister of Finance, now the leader of the opposition, is standing here in this House after years of outcry from the people, after the opposition members stood in this House time and time again to make suggestions, was on radio, sent communications. And I know myself, I can go back and see the letters that were written proposing amendments to the legislation, all falling on deaf ears until December, 2 months before election, Madam Speaker. Lo and behold, the then administration went to the House and passed what turned out to be a portion of the Anguilla United Front GST relief plan, which was to remove GST from food products. But it wasn't significant, and that's the point when the member for Island Harbor said that you heard people say that that relief had not been passed on. I think the member for Road North would have listed out a receipt, etc. And I commend that person, whoever it was that long list of items belonged to, because they made sure that they were stocking up on their fruits and vegetables to be able to retain that, and that's wonderful. But for the average person, Madam Speaker, there are food items in a grocery store, but there are other non-edible items that you have to buy. Clorox, cleaning detergents, mops, and all of these, everything that's in the store that you can't eat was still liable to GST. So at the end of the day, the question is, for the average shopkeeper that brings in a 40-foot container and has so many various items in that container, how are they going to spread the cost of shipping and the cost of GST? They're spreading that across all of the items, Madam Speaker. It's not GST, but they have to spread the cost, because then they have to maintain a level price. They have to be able to pass it on in some way. So I don't want the people of Anguilla to think that when the complaint is coming about the 9% being passed on, that the 13% was not passed on. The 13% was passed on, Madam Speaker. And the people of Anguilla know, because they saw it and they felt it and they paid for it at the tip. And the member for Island Harbor said that GST could have been reduced, a reduced GST rate. Said it could have been removed, could have removed the CIF from being calculated as part of the tax, could have reduced duties on vehicles for first-time homeowners, could have removed GST from the cost of construction. And it was so enlightening to hear the member, the former Minister of Finance, under whose watch this GST tax was implemented, now coming as member of the opposition, leader of the opposition, and making suggestions to a government who's been in place for 5 months as to how the GST structure could have been changed. It boggles the mind, Madam Speaker. Because I would dare say that had the previous administration recognized that there was a need, and obviously they do, or else the member would not have been making these recommendations. If the member for Island Harbor felt that the GST was perfect as was, he would have said it. He would have said, there's no need, the GST is perfect. We did not need to come to the House on anything, even the ones before the implementation, because it was perfect as is. But the reality is, Madam Speaker, that the fact that they came to the House repeatedly, time and time again, says to the people of Anguilla that the GST was not fit and proper for the country. And that is why they came before. And that is even why now the member is saying that there are GST options that could have worked better as opposed to our proposal. But why wait till now? Why come now when we come to the House of Assembly and our GST relief that we would have launched from a year ago and say that other options could have worked better? Why weren't some of these things implemented in December when the GST was removed from our food? Why? Why now, Madam Speaker? Is it just to say that you have something to say in the debate? Because if there was any real intent to pass on relief, then I would dare say that the previous administration would have done so at the time that they were in and they had the power to make that change. But as the member for Island Harbor said, that there were needs, that the government had needs. And so those needs by the government will have superseded the needs of the people. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor spoke about, and the member for Road North as well, spoke about the fact that what we called handouts at the time, the credit on electricity and the food vouchers, that people were appreciative. Yes, people would be appreciative. Anything that's going to reduce the cost of something, people would be appreciative. But what would have been more appreciative is if there was a sustained reduction so that every month or whenever you feel it fit, you wasn't giving people credit or giving people vouchers. And so when the elderly, the senior citizens were going to the store with the vouchers for the items, because remember, before the GST was removed off of food, GST was on many food items as well. There were some exempt, but there were many food items that still had GST. So when the senior citizens were going to the store with their $500 EC voucher, GST was being removed from it as well. So how much really was the benefit at the end of the day for these persons? But what was more important, Madam Speaker, was to implement some of the proposals that the member now spoke about today. That would have provided sustained relief for the people of Anguilla. That relief would have said to the people, we are hearing what you are saying. We are concerned about you. We understand your pain, and we are taking serious, direct action to help you. That wasn't done, Madam Speaker. But now today we have all these wonderful suggestions as to how the GST could have been addressed and adjusted. And this is done to support, this is being said to support the member for Island Harbor's reasons as to why he's not in support of the GST relief that we're bringing to the people today. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor would have made mention of a private citizen here in this honorable house, and would have said that that private citizen would have made a statement that businesses should consider it the removal of the GST as a corporate tax, or the implementation of the goods tax and the services tax as a corporate tax. And Madam Speaker, it reminded me of the days of the APM administration, where private citizens' names were called in this honorable house. Those private citizens do not have the luxury of standing in this house, and they do not have the protection of the rights that we members have in this house. And so we have to be ever careful as elected representatives that when we are in this honorable house, we are representing the people. And we ought not to be calling names of private individuals that do not have the opportunity of sitting in this honorable house and being able to defend their statements or explain the reasons why they said what they said. And each individual, separate and apart from party affiliation, has their own mind. I would hope so, for heaven's sake. I would hope so, because there are a number of the APM operatives that are on Facebook every day with all kinds of dribble. And one would say that these people are the mouthpieces for the APM. But we're not going to call the names in this house, Madam Speaker, because at the end of the day, we have to understand that when we leave this honorable house, we represent all of the people of Anguilla. whether they support this government or not. And that is how I believe that true leadership ought to work. But irrespective as to people's political affiliations, you have to represent all of the people all of the time. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor would have suggested, when he spoke about the decrease in activity, etc., and I was spoken about the fact that, I think I got distracted and I moved on to another point, but this is another point that I wanted to make in relation to that, Madam Speaker. The fact is that when this administration decided to change course and refocus its priorities on what we want, some of the projects, the eradicate all dirt roads, etc., and the government activities or the infrastructural activities would have not been progressed. And that coincidentally coincides with what is glaringly a slow economic environment. So what it uncovered, Madam Speaker, is that in the absence of the capital projects that the government was implementing to create all of this activity, to make it seem so many things happen around the country, work is ongoing, people are making money, things are doing well, you put that on pause, right? And you look at the economy itself and the local businesses, and you realize that they're not performing. They're not making the revenue. And so what it uncovered was the fact that our economic engine outside of the government capital projects was not working. And so it underscored the cries of the local businesses. The things that they've been saying all along, that they are unable to make ends meet, that their cash flow is impacted, that they're unable to expand, to invest, to do the things that they have to do because they are crippled by the GST tax structure that was implemented by the APM administration. If capital projects are slowed and you have a thriving local economy, you should see that the economy is still operating the way in which it ought to. So when you hear the APM operatives say, oh, nothing happening, and the country, since election, the country feels slow, it's because what was being hidden is now being uncovered, Madam Speaker. And our job, and the reason why we are before this House of Assembly this evening, is to ensure that we jumpstart the economic engine of our economy. We need our local businesses. We need our entrepreneurs. We want our young people to invest and to create businesses. We want to invest in the orange economy. And earlier this morning, we spoke about public entertainment. And you have heard some members of the opposition, say that they decided that some of the public entities decided not to move forward because of the gun crime and violence issue, etc. And that may be the case, Madam Speaker. But what we're hearing in addition to that, or besides that, is the fact that they had to participate in an onerous tax structure that made it not feasible for them to continue to operate. And so the hope and the expectation and the feedback that we've gotten from those public entertainers, is that they're very happy. And we want to encourage that, Madam Speaker. Now, the member for Island Harbor seems to suggest that we are embarking on an unknown path, meaning that we are providing relief and we're hoping that it trickles down to the average consumer. But Madam Speaker, that's what policy decisions are about. So we can't promise or say for a fact, put a stamp on the fact that a particular business is now going to start to do more business because this has been taken off. And there's no guarantee that they're going to do it in the following month. What we know is that for those prices on the shelves that are 13%, the businesses that would have already received the claim back and that can claim back, and there's provision in the Act for them to do so, that we ought to see that decrease reflected at the shelves. The 9%, Madam Speaker, kicks in not in relation to the goods that are currently on the shelf, but on the goods that are next imported into the country. So you have two structures that you're looking at. You're looking on the 1st of August, the decrease of the 13% on the shelves, and whatever that is reflected. If it was price inclusive, then the 13% has to be deducted from the price inclusive. If it was added at the till, then it's removed at the till, the 13%. And the businesses, the many businesses that we have spoken to, are happy to be able to provide those savings. Now, are we leaving that to chance? No. We have asked for prices. And when persons have contacted us and asked the question, we say, well, look, we want to do a verification. And there's nothing wrong with verifying. We have people that are going to the stores and speaking to persons and explaining to them what the intent is. Because what we want to do is we want to take action to ensure that those savings are trickled down, they're passed on to the consumer. So when the 9% kicks in on the next set of goods to come into the country after the 1st of August, there will be a slight increase because that 9% will now, remember the 13% was removed. So, and that's because businesses will receive the claim back. The 9% will now be added on to those goods. The price will be lower than the 13%, but it will not be as high as the 13%. So the 9% is still lower than the 13%, and the businesses will be able to sort out how they're going to offset their services. And like I said, the largest service for some businesses, especially one or two in particular, is Anguilla. And there is a plan. And the intent is not to delay for 5 years. We have no intentions of embarking on fights with Anguilla to come to this honorable house and say Anguilla isn't doing what we want them to do. We have no intentions of saying that we want to go a particular way, PPA and Anguilla wants to go this way. No. The board and the government is aligned in the vision of delivering renewable energy to the people of Anguilla. And that alignment is intended to take place in a short time, not 5 years from now, not 10 years from now, not 7 years from now, Madam Speaker. And once that is done, then you will see that the impact of the services will be less than it is right now. And there are also discussions, Madam Speaker, in terms of how we can balance out the electricity costs, etc., in the interim, and those will come forward as we move along as well. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbour would have said that we made tobacco and alcohol cheaper. But I wonder if that is consistent with his argument that the prices are not going to decrease, but are likely to increase. Because how is it that with the new structure, only alcohol and tobacco is cheaper, but everything else is more expensive? So it's either that the goods coming into the country are going to be cheaper than they are now, or they're more expensive. So I thought it was interesting in terms of this singling out of these two areas and no recognition that what he's actually saying is inconsistent with the idea that he's promoting that costs will go up. Food for thought, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbour said in his statement, and I took a note because I didn't want to interrupt him. He was in his flow, and I didn't want to interrupt him by objecting or anything. But I knew I'd have the opportunity to respond, and so I do so now. Said that it's obvious that the AUF writes checks on the backs of children, etc., etc. And Madam Speaker, it is that type of unfortunate rhetoric which is deceptive to the people of Anguilla, because a general statement about the Anguilla United Front, which has been in existence since 2000, there's been 3 iterations of the Anguilla United Front, and just like there has been 2 iterations of the APM AUM. And so, Madam Speaker, it's very interesting because there is a certain amount of recognition and responsibility that we have as government. Because when I speak about the APM, I don't say the APM AUM and go back to 2010 to 2015 and seek to lump in the member for Island Harbor, who was not elected at the time. But what's interesting is that it is not the same on the other side. So when the member speaks and says it's obvious the AUF writes checks on the backs of children and Hawkins back to the days of 2000 and 2007 and 2010, I sit and I'm dumbfounded. Because why would you give the impression, the general impression, that this administration, who is sitting here in this honorable house today, were making decisions in 2005 and 2007? Why, Madam Speaker? And so I think that there's a certain amount of responsibility. Yes, we are politicians. Yes, we are always campaigning. But we have to be fair as well. And I would never suggest that decisions made between 2010 and 2015 were made by the leader of the opposition, who was not elected then. In fact, I don't think he was living in Anguilla at the time, Madam Speaker. So I certainly would not have imputed that he would have been making decisions back in that. Does that mean I have 1 minute? 10? Oh, okay. All right. Thank you. So, Madam Speaker, I want the people of Anguilla to understand that every leader comes with a different perspective, a different style of leadership, different priorities. And just like the leader of the opposition, the former Minister of Finance, had different priorities, had a different style of leadership than his predecessor, the Honorable Hubert Hughes, may his soul rest in peace. So too, over the 3 courses of administration of the Anguilla United Front, each leader has their own style that they bring to the table, that they bring to leadership. The Honorable Osmond Fleming, the Chief Minister between 2000 and 2010, had his own style. And those of us who know the Honorable Osmond Fleming know his style of leadership. The Honorable Mr. Victor Banks, Chief Minister/Premier between 2015 and 2020, had his own style of leadership. And I too, the Honorable Cora Richardson Hodge, in case people don't know who's speaking, I bring my own style of leadership, my own approach, my own vision for the development of Anguilla, Madam Speaker. And so, just as I would not seek to impugn decisions made under a previous administration, so too I would hope that the APM would do the same, Madam Speaker, and give due recognition and judge the leader at the time in office on their own merit, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, the member for Island Harbor would have said, and I'm glad to hear that he said that he has no issue giving relief. But he also suggested again the undermining of the structure that got us where we are today. And he also said that he sees the 2 bills will cause harm. What's interesting, Madam Speaker, is that in all of his discussions, and even when the GST was implemented, what the people of Anguilla have not been exposed to is the claim back structure. And let me explain what I mean when I say that. So the GST was implemented. When we talk about losing 46% at the port, that is the revenue loss on importation. But the GST structure was not just importation. There was a claim back at the IRD, at inland revenue end. So the money would come in from the port. It will come into the government treasury. But then, depending on which business, depending on what they were claiming back, the member for Island Harbor spoke about the accommodation sector, and they're the largest sector, but they also had significant claimbacks. And I want to remind the public that the 13%, which is now the 13% accommodation tax as it then was, which is now part of the GST structure, had always been a significant revenue earner for the people of Anguilla, for the Anguilla Treasury. And so now that it is part of the GST structure, the businesses who pay accommodation tax can also claim back against the accommodation tax. Where does the money for accommodation tax come from? It comes from the visitors who come into Anguilla, who stay at the properties and they pay accommodation tax. So it is money that was originally created to come from the visitors through the businesses and onto the government treasury. Why? Because it wasn't the money of the businesses, it's the money of the government of Anguilla. So it was simply the businesses were collecting that accommodation tax on behalf and remitting it to the government of Anguilla. Now, under the GST structure, it is part of a claim back. We have no idea what that net revenue loss is or what the net revenue is, because with the claim back included, we don't know at the end of the day how much of that claim back is actually from the amount of revenue that came in at the port. And so it is interesting, Madam Speaker. So when we speak about revenue loss, we have to put it in that context. So the member says that the services or businesses can no longer collect against the services claimbacks. But it is more than that, Madam Speaker, because the businesses who relied on imports can no longer claim back against the accommodation tax either if they don't have significant imports. And so that's something to consider. And so as we move forward, Madam Speaker, just like the GST was a living document where the previous administration came back time and time again, to use the words of the member for Road North, came over and over and over and over and over and over again to the House of Assembly. So too, once we pay attention to what's happening with this GST relief, we will ensure that as needed, we will have to come back and ensure that the people of Anguilla continue to benefit from this relief that is provided, Madam Speaker. And so I want to remind the people of Anguilla the main reasons why this GST relief was implemented and the reason why we felt it necessary to come to the people of Anguilla to be able to speak on this and to be able to promote it. And that is, let me see your Goods Act. Oh, found it. Yeah. So in the Goods Tax Act, the objects and reasons and the main objectives of the government in restructuring the GST are to A, reduce inflation. And we know that there's inflation because in the 2023 and 2024 budget, it spoke about the inflationary period that was implemented in part as a result of the GST structure, and that inflation has not disappeared. Provide food security for the citizens and residents of Anguilla. We anticipate that this relief will be passed on to the ultimate consumer when they visit the stores, etc. Increase consumer purchasing power. And so we want people to continue to spend. We want them to go to the grocery stores. We want them to go to our restaurants. We want them to shop locally. We want our economic activity to increase in the island, Madam Speaker. We can only do it if we find encouragement and support for our people to shop locally and shop at home instead of abroad. And we want to stimulate economic growth, Madam Speaker. So we will pay attention to these main objectives. We will judge what is happening across the country in the various business sectors and in the supermarkets, etc., alongside these objectives, and we will continue to ensure that the people of Anguilla benefit from the decisions that are made by this administration, because at the end of the day, this administration is about putting people first. And so with that, Madam Speaker, I commend both the General Services Tax Act and the Goods Tax Act to this House. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Thank you, Honorable Member. It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled "A Bill for the General Services Tax Act 2025" be read a second time. Those in favor, say aye.
Madam Speaker, in accordance with Rule 68(1) of the Legislative Assembly Rules of Procedure 2021, I would like to request a vote by division, please.
Single island-wide electoral district member Vanderpool has required that the vote be conducted by division pursuant to Rule 68, subsection 1. I call upon the clerk to move to vote by division. The vote is in respect of the second reading of a bill for General Services Tax Act 2025. The rule states pursuant to 68, at the conclusion of a debate, the question shall be put by the speaker and the votes may be taken by voices aye and no, and the result shall be declared by the speaker. But if any member calls for a division, the votes shall be taken by the clerk, who shall ask each member separately, beginning with the most junior member, how they desire to vote and record the votes accordingly. I call upon the clerk to conduct the vote by division for the second reading of a bill for the General Services Tax Act 2025 and the bill for the Goods and Services Tax Amendment Act 2025. Please proceed, Mr. Proctor.
The Honorable Attorney General acting. The Honorable Single Island-Wide Electoral District Member Bryan.
Aye.
The Honorable Member for Valley South.
Aye.
The Honorable Member for Road North.
No, sorry.
The Honorable Member for Road South. The Honorable Member for Valley North.
Aye.
The Honorable Member for Island Harbor.
No.
The Honorable Single Island-Wide Electoral District Member Hodge.
Aye.
The Honorable Single Island-Wide Electoral District Member Vanderpool.
Aye.
The Honorable Deputy Governor. The Honorable Member for West End. The Honorable Member for Sandy Hill. So 7 ayes, 2 noes, 2 abstains.
The report from the clerk is that the bills have been passed with 7 ayes, 2 noes, 2 abstains. Commended for a second reading. My apologies. 2 abstains. I call upon the clerk to read the bills a second time.
A bill for General Services Tax Act 2025, an act to provide for the imposition and collection of general services tax. A bill for Goods Tax Act 2025, an act to provide for the imposition of goods tax and to provide for matters incidental thereto or connected therewith.
Thank you, Mr. Proctor. I'm conscious of the time, and I'm wondering if the members would find it convenient to take a 30-minute break, or would you prefer to proceed? Okay, we'll proceed. I now refer these bills to the Committee of the Whole to be considered clause by clause. The House is now in assembly in respect of both bills. We will take them in sequence, Mr. Proctor.
Mr. Hobson's.
Yes, I do recognize that Mr. Hobson is present and available if the members do require the assistance as we go through the committee stage. You may take a seat. Mr. Hobson. The House is now in committee, Mr. Hobson, and we will first go through with the clerk, the General Services Tax Act 2025.
Clauses 1 through 22.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 22 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor, say aye. Those against, say no. Clauses 1 to 2, the ayes have it. Clauses 1 to 2 is part of the bill and agreed. 22. I put the question that clauses 23 to 53 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 23 to 53 is agreed and stands part of the bill.
Clauses 54 to 82.
I put the question that clauses 54 to 82 do stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 54 to 82 stands part of the bill.
Clauses 83 to 107.
I put the question that clauses 83 to 107 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 83 to clause 107 stands part of the bill.
Schedules 1 through 4.
I put the question that schedules 1 through 4 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Schedules 1 through 4 stands part of the bill.
The title and the enacting clause.
I put the question that the title, a bill for General Services Tax Act 2025, and the enacting clause be part of this bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. The title, a bill, General Services Tax Act 2025, and the enacting clause stands part of the bill.
A bill for Goods Tax Act. Clauses 1 through 7.
I put the question that clauses 1 through 7 of a bill for the Goods Tax Act 2025 stands part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. Clauses 1 through 7 stands part of the bill. I put the question that the title, a bill for Goods Tax Act 2025, and enacting clause stand part of the bill. Those in favor say aye. Those against say no. The title, a bill for Goods Tax Act 2025, and the enacting clause stands part of the bill. This committee is now completed. The House now resumes its sitting. I invite the mover, the Honorable Premier, to report.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I beg to report the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Goods and Services Tax. No, sorry. I beg to report that the Goods Tax Act and the General Services Tax Act have been passed through committee and be read a third time and passed.
I call upon the clerk.
A bill for General Services Tax Act 2025, third reading.
I recognize the Honorable Premier to move the motion.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Goods and Service. Sorry, Madam Speaker, I'm just tired. General Services Tax Act and the Goods Tax Act be read a third time and passed.
Yeah, we'll take
one at a time.
Madam Premier, let's take one at a time.
Okay, thank you.
Please move the motion in respect to the General Services Tax Act 2025 first,
Okay.
as in the order paper.
It has been moved and seconded. Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the General Services Tax Act be read a third time and passed.
Do we have a seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise to second. Thank you.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled General Services Tax Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. It is ordered that the bill is declared the General Services Tax Act 2025. I call
An act, oh, sorry, Madam Speaker.
Sorry, proceed, Mr. Proctor.
An act to provide for the imposition and collection of general services tax. A bill for Goods Tax Act 2025, third reading.
I call upon the Honorable Premier.
Madam Speaker, I beg to move that the bill shortly entitled A Bill for Goods Tax Act 2025 be read a third time and passed.
Seconder?
Madam Speaker, I rise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that a bill shortly entitled Goods Tax Act 2025 be read a third time and passed. Those in favor? Those opposed? The ayes have it. I call upon the clerk.
An act to provide for the imposition of a goods tax and to provide for matters incidental thereto or connected therewith.
Order that the bill now be passed and the title declared a bill for Goods Tax Act 2025. Please proceed with the order paper.
Private members' bills, none. Private bills, none. Other orders of the day. Adjournment.
I call upon the Honorable Premier to move for the adjournment.
I beg to move that this Honorable House be adjourned to Thursday, 31st July 2025, 9 a.m.
31st? You said 31st. At 9 a.m.? 9 a.m.? 10. I believe we can start at 10. So, yes, we can start at 10 on Thursday, the 31st. Do I have a seconder for the motion?
Madam Speaker, I rise a second.
It has been moved and seconded that this Honorable House stands adjourned until Thursday, the 31st of July, 2025 at 10 a.m. Those in favor say aye. Those opposed say no. The ayes have it. This House stands adjourned.